Okay, yeah, I think we live. They say we live on YouTube. I always be taking a minute more. But we hold on, we is live. Now we gotta get one thing straight. Don't be lying on me, y'all. Why y'all lying on me? And y'all ain't even gonna take up for me in the chat. I have been on time lately. Don't count. Okay. Nobody always and never does nothing. Y'all give me no break. Soon as I be Michi always late. So what? Okay, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You know, when you on time, that's the white man's thing. He gave you a clock and told you your day. So I'm rebelling against the white man. So I'm always gonna be a few minutes late. Black power. Yeah, hit the like button, hit the share button, and subscribe if you have not. I gotta get my fuck but it makes network on. Hold on. Hold on. Look, I be on time though. Y'all lying on me. Like I'm late tonight, but I do be on time. I be right here. It'd be 10:01. I'll be like, let's go. I'll be here. Y'all ain't even take up for me. Y'all just be lying on me. Let me see. I think that's the same person that said it. Christina said I didn't answer her question yesterday. What was your answer? I mean, your answer. What I didn't answer. What was your question? What did you ask me? Because I don't know. So let me know. Ask me now. Ask me now. I'm gonna answer it. I probably didn't see it. Shout out to everybody on MX Network. Okay, y'all. So it has been a minute. It's been a minute. Okay. So what we gonna do? We're gonna have these conversations. We're gonna drop this link. If you are on MX Network, so let's get something straight in the very beginning, y'all. So if you do not want to watch the commercials or anything over on YouTube, somebody was in my comment section and y'all was like, I don't know what's wrong with your channel. Why do you keep putting all these commercials on it? So first of all, I don't have any control of the commercials that YouTube puts on it, okay? The setting that the commercials are on, you guys, is about as low as it's going to get without no commercials at all. And so the reason I had no commercials for many years before is because I wasn't monetized because of the way that I talk. This is why we have MX Network. So if y'all do not want to watch all of the commercials over here, you can go over to MX Network. The link is in the description of this video. You can go over there and get a free subscription. You can come in the chat and hang out with Jordan and anybody else that's in there and getting in there now. You can make your comments in that section. You can still click the link and come up on the live. So, I mean, you don't have to watch the commercials on YouTube, okay? But you do have to put in your email and get you a subscription. It's free. Okay, but if you really love me, like you say you do, then you'll get a paid subscription, right? But you can watch this live while it's live, no commercials, and you can watch it for 24 hours after that with your free subscription, okay? And so, yeah, go over there and do that. If y'all do not want to watch the commercials, unless I completely cut them off, you're gonna have commercials. I don't have anything to do with how they show it. The funny thing is this like YouTube has this I'm gonna punish you kind of like criteria because I find that in these shows, I have some people who be like, I haven't seen the commercial in 20 minutes, and every now and then they'll get one. Then in the very same show, some of y'all get like 10 commercials in an hour, and everybody doesn't see the same thing. So I don't know what to tell you other than go over to MX Network. Okay, y'all can do that. Shout out to everybody on MX Network. Hey, Kimberly, Jordan, again, Brandon, and Karen in the house. Let me see. Okay, Christina says I asked you. Hold on. Let me go back up. You said is Chicago a good place for solo travels? I don't know. Really, I can't answer that question for you if that's what you asked me last night. I can't answer that question for you because when I went to Chicago, I wasn't going there as somebody traveling like a tourist. I was probably in one of the ghettoest parts of Chicago. Shout out to my people. Don't get me wrong. They're going to tell you that's where we was. We was in the heart of Inglewood, I guess that's what it's called. But I was in the hood. Yeah, and if you like a solo tourist and you going out there to enjoy yourself, I wasn't in any of those places. I was in the hood. Yeah, at the corner store, you know what I'm saying, where we get the bottles and the blunt wraps and the little mini tacos stand down the street and shit. Yeah, that's where I was. Potholes everywhere, you know what I'm saying? Maybe a gunshot or two you should duck. So I don't know. I don't know. I've not been there from the touristy end, like to go. But I will tell you, let me say this. For as much as I was in the ghetto, it wasn't no problem. Everybody was really nice. Nothing happened to nobody. It was a great weekend. Like we was waiting to see if the immigrants across the street was finna get hemmed up. The police be rolling around all the time, but nothing happened to nobody. It was a great time. So I didn't experience any of those things where I was. But as far as somebody that's like traveling to go there, I mean, it's not like Chicago's unsafe. Don't believe everything the news says. Now, if you want to go to Chicago by yourself and like go find the gangbangers and hang out with them, like that might be a different story. But if you're going down there to tour the things they have to offer, go and try their food or whatever it is, I'm sure you'll be fine. That's what I would say about that. But I'm never alone when I travel, so I don't know about solo travel. You know what I'm saying? Even though I arrived by myself when I got there, I was with my gang, right? And we was outside in them streets. No, I was just with my people. That's what I mean. Okay, so for all the older folks, Michi's not really in a gang. Okay, I just want to clarify that with everybody. But I was hanging out with all the people that invited me there, and I felt like I was at home. So for me, I think it was a different situation. So I can't answer that for you, but I think that Chicago is a very interesting place, and it's safe enough. Go travel. Go have you some fun. I will go to Chicago before I will go to New York. I hate New York. I hate it. I do. I hate New York. New York is a whole nother monster. Okay. Shout out to you, the Prince Paraphernalia. Thank you for that. What up, though, to my Detroit people? Thank you for the first super chat of the night. Let me get caught up in here. So we are going to have a couple of conversations here tonight, you guys. And feel free to chime in. I noticed that a lot of people, we're going to reiterate this, like y'all have this, y'all keyboard gangsters, you really tough. You have a lot to say in the chat. I would love if you would click the link and come say it to me. If you don't, then the rule is don't run your mouth too much opposing what's being said on the show tonight if you're not willing to come and give that argument. Like it takes a lot more energy for you to sit and type 50 damn sentences in my chat continuously disputing everything that I'm saying. Well, you could just click the link and we could like have a conversation. You know what I'm saying? There will be people on the panel. I'm not taking the time to necessarily have a conversation with you in the chat. Just click the damn link. You don't have to turn on the camera, so nobody has to see your ugly face. If you're insecure in those situations, you can just come up here with the camera off. All of that works. It's good and it's fine. So don't get too caught up in the conversation in the comment section if you're not going to click the link. So I do want to invite y'all to come up here. For everybody who shares my perspective, those that don't share my perspective, bring what it is that you want to bring to the table. Again, I especially invite those who are naysayers. I did have a couple people in my comment section last night. I welcome you to click the link. Some of you seem to be upset with me about the Carmelo Anthony situation. So I'm going to reiterate exactly how I feel again tonight for the umpteenth time. I don't understand how some of y'all don't get the concept. I was told that I was being a hypocrite. So I invite you to click the link and tell me how I'm a hypocrite. For as long as I've been around, my stances are pretty much the same. I haven't changed my stance on any damn thing. But it's amazing how when I don't agree with something y'all agree with, and all of a sudden I'm a hypocrite. So please come and tell me where I've been a hypocrite. I would love for you to say that shit to me instead of in my comment section. Also, I want to invite some of you like bitch made men on here tonight. Like, I don't know why it's always problems with these men, but I find it very interesting that in my comment section last night, it was several men and y'all names is like American Dad, things like this. So based on your pictures and your name, we know that you're men, okay? And what I found really interesting is it's like it was people in my comments saying, Michi, you look so pretty. Michi, you fine, you this and you that. And thank you everybody for the compliments. But then y'all men was like, no, she not. Why you dick riding? Is this the new niggas? Are you new niggas? Are you my age? Is this the YN generation? This is what y'all do. I have never in my 46 years of living watched a grown ass man argue with another man about what they thought was beautiful in a woman. That's bitch behavior. It definitely qualifies as bitch behavior. I just have never seen anything like that in my life. I mean, I'm not understanding like why you would go out of your way as a man. If you're not attracted to me, that's fine. But why are you upset because somebody else is? I don't understand it. Maybe you want to come up here and explain it to us tonight, because y'all be having so much to say in the comment section. But Saturdays come, y'all niggas be scared. I done gave y'all like 6 weeks and no motherfucking calling. So y'all should be good and ready to talk your shit. Okay. So let's be clear about that. Whatever energy you come up here with is what you're going to get back. If you're respectful, we can have this dialogue back and forth. If you're going to come up here on some bullshit, baby, I got some bullshit for you too. So we can do this on whatever level anybody wants to do this on. Okay. You do not have to agree with me. But one thing I want to make clear to people, you might think that getting up here and talking to me without saying any cuss words or not raising your voice, that you're not disrespecting me. But let me explain something to you about me that I don't know if you grasp the concept. Really don't give a fuck, but I'm gonna tell you this how I feel. So when you come up and talk to me, I'd rather have you cuss at me, and I'd rather have you yell at me or call me out my name than to insult my intelligence. So when we start having these conversations, if you start talking in circles, if you every time I ask you to answer a question to talk about the point you're trying to bring, if you do not answer my question, but you talk around it, I have a pet peeve for stupid people. And if you're not going to have a conversation in reality, stand in what you said, or admit that maybe you were wrong about what you said, as you would want me to if you bring some real facts up here, right? That's going to piss me off faster than any fucking thing that you can do. So I want to be clear, because some people be like, oh, he wasn't cussing at you. Why you cuss him out like that? Because you up here acting like a dumbass. You're fucking 50 years old. I done asked your ass 3 times a direct question. And instead of just admitting you might be wrong, you just avoid what the fuck I'm asking you. I don't play them games. I don't talk to grown people like you're a 5-year-old. And I keep asking you, what's in your hand behind your back? What did you just take off my dresser? Clearly, you have some bullshit in your hand and the shit you just took off my dresser, but you're telling me nothing at all. Now you're insulting my fucking intelligence. Answer the question so we can move forward. So you will get cussed out for that dumb shit tonight. So if you have a perspective, come up here and be able to argue it right, or either concede to the fact that maybe you're wrong. I play by those same rules, but do not insult my intelligence and start talking to me like I'm dumb, because that'll get you cut the fuck out quicker than anything else. We can have a disagreement and you say, you don't know what you talk about, bitch, and I laugh and I fuck you, bitch, you don't know what you talk about, and we can keep going. I won't be as offended about that. Insult my intelligence, play with me and make me have to listen to your dumbass comments or start talking to me like you a 5th grader. You got to go. That's what we're not going to do. So play them dumbass games with somebody else, okay? So these are the rules. Other than that, there are no rules, okay? So with that said, y'all, we will get into this conversation. If you are on MX Network, you got an email to let you know that we were live, okay? In that email, because you are subscribed to MX Network, thank you, baby. Because you're subscribed to MX Network, you already have the link to join the show, okay? You already got the link to join the show. So MX Network people, y'all got it first. You get the chance to come up. There's 10 people that can be in the studio. If you have come up here, because it's been a minute, so let me reiterate these things too. If you come up here and you see that, you know, you've given your perspective, we talk about a lot of different conversations. Conversation gonna change a whole lot tonight before we get done on this panel, okay? But if you have given your perspective, you are sitting up here, and I tell you there are people that are trying to get up to speak on this topic, do not just hold the seat, okay? You can always come back up later and get into another topic. You can see how many people are in the studio and on the panel by looking at your screen. So if there are 10 people up there, that means there's no slots to get in. If I start to say to y'all, we need some other people to come in, I need y'all to drop down. I don't be wanting y'all to make me the bad guy and then I start clicking people off, but I will tonight. You got to give other people the opportunity to talk. Sometimes we have those topics where a lot of people have something to say. So you say your piece, get down, you can come back up again, okay? So if I ask y'all and I say, now you can stay up here and chill, but if I say to y'all, in the back there, people trying to get in, I need y'all to let some other people up here, then I need y'all to be like, okay, if you've already spoke your piece. If you have not, speak your piece about this topic, because some of y'all sit up here and won't say nothing, and then by the time you do say something, you've been up here for an hour and a half, you ain't said nothing. Mike been on mute the whole time. Then you decide to say something, you want to take us back to the conversation an hour and a half ago. that's not the time to do it. The time is when we're having a conversation, okay? So tonight we're going to get into a couple of things, okay? And we're going to throw the topics out there. Then I'm going to drop this link and let's do the damn thing. Shout out to Walter on MX Network. He came through with the $15 holla. Shout out to Walter. He's always showing love over here. You can drop super chats and donate and everything over here on MX Network, just like on YouTube. We have our comment section. So you guys, we're going to get into several. Ida said, I can't log in on MX Network. I have a paid subscription. Ida, if you cannot log in, it is probably because you have, you're not, this is what happens 100% of the time. Either you're not putting in the right email address or you're not putting in the right password. So if the password does not work, there is a reset password button, and you can click the link and they'll send you a link. But when they do, you need to look for it because sometimes that link will go to your spam folder, your promotion folder. It may not go to your direct inbox because of the settings on emails. There's nothing on our end that we can do about that. So when you ask to reset it, go actually look for the email. If you have logged in before and you haven't had no problem, that's going to be what it is. Okay. So if it's still not logging in, maybe you have the wrong email. So my question would be to you, Ida, have you ever logged in with the credentials that you put in on MX Network? Because if they've worked before, you have to be putting in something wrong. No, it's just like any other thing. Ida may be putting something in wrong. I've had people plenty of times where y'all have more than one email address and you realize, oh, I thought it was this one, but it's the other one. This is usually with those situations. That's usually what it is, something of that nature. But Ida, I can't look at it right now. But Ida, when they get to send me an email, if you can, to the customer care or the Real Meet GX, whichever one you have, or the customer care or the MX network, you can send them to either one of those. If it's not working, I'll actually go in, send me the email you think it's from, say, hey, this Ida. I'll go in and check when we get, it going on the show and some other people are having conversation and I can step away and do something else. But I can check it for you and find out if you're using the right email or if it's something like that. But I can help you with that, okay? I can even reset your password and put it in as something that you will know, and then temporary, and then you can change it later, okay? So just send me an email. I'll check it before everything is over. No problem. And thank you. I want to thank you for having a paid subscription. So we want to make sure you get in there and you can watch what you're paying for. All right, y'all. So we're going to get into several topics. Y'all do me a favor. Like this video, share this video, subscribe if you have not. Go and get your popcorn. Go and get your drinks. Go and get your shots. Whatever it is, whatever, is clever for you, because we about to get into the show. I look forward to this. I do. It's been a minute, y'all. So one, we're going to talk about Karmelo Anthony, okay? Y'all all know that this is the young man. Y'all get upset with me, and we had shows about it. I actually stepped away for a minute. The Carmelo Anthony thing was pissing me off. It was making my brain hurt, and y'all was getting on my motherfucking nerves. From everybody's perspective, from Carmelo's side or the Met Cowboy, like neither one of these families asked y'all to do nothing, and motherfuckers was sending food to people's house, calling the police and having them bum rush his house, Metcalf's house. Like, God damn. Y'all motherfucking business. Y'all was doing so much shit in the media and people online that neither one of the families even wanted y'all to do any of that shit. Like, y'all be losing y'all mind and taking people's battles like they really belong to you. To me, I feel like this is a black versus white. So the black people feel like they got to stand up in this situation, give up all their motherfucking money. It's dumb to me. It's dumb. And I don't give a fuck how none of y'all feel. And if you got a problem, you can click the link and tell me why. We've had this conversation to a great extent. Y'all seem to be upset with me because I think that it is a waste of our money in the community, and I'm going to stand in that. It's a fucking waste, okay? So Carmelo Anthony has now been charged with first-degree murder. I do think that as far as the criminal justice system, it is a big stretch, right? It's not a first-degree murder, but what I want to tell y'all what they're doing is they're offering him first-degree murder, so when they go in to negotiate the plea deal, then they can offer him second-degree murder as though they're giving him a deal when the truth is that's what they should be charging him with in the first place, is second-degree murder, which means his plea deal should come around something less than that, maybe manslaughter or things of that nature. So they're playing this game, but they're really not cutting the boy no slack, and I'm sure that has a whole lot to do with him being black, okay? So nobody is saying that he's going to get necessarily the fairest trial. Two things can be true at the same time. I watched the white kid who just had a trial, who 2 years ago went to school. He came with a knife. He knew that he was supposed to fight a kid in the bathroom the next day. He had agreed to this fight. He knew that it would be a confrontation. He brought the knife so that he could use it in the fight. That is premeditated to me. He goes into the bathroom. They say he was scared and didn't want to fight. So what the fuck you going to the bathroom for? Why you going to the bathroom, little boy? Why you take your ass to the office? But instead he goes in the bathroom, he pulls out the knife, and then he stabs the boy. But that was his plan the whole goddamn time. Somehow the magical white fairy of unfairness brought their ass down, sprinkled dust on this little motherfucker, and he got found not guilty. No, this shit is not right. Everything he did actually is worse when it comes to murder and planning it, because the boy brought the knife, planning to stab the boy with it. He lured him into the bathroom into a fight, not telling him, I'm going to have a weapon that you're not going to be able to stand up to. What? That was premeditated murder. I don't think that what Carmelo Anthony did was premeditated murder, whether you've seen the footage yet or we have all the facts or not. If it was anything, in the worst case scenario, it would be second degree. I don't think he came there planning to kill somebody because he had this knife in his bag. You can carry weapons. That is not a problem, right? I don't think he came with those intentions. So second degree murder means when you do something, it's in the heat of passion. You didn't plan it before it happened, but when you did what you did, you knew that it would cause death. So that fits actually the description of what Carmelo is being accused of. So when I look at the two cases, is it some bullshit? Yes. Is it some racism? Yes. But at the end of the day, am I going to cheer on the actions of what Carmelo did because the boy was white? Fucking no. And you know why? Not because I have any sympathy for the other party. I really don't. We watch our children die every day in the hood. You can call me mean or whatever. I don't give a fuck. Click the link, come up here, call me whatever the fuck you want. Okay. But at the end of the day, my thing is that I am never going to promote what he did because I see it as something that could have been avoided. I am never going to praise the fact that another young black man has been sent off to prison. That boy was an honor roll student. He had a bright future ahead of him. He has thrown his whole fucking life away. I'm not cheering for that. I'm not going to go out and tell our young people, yeah, you should be like Carmelo. No, I'm not, because the generation I come from, none of you motherfuckers sacrificed your life or did anything for the cause, and you think this is going to further the black community. It's not. It's not going to further the black community at all. At all. At all. Shout out to you. Let me go back so I don't miss these stupid chats while I'm running my mouth. So for me, that's how I see the situation. I don't want to promote this culture of that this is supposed to be okay. That boy could have done something different. He could have walked away and lived from that. Y'all keep saying, oh, it would have been his life. He had to do self-defense. He really did just throw his life away. He a dead man walking. He alive, but his life is forever fucking changed. If you're cheering that, something's wrong with you. And that's my perspective. That's my perspective. I don't give a fuck. You don't like it? So what? So what? Okay. Shout out to the Don Sam. Thank you for that. Super chat says, salute. I'm so glad you have your sign on now. I told you I couldn't put it on last night. When I'm on like the cell phone, if it's not the right kind of camera, because this isn't even my laptop camera, it's a camera that's further back. It's too close. So everything is just so bright purple. It washes out everything. You can't even see my face. So I can't have it on when I'm on the phone. That's why I have it on last night, y'all. Now, let me bring you to the second part of my argument when it comes to Carmelo and the situation with him. Y'all got mad at me because I said that was a waste of our money. It was. I would love for somebody to come up here. Argue me that. Argue me that. Argue me that. Please, somebody argue me that. I heard, and I don't know if it's true or not, because I don't give a fuck about the situation. I'm tired of hearing about the story. Talk to me when they go to trial, okay? But the understanding is that they collected $600 and something thousand, over $500,000. It does not take that much for him to get the defense team that he needs. He could get a great team of defense attorneys put together. That's like the dream team for nowhere near all of that fucking money, okay? But the trial hasn't even started, and my understanding is they're still asking for more. Now they want over $1 million for fucking what? Where the fuck is the other 500 and something $1,000? What did you do with it? We love making niggas famous and rich off tragedy, but never doing anything to change the fucking tragedy. So again, come argue me about that. You could have helped the boy to get an attorney so he got a fair trial, but y'all gave up all of that money, and this is my problem. If anybody who's gonna be like, you just hating and pocket watching, I never asked the community for shit, so you can kiss my ass. But I have definitely asked for the support of the community for people like Zayax and other people that are doing real work in the fucking community, and you won't support them. So somebody keeps making it seem like his case is such a big deal. No, I will tell you that you're controlled. Your mind is conditioned. You don't fucking know what you believe in. You only fight when you're told to fight. The reason you're so emotional and you give to Karmelo is because the media pushed it out there and told you that you should. They played the race card, and you stupid motherfuckers bit that shit. Every fucking time you lose your goddamn mind as soon as somebody plays the race card on your black ass. And let me tell you why. The media told you it was okay to be upset about Karmelo. Because you're not really upset about Black people getting fair trials and being charged with murders that they didn't commit. Because if y'all did, Ozone, Othar Wallace would not fucking still be begging for donations so he could get enough for his attorney team so he could go to the Supreme Court, because we all watched him be played into that fucking guilty sentence that the jury didn't even want to give him. You're lying. Because if what you say you stood in, none of y'all would have been so damn easy to forget about Ozone. Please come up and argue me that tonight. Karmelo, his family's going to get a bunch of money. Their son is going to prison. They're going to have a better house to cry in. They're going to have a nicer car to cry in. And this shit's going to lose value over time. And maybe they'll be able to put some money on his books before it's all gone. Who knows? You could have supported Ozone, and you still can support Ozone. And guess what? It sets a precedent. Because last time I checked, we not all running around worried about white twin boys beating us up. But I do know that our people suffer many deaths and brutality by the hands of police. And Ozone is a brother whose rights was being violated. And in that violation, he got into a tussle with the officer, and it was his life or the officer's life. He had a legitimate handgun that he had the right to own. He has the right to defend himself. And since that officer was not acting in the right duty of his rights, nobody called him to be there. This man was on his own property. It is a whole lot of things that come into play. He actually has the right to defend himself. But the judge sat and told the jury, you can't do that. And the jury came out and asked 5 different ways the same question. If we believe his rights was being violated, can we find him not guilty? Like, that was their first question. They was very blunt about it. We watched the shit. They came out and kept asking the same question. I'm like, that's the same fucking question. They're just asking it a different way, which means they were struggling. They were going to find Ozone not guilty by self-defense, but the judge told him that they couldn't. Some bullshit. So do you know that if Ozone was to win his case, it would set a precedent that says, you know, maybe as a police officer, you can't brutalize people and take advantage of them and violate their rights as an officer and think that you're going to go home with what, a slap on the wrist? They're going to give you paid leave. Isn't that what they get? You might lose your life. And the person who takes your life might end up going home. I think that case is much more important to the Black community than fucking Karmelo Anthony. So you can come up here and argue me about it all you want. And the sad part is Ozone doesn't even need $600,000. He doesn't even need $1.2 million. Like Anthony's family is asking for the fuck now. All he needs, y'all couldn't even give him $100,000. Ozone would be good with that. So tell me where the fuck I'm a hypocrite or where I'm wrong. Niggas collected $1 million overnight for Kamala Harris. What? So y'all got $1 million in 24 hours for Kamala Harris, who spent that shit on fucking concerts in Turkey? You got nothing from it. You got nothing from it. And even if the bitch became president, you still wasn't finna get nothing from it. She wasn't finna do shit for niggas. Kamala's been a politician for many years. You should have already known that. She's going to do something for us. She should have been done something for us. She ain't done it in all this motherfucking time. But you're okay with throwing that money away. Y'all gave a bunch of money to a Jamaican black lady who was offended because the police didn't arrest a deranged white woman who never touched her. She just ran around the store, fell out on the floor, act like she passed out on her purse, like the purse was a pillow. The shit was funny. Nobody was harmed. And y'all gave her $100,000 to sue the police department. Did she do that, or did she take your $100,000 and go fucking shopping? Y'all invest in what moves your emotions, the shit that tells you in media you should support this, and you don't support the shit that you do. Now, let me say this. Somebody also brought up, right? Somebody says, hold on. Before we move on, you don't have to campaign for ozone at the expense of Carmelo, though. You clearly have an agenda, Michi, and that's not cool. You're coming off as a hater. Charles, I'm going to drop the link and I'm going to ask you to click it or shut the fuck up in my chat, because I'm not running a campaign for ozone. And as long as Michi has been around, I have continued to tell y'all how I feel about shit. These are my feelings. I don't fucking agree that this was a best fucking well spent of the way of the community. And every time we've done shit like this over the years, I have fucking said the same thing. So nobody is being a hater. You're just being a dumbass. Dude, what the fuck does hater even mean, you stupid ass motherfucker? Hater? Do you know what hater means? That somebody is jealous. So I'm jealous of the fact that y'all gave all this money to Carmelo? Is that what you're saying? I'm jealous of that? I'm asking you, where the fuck are our priorities in the goddamn community? And here you go being emotional. And Charles, I'm kind of concerned that you're a fucking man, because it's always you fucking men who come on here and say the dumb shit while steady beating your fucking chest, telling us you're the leaders in the community and we should submit to you dumb motherfuckers. We should submit to you, because in leadership, nigga, if we was leading the black community and we looked at both of these cases, a real leader would say, this one does not benefit our fucking people like this one does. So why the fuck would we invest everything into this and nothing into this one? Nigga, that's called being a leader. You're not worth fucking submitting to. And every time you motherfuckers open your mouth, you fucking tell me why. I wouldn't follow you nowhere, Charles. You're stupid. Somebody gives you logic and you fucking say they're hating. How old are you, nigga? With a name like Charles, I'm sure you're at least my age. Come on, Charles. Here you go. And I'm campaigning. Did you see me drop the link to ozone, nigga? We've been campaigning for ozone for years. Where the fuck have you been before we even knew who a Carmelo was? You're not going to click the link? So I assume you're going to be quiet in the chat tonight. That's what I thought. If you have an opposing opinion, be willing to stand in it with some fucking sense. Come up here and tell me why what I'm saying doesn't make any sense. Instead of calling somebody a hater, tell me, address what I said. Why was it necessary to give all that money? How is that money going to save Carmelo from going to prison? Like we all know he's going, because we know how the court system is. How much do you really think it costs to get him an attorney? And why is it necessary to give him all that extra money when we don't have money for the things we really need in our community? Why don't you address those things, Charles? Address those. Instead of saying I'm a hater, address my concerns of what I said. Do that. But you can't. Black man. Now, next, one of y'all arguments that y'all made, and I'm going to drop the link after this because we'll break up the monotony of the same topic on the panel tonight by stopping and changing the topic, because we're going to talk about the immigrants who are out here fighting and saying that they should get rent and mortgage moratoriums because they can't go to work. They're scared to go anywhere because they don't want to get deported from their family, or ICE might kidnap them, or all of this bullshit. So they should not have to pay their rent. They should get freedom from that because they're scared to go to work. So America should help you because you won't go outside because you don't want to get caught by ICE. But bitch, if you ain't supposed to be here, why you have a job anyway? Huh? So keep that in mind. We'll go into some of these other conversations. But let's talk about the third fact that y'all bring up. Y'all keep saying Daniel Penny, the white man name. People keep saying, well, Daniel Penny got all of that money. Why we can't give money to our people? Do y'all really think that those are equal situations? I would love for somebody to explain it to me. I really would. Hold on, wait a minute. Somebody up here before I move on. Let me see if this is Charles. If this is not Charles, we're gonna wait a minute. So let me see. Is this Charles in the back?
No, Misha, this ain't Charles.
Okay, well, I'm gonna come back to you, Cam. Okay.
All right.
And you got to turn off whatever you got in the
in the background.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay. I ain't gonna put you down. I'm gonna just say this last thing, and then I'm gonna let the brother come in because he done already clicked the link. So anyway, I figured it was Mr. Charles. I was happy for nothing, but I'm happy you here too, Cam. Don't worry. So this is my next argument, y'all, and then we'll get into this topic. So feel free to click the link. Why is it that y'all compare the two situations? Y'all think them situations are the same? They're not the same. And why is it that you think that you have to do what white people do? To me, it's those statements just kind of say, well, if white people are doing it, why can't we do it? Okay, they gave Daniel Penny all of this money because they wanted him to get off and have a good defense for murdering the man that was on the train, right? And we saw him get found not guilty, but the motherfucker should have went to jail because he was very much guilty. That's that dynamic in the criminal justice system that is very much racist and is not fair and even, right? But what my argument is, what was the purpose of giving all the money, and why do we support these things that do nothing for our community as a whole, but we don't support the things that are actually doing something? I gave y'all the same equation of like, look, you got Carmelo Anthony, who was one boy. You could have given him money so that he had a defense, a good attorney to at least try to get a fair trial, even though he's Black. But you did that for one boy who 9 times out of 10 is finna go to prison. So it really didn't save his life. But then you have a school over here who has hundreds of Black children, and they are giving them a future and an education, and they are putting them in a position to be empowered when it comes to our future. And you could help save hundreds of Black kids to the point where it better their future, ensuring our future. And you see the great work that's being done. So you don't have any money for that, but you have money for one boy who's going to jail. So I don't understand what you're talking about. Where the fuck do white people need to build shit in their community so it's a waste of their money? How is Daniel Penny the fucking same? Where are white people telling the government they need to better do stuff for them because they don't have facilities, they don't have schools, they don't have hospitals, they don't have all these different things. They deal with systematic racism, so they need to build their own shit. White people do build their own shit. Motherfuckers that donate $2 million to build a fucking this or that for white people, research, hospitals, and everything else. What the fuck are y'all talking about? Y'all are missing the point of what I'm saying. We claim we need to build shit in our community. Y'all show me every fucking day that we have the finances to build all kinds of shit in our community. But instead of building shit, we waste it on dumb shit because people play on our emotions in the media to get us to funnel our money in the wrong ways. How does that compare to Daniel Penny? So because they gave him $1 million, you need to find one lone Black boy to give all this money to, when you could build a school for that kind of money, when you could build a fucking hospital for that kind of money, when you could do a whole lot of things for the community. But this is your argument to me? Well, they did it for Daniel Penny. Stop trying to be like fucking white people. What's wrong with y'all? The white people did it. So why can't we? You can't do it because your Black ass doesn't have any fucking systems that you run. And there's a lot of shit we need in our community that costs money. And we claim we have the money for none of it. But yet and still, I think we do. So that point that I keep making clearly keep going over your head when you want to fucking compare it to Daniel Penny. Now, anybody who want to come up here and argue that, please feel free to do so. I don't be understanding y'all logic. Okay. So I'm going to drop the link one more time, and I'm going to let Cam take his mute off, and we can get started with this conversation. This is the first topic of the night. We can change it when y'all don't want to discuss this anymore. Okay. So here go the link. Y'all feel free to click it. Go ahead, Cam. I can hear me in the background. Do you have
I don't have no other phone on. I don't have YouTube on. I don't know why you can hear me hear yourself in the background. I hate that. Because I'm only on.
You click the link on your phone.
Yeah.
Okay, so what you want to do is I'm gonna mute it so you can hear me, so it ain't an echo. So I'm gonna mute you right now just so you can hear me and I don't hear the echo. So what you want to do when you click the link, it actually opens up another tab on your phone. So if you could like swipe up and look at all the tabs that are open, close the YouTube, because when you close the YouTube, you will be able to see the comments through the StreamYard Studio, and you will be able to hear the conversation that way. So that's what it is. You still have the YouTube open. So for anybody, if you are on a laptop or you're on your phone, when you click the link to come up here, it does not close out the YouTube. It opens up a completely new tab. You need to close out the YouTube tab that you have open so that the show's not playing in the background.
Right, that's what happened. You don't hear no echo now, do you, on your end?
Let me see. Yeah, I still do hear.
Oh, I had closed out YouTube because the StreamYard takes me to Chrome, but I had swiped the YouTube app up.
You don't got nothing else open? Look, I
Let me
hear
just
myself.
swipe everything up to make sure. Nothing else open, just the Chrome app that the Ustream is on. I mean StreamYard is on. I
And you don't
closed
have,
YouTube,
because I
and
do
I don't
hear
have
myself.
no phone.
Okay, so
Oh,
what I'm
I'm
gonna do,
sorry.
I'm gonna just be quiet. I'm gonna let you go ahead for right now, because I don't know how.
Okay, I'm sorry about that, but I just wanted to come up to say I actually agree with you a lot on the Carmelo topic. Like, I don't know why people like Willie D are defending the defending dude's actions. I mean, in a way, it's self defense, but overall, it's hard to argue that in court. And like personally, I don't think he should have done it. I wouldn't have done it. I know that for a fact. And then these are white boys too. I feel like personally, even if he had to fight two of them, he should be able to take them. And even if he got beat, like what the worst they can do for teenagers? He's a teenager. Like I just, I think whatever bladed or sharp weapon he used, it was just overkill personally. And at first I was thinking I never thought that he would get off. I thought maybe he'd do a little time, but now I think it's looking real bad for him now that they brought up the first degree, because that first degree murder, that's a strong charge that carries more time than a manslaughter. I was thinking they was going to give him manslaughter for the jump. Maybe he'd be lucky to get like a decade and get out. Uh, but now that they hit him with that murder one, it ain't looking good. And I don't care what lawyer you get, they can't pull the self defense thing. If anything, manslaughter probably get them down the last time. But yeah, people, he's met that boy messed up, and I feel for him. And like you said, that money that he got is really a waste. Like you said, his parents, they just gonna have a nicer house and car to cry in, because he gonna do some time. I knew that from day one, because that's not a clear cut case of self defense. It's really not. It seems like what happened, and this is just my opinion, I think what happened was the white boy, he probably told him he didn't need to be there. He need to move. And he was probably like, not only that he was like, no, I'm not going to move. But I think Carmelo Anthony right then and there, he probably already made up his mind. Like, yeah, I'm going to tell him to push me, and he going to push me. And I'm going to hit him with this knife. I ain't going to give him a fair fight. It's not first degree murder in the sense that like, it's not first degree murder, period. He didn't wake up thinking, looking forward to them boys accosting him. But when this accosting did happen, I feel like he just, thought he already knew what he was going to do from there. And that was just crazy to me. I hate the whole thing happened. And like you said, like the money that went to him, that could go to ozone, it could go to a hospital, a school. And I ain't talking about Dr. Umar, he a fraud. But yeah, that's all I had to really say, Michi. And I just want you to know I agree. I'm leaning more towards what you believe versus anybody else. Everybody else, they just sound crazy to me right now.
Well, thank you for. I'm gonna mute your mic while I talk. Thank you for your perspective. I just be want people to think rational. I think often two times we are caught up in emotions of things, and so we move on how we feel. And it's like, well, these white people, and then you got this black boy, and y'all think y'all finna just throw him away, and he should be able to defend himself. And so we gonna protect him and help him against these white people because white supremacy ain't gonna do this. Like I get it, but we fell into the game of the race card. And media actually does that to us a lot. This is why everybody was protesting like they was for George Floyd, right? And certain people they don't, is because the media tells you when to react to these things. And so I think more people are moving behind emotions. I have Tina up here. I put her comment because Tina said so he should have just let two people beat him because they were white. Tina, stop. Do you have sons, Tina? If you don't, and if you do, when you get some, or if you got some now, please do not tell your children that what Carmelo Anthony did was okay, because you are going to have your children's life be thrown away. I'm so tired of y'all making up these narratives. Two people were not beating on a Carmelo. That absolutely did not happen at all. Stop fucking saying that shit. If you're going to tell the story, tell the truth of the story. Because if you're going to justify this and you have young boys in your life and you tell them that this was justifiable and it's okay, you'd be dooming them in and giving them dumbass advice. Nobody in this whole story. In this whole story, y'all, we have not heard anybody state that he was being jumped on. We heard that one of the brothers may have put his hands, like pushed him or touched him. He said, touch me and see what's happening. But nobody was beating on him. Carmelo didn't get punched in the face not one time. He didn't get kicked in the back. He didn't get motherfucking slapped. None of that happened. So how do you go from what happened to two people were beating on him? The fuck?
Excuse me, Michi, let me say something. Yeah, like the respond to them, because I see people coming at me in the comments like, ain't no one. First of all, ain't no one saying let someone beat you up. But he, like you said, he wasn't being beat up. Like that boy, he could have and he should have walked away. And I know some people gonna argue against that, and that's cool because they're gonna say, well, they're not the staff or whatever. And this another thing people ain't putting into perspective. Like that tent, it was never made clear. Like, is it the school tent or is it the white boys tent? Like, if it's the school tent, maybe they can make that argument. But let's say if it's their personal tent, well, technically he should have moved away, because if somebody, don't want to share something with you, I mean, how can you force them to do such? They got the right to tell you no. And that's just like if somebody on someone's yard, and if someone don't want someone in their yard, you should leave. Now, personally, I'm not going to shoot no one just because they're in my yard alone, because like they would have to do more for me to have a clear cut self-defense type situation. But I'm just saying, like, they should move, because if they can do something to me for coming onto my property, that's gonna look bad on them, and they gonna go down. And it's the same stuff with the tent. So people need to use their mind and get out their feelings. And then someone else had said something like, it was a female. She said, her comment with, oh, she said, how many 17-year-olds think clearly? Well, at 17, you don't know everything, but basic right from wrong, and like he knew better. I know people don't want to hear that, but he knew better. Like, he knew how to use that knife. And I remember being 17. Nigga. He should have left.
How you know he knew better?
Because he knew how to use that knife.
It don't take a fucking knife. You making assumptions with as narrative talking about.
Yeah, mama, mute your mic so they can go ahead. Go ahead. Who's that talking? Black man?
Know what the fuck his intentions was? Are you him? You don't know what the fuck his intentions was.
What does that have to do with anything, though? Your comment. You don't know what his intentions was. I mean, if I stab somebody in the heart, my intention is to kill them. If I take a knife out and I stab somebody, my intention is to at least by the very minimum hurt them. I don't understand with the arguments we've had, though. What does your comment, like, what does that have to do with anything that we're saying, though? I don't think that as a kid, he knew what yeah, we know kids get over emotional, but why are we big up this up? Is this how you want all of our 17-year-olds to react to these situations? Can we at least admit that it probably didn't need to go to this extent? Nobody had to die and nobody had to go to prison.
Yeah, but creating these false narratives and assuming shit like this motherfucker's doing now.
What's the false narrative?
Because the first thing that he said is that, well, yeah, he probably knew what he brought the knife there to do. He intended to do this shit. How do you know what he intended to do? This is what whoever the fuck he is. This is what he.
Well, let's not deflect from that. I would say that we don't know what he intended to bring the knife for. I feel like I don't think there's a problem with carrying a weapon in the day and age that we live in, you know. But at the end of the day, I just want to say again, if we're going to say that, can we do it on both sides? Because we have people in the comment section saying that he should have just let two people beat on him because they were white. Like, isn't that the other extreme? Like, that never happened either. So let's talk about that.
I agree. Any narrative that's being created or painted out of assumption, it shouldn't be. That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't be. No, he shouldn't have did what he did. I disagree. Yeah, he's going to jail. He fucked up. But to say, yeah, he brought the knife there, that's what he intended to do. I'm not saying that's what you said. Whoever this dude is, that's what he said. He brought the knife there. Like, he know what this guy's intentions was. He's 17. He's clearly not thinking straight.
Absolutely. I agree. I agree with that. So let me ask you then, out of all of the stuff that I said, and for anybody else, you know, that's up here that would like to chime in with that, as far as the perspective I said, do you think that there is something wrong with me stating that in this situation, there's nothing wrong with giving this boy support so he doesn't go through the situation by himself? But do you think that it's necessary that we should have given all that we gave, and after some point, does it become like pointless? You're just really just giving a family a bunch of money.
I don't disagree with anything that you said. I just agree with what he said. But hell no, 600,000 or whatever the hell he got.
They're asking for like 1.2 million now, like because he got charged with first degree, like that changed something. I don't know.
No, I mean he did some stupid shit. When I first heard it, and I heard what he did, I mean stupid shit. He fucked up. So that's on his family, unfortunately. But 600,000 again, like you said, we have institutions that we need built in all Black communities in all cities across America. 600,000. I mean, I don't have to repeat it. You already said it. Motherfuckers is quick to give based off emotion on some bullshit, but we need them to show up. You know, it's crickets. So, I mean, I agree 100% with what you said, but no, hell no. I don't believe that we should have given him $600,000 or $1 million to Kamala for whatever the fuck.
Absolutely. Okay. So I want to say to somebody in the chat, they said, bring some people on that disagree with you. I want to say to that person, I dropped the link. So why don't you be the one to click it and then you can answer your own question, because I don't necessarily know who's coming on the panel. I just let anybody on that's on. The link is dropped. So anybody can click that fucking link. So to the person who said, bring some people on that disagree with you, if you disagree, nigga, click the link. It's there for everybody. I'm not running for any fucking body. Click it.
Fact. It's facts over feelings. Regardless of how you feel, the fact still remains. So it's going to be hard to disagree with that unless you're just one of these delusional people who think boys can be girls and weird shit like that. Then, I mean, I guess you could find a way to disagree, but I don't see it from a logical standpoint.
Hey, Michi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. That's
okay.
Debo?
Yes, Michi. Hi, Michi. I just want to say I agree with a lot of what you say. We really need to get behind, people like Ozone and all that. I am with you 1,000% on that. This here is a separate situation. No means no. Just like you cannot force yourself on a woman, you cannot make that boy fight anybody. If he said no, that's it. Now, if it turns out that he did not touch him, then I would agree with you. But all the witnesses said from what we've seen, he hit him, or no, I don't know if he hit him, but I know he had pushed him and he grabbed him. They are on bleachers. These are two big guys. They throw him down those bleachers, he dies, and now we got another hashtag, Carmelo.
Extreme.
Just like we did everything else. You have to think logically.
He would have got pushed down the bleachers. That's
we don't need you. What I'm saying, it was an altercation. They physically grabbed him on the bleachers. He was getting out. They could have easily thrown him down, just like they did the guy on the train. Oh, they didn't mean to kill the guy on the train, but he just accidentally killed him. And oh well, so be it. Oh well. And then they would have been probably making jokes about it all over the internet, like they did with George Floyd, and said he died of a drug overdose or something. We've seen this over and over, and enough is enough. At some point, y'all gotta stand up for yourself. At some point. At some point, you don't have to stand up for yourself now, but eventually y'all gonna have to stand up for yourself and stop letting people kill you. Or you gonna have something. That's all I'm saying. I agree with a lot of what you said, Michi. A lot. In particular, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think that you're stretching stuff a bit, because let me ask you, when you talk about like we got to stop allowing people to beat on us or kill us or take our life, it's like you're equating this to situations like when police and beat the shit out of people or killed them. I still have not found evidence that his life was in danger in that manner. And I want to ask you, would you take the advice you're giving? So as a grown man, you have your whole life to answer to. You get off work and somebody comes and says something to you, and let's remove the race aspect. He could be another black man. How about that? Doesn't matter what race he is. You and him get in a word of confrontation. He takes his hand and he pushes you in your chest and tells you to get up out of his face. Are you then going to stab him in his heart because you feel that what he did was warranted, because you could have died from what he was doing? Would you take the advice you're giving, sir?
No. Let me explain something to you, man. I will start off by saying no. And I'll also add this. I think that this is, in my opinion, this is murder. George Floyd was murder. Daniel Penny was murder, as well as the Rittenhouse guy. All of these were murder, but under the law, they made the law. Under the law, he is not guilty because they physically attacked him. If he did not get physically assaulted, then I am with you 1,000%. Once he put his hands on him to grab him, which they could have easily thrown, we're going to wait for him to throw him down the bleachers to find out, just like we waited with the guy on the train who got choked out. We waited with George Zimmerman. We waited with all these other people. At some point, that's what I'm saying. So I'm saying the law, under the law, that stand your ground law, under the law, they made that law. So if they made that law, they have to stand on that law.
But actually, though, that's not how the law goes. And
that is exactly how the law goes.
It's not how the law goes, because again, when you talk about self-defense coming to take a life, you can stand your ground in that sense if the threat that is facing you is the same equalness of that threat.
You don't get
to go around. Hold on. By law, you do not get to go around in a stand your ground state, okay, where they have that law and just simply take people's lives because they put their hands on you. There actually is much more to the law than that. It's really not that simple the way y'all are making it. Oh, you pushed me. It's a stand your ground. Agree. Now the law says I can kill you. That's not how that works.
I agree with you, Michi. If somebody just touches you, yes, I agree with you. But they're on the bleachers and they're hostile and they're grabbing you, getting ready to throw you and cussing at you.
That's at not that point, what happened, though. No. Now you're dramatizing. That did not
witnesses.
Nobody was cussing. Nobody was manhandling him. Nobody was trying to throw him down.
They both were cussing at each other. They both were cussing at each other.
No, you just said they were tussling. Somebody's cussing at you and trying to throw you down the bleachers. That did not happen. Like, we make up stuff to justify the way we feel. That's that emotional bullshit. Can we just deal with the facts? And again,
the facts. This is what the facts say.
I said to you, would you take the advice you're giving? And you said no. So stop trying to justify it. Then, if as a grown ass man, you ain't gonna follow your own advice, stop trying to justify it. Because see, y'all say this as the older people in our community that are supposed to be the elders to these children, and you say dumb shit.
You know what, Michi? Let me ask you a question. Michi, let me ask
you. Away when you wouldn't do the thing you're telling them to do. As elders, you should be wiser. And what you should be saying to them is that, boy, this thing is not worth your life. Like, at the end of the day, we're young and we work in emotions, and we need our youth. Whether we talk about Carmelo and the white boy, we need our youth, period, to learn when they're going through that really overly emotional stage, to have people that teach them how to regulate their emotions, because you know how many children make situations and mistakes in their
Michi, I agree. We agree. We need
life.
No, and we agree.
You should be given, especially when you say you're not willing to take your own advice. That's crazy to me.
No. I'm just talking about that one in particular. But let me ask you this, Michi. Do you think that Trayvon Martin probably should have choked out George Zimmerman when they got to that fight and just killed him and got rid of him? Do you think that should have been better?
What are you
He
talking
waited.
about?
He took your advice. He didn't want to go to jail. He didn't want to do all of that. He just wanted to get him off him, hit him a couple times and beat him up, and then he got shot. Should he have taken his life? You tell me, yes or no. Should he have killed him? This is what I'm talking about. We wait
It's not
until
what you're talking about. You're
we,
conflating the
we wait until they
situation.
die.
You're hold on. You're conflating the situation. You're making up a bunch of what ifs, and the situation is not the same. With Trayvon Martin, the man was actually in his face. There was a real tussle. He had a gun. So the fact that he had a weapon, had that boy pulled out his weapon and got to him first, then that would have actually been the definition of self-defense. The police told him not to go out there and mess with the boy. He pursued him with a weapon. So when someone pursues you with a weapon, then you absolutely have the right to then use a weapon to attack them back. You are taking two situations that clearly are not the same, sir. Stop doing that.
If you see, let's say if they had gotten to a fight, and let's say Carmelo starts winning, okay, and then somebody else sees him winning and goes over and grabs Carmelo and kills him in a self-defense. They'll say it's self-defense because, hey, Carmelo was beating the crap out of him like Trayvon Martin was, and so we had to kill him. So, oh, well, he should have been there in the first place. It would, no matter what, he could not win. Let's just put it out there. He could not win. If you are black, you cannot defend yourself. Let's just put it out there. And I would be okay if they put that in the law, like they did in the 50s. At least in the 50s, they let you know that black folks can't do this. Now they hide it. I respect what they did in the 50s when they told you, blacks, you cannot do this, but whites. Do that now. Just put that in the law now, so that way don't try to.
I think the Lord keep making your mic go out because you talking some nonsense. I'm sorry. Hold on. I want to see if the brother TL and Truck have something to chime in. Debo, you do not have to go nowhere, but I want to give them a moment if they want to chime in or something. You continue to keep bringing scenarios that did not happen at all. We're playing a game of make-believe. I can't have this conversation in make-believe. I want to have this conversation in the reality of what happened. We got to stop doing that. So, somebody was up here. They just left. Let me drop the link again. We got plenty of room left. Like I said, the person here says people can give their money to whom they choose. It's not a we thing. Maybe that's the problem. It's not a we thing. So since it's not a we thing, when your family member gets murdered by the police, don't fucking call we as in us to go forward and march. The next time some shit goes on in the politics, I don't want to hear we as in a bunch of niggas online talking about we need to build. We're dealing with racism. We need to have all of this shit. So it's always a we thing when one of you niggas gets something fucked up in your life and then you want the rest of us niggas to stand up and fight for you. Now all of a sudden it's not a we thing. You're right, people can give money to whatever they want to, but what you can't do is not invest in the shit you say we need and then cry about the fucking fact we don't have it. Y'all gonna have to talk to me with some sense tonight. I'm ready. It's been a couple of weeks. So again, y'all can always click the link. Don't talk to me crazy, because I promise I'm crazy, but I ain't stupid. I ain't stupid now. Talk to me with motherfucking sense. TL and Truck, y'all want to chime in? Where's your where you stand in this?
This Truck, I'm just listening. I really don't know where to stand. I'm just going by what I heard on the internet, which was two white boys tried to jump him and he stood his ground, but that's all I know. I really didn't do my information studying. So fill me in with the real, please.
Well, I mean, we've been talking about it pretty much all night, so I feel like you should know what's going on at this point. I mean, as much as
I was late to the party. My
so you don't know what's going. You don't know what's going on with Carmelo Anthony. Well,
I mean, I do, but I don't.
okay. Well, we're gonna let you sit till we get to another topic. Then, okay. TL, you got something you want to say?
I actually came in a little too early. I thought there was going to be a line tonight.
There was what?
I said I thought there was going to be a line tonight. I came to talk about immigration and stuff like
Oh,
that.
you want to talk about? Okay, it's fine. I told you this topic works on the panel, so y'all give me 1 second. Then I got another brother up here. I'm dropping the link again. If y'all want something to say about Carmelo Anthony, then come on. Because if not, we gonna move the hell on because the panel don't have much more to say about the situation, okay? Let me see though. We got Brother James up here. James, go ahead.
How you doing, Michi? It's a pleasure to be with you. This is the
Good.
first
How you doing?
time. Let me cut my TV down. Got you screaming also. If anyone tries to hurt me, I'm gonna hurt them first. My intentions may not be to kill them, but whatever they get in the process of them trying to hurt me, they get. So Carmelo Anthony did what he was supposed to do. He stayed alive. If those guys would have put their hands on them, outweighing him, they are used to pushing people around as football players. You can't play with that. There's no playing with that. And I wouldn't play with that. I wouldn't advise anyone, any child, anybody to play with somebody, especially when they overweighing you and things of that matter. And as respect to the donations he's getting, the journey of 1,000 miles start with a one step. So if whoever the individuals are that chose to donate, bravo. And I'm guaranteeing with only $600,000, that's a small portion of the Black population. So whatever we do to come together on something that's so important, because this is precedent setting. You know what I'm saying? He should not go to jail. I don't think he.
Can I ask what precedent are we setting in this situation?
That you cannot fuck with an all-American Black person who's young, who's doing the best in his life, and just think you can do anything to him, but he stops you from doing what you want to do, and the consequences of him stopping you from doing what you wanted to do to him, because that wasn't your tent. You didn't buy it. You didn't do anything to it. All you did was came under it the same way he did. But the difference is you came under there with malice towards him. So you got something that you didn't expect that you get. So it's entirely that white dude's fault for doing that. So whatever he got because he shouldn't have did nothing to him.
What did he do
So
to
that
him?
he tried to take his manhood. Let's say it like that.
By
And let me tell you
asking him
something.
to leave a tent, he wasn't supposed to
You
be
don't
under.
ask me to do shit. You don't ask me to do nothing. I don't know you. What you asking me for? What gives you the right to come up to? What gives any?
Wait a minute. You say we'll give him the right. Now let's just say, because we've heard a lot of stuff. So I just want to ask you from this perspective. I'm just playing the devil's advocate. So
I understand
what you said. So what if that actually was Metcalf and his team's tent, and that's where they belonged, and that's where they were, and they asked him not to be underneath the tent because apparently people keep saying at sports events that's the big thing, not to be under other people's tents. And I guess people have their bags, their belongings, their phones when they're playing, and sometimes people will take things. So this is what I'm hearing. I'm just going by hearsay. So let's say if he didn't, he asked him to leave the tent, and then he started talking crazy to him. So he responded the same way he responded to him. What if that happened?
he had no right to ask him. If that did happen, what did happen that we know of is he came and asked him, was demanding him to do something. And I'm gonna tell you, that young brother would have lived the rest of his life feeling like a punk. If he would have just put his tail, yeah, he would have went the rest of his life without his manhood into something else. Yeah, I'm telling you as a man. I'm telling you as a man that would have affected him more than it is what he's going through right now, because he stood his ground as a man.
Ask you a question.
And you are nothing. Let me tell you, sweetheart. You are.
Wait a minute.
You are nothing as a man without your manhood. It would have took several other events for him to try to restore himself if possible. Who knows what kind of haze? I'm telling you, who knows what kind of.
Can I ask you how old
you are? I am 63 years old, and I fucked motherfuckers up in my life. And I got busy. Listen, I got busy my whole.
I don't mean to be rude, but I'm gonna have to mute you because you're not letting me speak. Okay, let me speak. I would like to say something to what you said before you continue to move on to something else. Okay. Again, I'm asking you how old you were because I'm 46 and I come from an era which I'm sure you've lived through if you are 60 something. So at the end of the day, there was plenty of eras where we got into fights and we lived to see another day. You're telling me now that had this boy just got into an altercation with him and allowed the dude to kick him out the tent and he went away, or even if he pushed him, that would have taken away his manhood for the rest of his life and it would have taken him a long time to get it back. Is this what you're telling me? And is this the advice you give young men as our elder in the community? Go ahead. Your mic is unmuted.
Here's what I'm telling you. I grew up in the era where it's one-on-ones. That jumping and everybody, nah, you get no stripes for that. So I fought many battles that I did not want to fight, but I fought them. I won more than I lost because I took my heart with me. Now, I don't like fighting big people bigger than me or just as athletic as me because that's a hard battle. But when you got two people coming at you, me personally, you know what I'm saying, I'm going to do whatever I have to do to defend myself. Now, that's for me. I can't speak for everybody, but one thing I can say, any man should protect himself and preserve his manhood, because that would have been taken away from him in a large portion had he put his tail between his legs and said, "Yes, sir, boss, I'm gonna leave the tent."
James, do you think, brother, that mindset that you have, even at your age, is what is actually the problem that's ingrained in our youth? Because out of disrespect, you talk to me wrong. You made me look like a fool in front of all these girls. You know, your flag ain't my flag. We wear different colors. We from different gangs. So they think that respecting them is everything in the world. So they will give away their whole life before it begun by killing another youth. Let's remove the race. Our own youth against our own. They have this scenario of you not finna disrespect me, and they go to the limit of losing their life instead of walking away to live another day. Do you think that mindset is kind of a problem
Okay.
with our youth?
Rosa Parks said, "Nah, I'm not getting up, sir." She probably didn't say
We're
sir.
not talking about Rosa Parks because that's
I'm talking about, I'm giving you an example. I'm like, listen, I'm giving you an example. I'm giving you an example. It was law that they could get that seat in the front of the bus, but she was like, "I'm not feeling that. This is 2025. You cannot just come and do what you want to do with other people and don't expect anything to happen to you." He was minding his business. When a person is minding their business and you rolling up on them with the bull, you gonna get it, or you should get it. You're gonna get it until you learn. You just don't do that. Now, I will advise any young person, any person alive, anybody come stepping to you and threatening you, you got to eliminate the threat. I'm not saying kill them, but if they die in the process of me protecting myself, it's on them, because they never should have came up to me, point blank, period.
Right. So again, I'm going to ask you, because you didn't answer that question, that do you think that mindset of, again, you're not getting beat down, your life is not being threatened, that's not what happened here, but simply for young Black boys to feel like you not going to disrespect me, that this is why a lot of them throw their lives away for the dumbest shit they could have just walked away and lived to see another day, because they've been taught if you let anybody disrespect you, then that's a problem. Also, somebody in the chat, Wilford says, the 63-year-old is correct. I'm 67 and I would. So let me ask you, older generations, since y'all so about it and ready to put people down if they disrespect you and take your manhood, why did y'all generation let white people get away with so much, and why are we still here fighting the same fight? If y'all so tough, was y'all ever on the front lines? Y'all ever took a motherfucking white boy out? What have y'all ever done in that movement since we so tough? Because y'all the older generation that has left this fight to us. So that's always really interesting to me. Y'all, you know, you 63, he say he's 67, and in y'all age, that's how y'all feel. But if that was really y'all feeling, then why are we where we are right now? Why y'all didn't fight more in y'all generation against the oppressor, but you for your freedom, but you willing to risk everything and take somebody's life for your respect? I mean, it being oppressed by the white man in this country is not the most disrespectful thing. I don't know how else you could be disrespected. It's just a question. I mean, no disregard to anybody, but I look at our elders and the wisdom or knowledge they call themselves giving to the youth, and then it makes me wonder. I see why we are where we are, because sometimes your advice be crazy as hell to me. because we talk about manhood being taken away from this boy for the rest of his life. So the first time he get to prison and he get punked for his snacks, is that not taking his manhood? The first time he gets tricked into sucking a dick, is that not taking his manhood? I just want to know how much manhood is he gonna keep when he get into that prison as fresh meat? Somebody tell me that. See, y'all don't want to have real conversations. As an elder, y'all shouldn't be telling the youth this shit. There are some things to die for, but it's not because somebody said something to you wrong or looked at you wrong. You felt disrespected. And it's just crazy to me. If that's really how y'all feel, then why y'all let these white folks disrespect y'all to the umpteenth fullest through y'all whole generation? And they did shit about it. And we still for y'all.
Michi, they were being violent with him. They weren't just talking words. They were stepping to him like they was ready to do something. I was taught since I was a kid, you protect yourself. When somebody come up and you want to fight, you got to protect yourself. And if you got to beat them up in the process, well, they get beat up. But what I'm saying is this, I can only speak for myself. Anybody can get it from me. You know what I'm saying? Just like I can get it from anybody, white, black, and I done beat up people. I done beat up Puerto Rican people. I fought a whole lot in my life. And it's not just because I'm a fighter that I'm saying this. I'm saying that because people brought it to me. I could have killed several people in my life had it been not for the grace of God that he held me back from elevating to that point. The point is this: you cannot tell anybody not to defend themselves, and you can't even tell them how to defend themselves against someone who's coming to bring violence to you. Because had he been a punk and they would have pushed him and it's wet out there, he slipped and bust his head. Now he dead. What are they gonna do? Get 3 days suspension? What's gonna happen to them afterwards? They gonna keep living.
That's exactly what I said.
Who said that? What exactly what you said?
Debo.
Tell me about it. Go ahead.
That is
Debo.
exactly what I said. That if they would have pushed him, because they said in the witnesses said that they had grabbed him, that the brother had grabbed him and was getting, we don't know what he was getting ready to do, but that's when Carmelo had did that. Now what if he grabbed him and threw him down the bleachers and he bust his head? We don't know what could have happened.
Why you keep saying what if?
Because we don't know. I mean, I'm just saying we just don't know. But under the law, under the stand your ground law, you do. It does not say you have to have equal. It has to be equal. Otherwise, you know, a lot of these other guys would have been convicted. It just has to be. You have to feel that your life is in danger or your body can be harmed. That is, your body could be harmed if somebody's grabbing you and physically assaulting you. You cannot go around assaulting people. I feel for the boy's family. I would not have done. I don't think a lot of these murders a lot of these cases should have been convicted murders. Unfortunately, under the law and the self ground law, this shows that he's not guilty because they assaulted him. What else was he supposed to do? Just let them grab him and just see what happens? Let's just see what they do. Let's see if they choke him out. Let's see if they throw him down the bleachers. If he says no means no.
I'm gonna tell you. You said what else can he do? I'm gonna tell you what he could have did. When they walked over here to him and they said, "This is not your tent. You're not supposed to be here." Instead of him saying "fuck you," whatever he said, and the other boy said "fuck you" back, and then they started arguing. And then he said, He said, "If you don't leave the tent, I'm just telling you how it may have gone. Okay, if you don't leave the tent, I'm gonna remove you from the tent. If you put your hands on me," we know he said that. That has been said over and over again. "If you put your hands on me, see what happens to you." He reaches in his bag for the knife. So let me tell you what could have happened. He could have said, "Get from underneath our tent. This is not your tent. You're not supposed to be here." And he could have been like, "All right, fuck you, nigga," and walked on and walked from underneath the tent and went to another tent. That's what he could have.
If I see you in the store, Michi, if I see you in the store and I don't want you there, I'll be like, you know what? This is my store. This is my area. I need you to get out the store.
Thing.
You're saying this is not a hypothetical. That is not a hypothetical.
Scenario.
That is not a hypothetical. That is not
you keep giving me unequal scenarios? If you
okay, I'm telling you why.
If you don't have, if you
I
don't,
apologize.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let me answer your question. You don't get to fucking ask me a question and talk over me and not let me fucking answer it. I think I do a real good job of giving y'all the mic. Now wait a minute and let me answer you. Stop giving me scenarios that are not equal. Okay. First of all, if I go into the grocery store and you're just there shopping like me, you have no authority here. And if you tell me to leave, I'm not going to stab you. I'm going to laugh at your ass and I'm going to keep on pushing my cart and go get my Debbie snacks. Okay. And put them in the basket and make my way home. Now, if I walk into the store and you're the fucking manager and for whatever reason you have asked me to leave the fucking store or have me be removed, I should probably leave, or you can call the police on me and have me removed because you have some authority in that situation because you are in a position to say, well, right now I'm in charge of this store. Just like he could have said, right now, this is our team tent. I'm the team leader. You shouldn't be underneath our tent. So why are you asking me if you saw me at the grocery store and you told me to leave? My question to you in that scenario is, what is your position in the store? Are you the manager or are you just another motherfucker looking for some Debbie snacks?
He was a regular player. He was not a security officer. He was not a police. Huh?
Was you talking the whole time I was talking? Like I took off your mic and you was already.
No, I didn't say a word. I didn't say a word. I didn't say a word till you just asked me a question. You asked me a question.
No. Are you gonna answer my question?
Yeah, I'm answering it now. Yeah, I'm just talking about if I was just a regular employee, just like he was a regular player. He was not a security guard. He was not a police officer. He could have gotten the teacher. When I grew up, you don't just walk up and put your hands on people you don't know. Now, that I do know. Now, we've had beef growing up when I was growing up, and you fought people. Sometimes you go up and swing people on people that you do know that y'all have some history with. You don't just swing up on people that you don't know or grab them or we don't know you. You don't know what that person could do. So that's what I'm saying. He was not a security. That was not his place. So aside from that, he should not have even said anything to him. He should have got a teacher. When he started cussing, he should have been like, this is what I think. I think that he started cussing. He might have said something about his mom or whatever the case might have been. But that Austin guy got pissed off and went over there and said, oh, what you say to me? And maybe, I don't know what he said. Physically attacked him, whether it was pushing or grabbing. All the reports said he grabbed. That is assault. You cannot assault people. That's the main thing. You cannot. And when he says no, don't touch me, don't touch me. Just like women can say don't touch me, and they don't have the obligation to have sex with you. He don't have the obligation to fight you. If he says no, I don't want to fight, don't touch me. Period.
Stop giving me unequal scenario.
Everything's unequal. Everything's unequal.
Is not the same as
I know nothing's the same.
So I'm going to mute your mic for a moment. I want to add something before I let the women chime in. It's very interesting, the conversation that is being had from, to me, just an observation from the sexes that are here. So I want to ask the men before I let the sisters chime in, because there are several of them on the panel. I'm going to put the link in the chat. I see somebody asked for it. I want to ask the men, from all that I've heard you guys say tonight so far, is there any man on this panel that would like to tell me the advice that you would give to our youth in that situation, as far as not throwing their lives away and having some emotional intelligence and control? Do any of you have any advice for our youth in that way? Or are you just going to keep promoting, don't let a nigga disrespect you if you throw away your life for it and he died? Oh, motherfucking well. Does anybody have a different perspective as grown men and the elders in our community that you can give to these youth other than what I've heard you say so far tonight? Any man on this panel? Unmute your mic and go ahead.
I agree. I agree with you on that, Michi. I would say that. I would say that you need to avoid confrontation as much as possible. Percent on that. So I would tell them not to. I would tell them not to, because I don't agree with this murder. I don't agree with the killing at all. But I'm just saying, all I'm saying is under the law that they get that provision for him to use self-defense. That's all that I'm saying. But for me, I would tell the youth, no, you need to avoid conflict. But if somebody touches you, you need to handle your business. If they physically touch you, if I tell touches my kids, no, you better fight. My mama told me if they physically attack you, you attack the biggest one. If they all come at you and try to jump you, hit the biggest one. That's what my mom told me. You need to hit the biggest one if they coming after you. So yes, I would tell them to fight if they get physical, but if you can't avoid it, then avoid it. How could he avoid it when he's on the bleachers and he's outnumbered and they're coming at him and grabbing him? I mean, is he supposed to keep running all his life? Like what? I mean, everywhere he goes, just run? They telling you to do something. Just
like all my life. You gonna stop being so dramatic on this goddamn pedal. Y'all is getting on my last fucking day.
hey, I'm just throwing it
Michi,
out
can
there.
I say?
That bullshit. You need to stop. You really do. Okay. Y'all making
Okay.
this y'all making this way more dramatic than it really has to be. Y'all need y'all to stop. Okay. Again, y'all gotta give these youth some better advice other than just throwing their life away. Because I noticed for all of y'all that's giving that advice, y'all older. So I'm sure people have tested you throughout your life, and you ain't never killed a motherfucker for your disrespect. So stop telling these kids that shit. Something wrong with y'all. This is what
Me
y'all think.
too.
I'm just throwing our kids to the wolves. Oh, be tough. And ain't none of y'all niggas that tough that's giving out this goddamn advice.
And Michi, can I tell you a secret? Michi, can I tell you a secret? I was younger. A similar situation happened to me. There was a bully, and they came out, and I used to get bullied all the time by the same person. This one day, I held something that was sharp in my hand, and when that bully came up to me, you know what I did? I hit that bully, and you know what happened? All of a sudden, the bullying stopped, but the bully was very surprised and shocked. But here's the deal: that I hit her right there in the chest area. I did not even think for 1 minute that I could have killed them. But looking back, I was young. I absolutely could have killed that bully if it had went in just a little bit further. But I was not thinking that, never even crossed my mind. I was just scared and trying to get the bully off of me. So I have a little bit of it. I know it's not the same scenario, but it has a little bit of similarity to it. I was just trying to keep them off of me and move. Now, had Carmelo just started stabbing him afterwards, like I think he just probably poked him just to get him off him. That's what I thought. I don't think he was trying to kill him. I think he was just poked him just to get him off. That's just like if you hit somebody and they fall and hit the ground, they can die. Like the guy in Dunkin' Donuts, he had hit the guy and he fell and he died. I mean, so things happen when you die, whether you hit somebody, whether you poke them or whatever.
That's kind of a crazy statement to make, though, because you're like, he just poked him. He stabbed him in his heart. So that's one stab to the heart. That wasn't a poke. You know, you poke a motherfucker in their leg, you poke them in their side somewhere. That wasn't a poke. I just want to say that.
Okay.
I do want to say, there's a couple more people, I guess, that said that they wanted to come up. So I'm going to ask TL, if you don't mind, and Truck, Debo, if you give it your piece so that y'all can always come back up. Absolutely. When we get into the immigrant situation, if that's what some of you are waiting on, but it seems like other people want to chime in. So I'm going to drop the link again. Thank you. You guys can always come back up when we get into that topic. Somebody said, so let me say this real quick. Somebody said, so Ozone threw away his life. I'm not sure if this person is trying to get at what they're saying is that because Ozone did what he did, he threw away his life. Again, y'all have to stop talking to me in scenarios that are not equal. Ozone got into an altercation with a police officer, and when he pulled his gun, the officer was reaching for his gun and calling for backup. So I'm not sure about what you're saying, but if what you're trying to say is you're comparing, oh, well, did Ozone throw his life away by standing up for himself? No, Ozone actually saved his life, because if he hadn't shot the officer first, then Ozone would have been fighting for his life. That's actually how self-defense really works. A motherfucker's reaching for their gun. You got a gun. Wild, wild west, baby. I got to mine first. That is not the same scenario. So when you say that, Ozone didn't throw his life away, because had he not reacted the way he did, Ozone could have been dead because a motherfucker was reaching for their gun. There's a big difference in those situations. So I don't know if that's what you're trying to say, but it's a dumb comparison if you were. I just want to say, I don't know if that's what you meant, but it's not the same. He actually saved his life. But otherwise, we'd be talking about Ozone being one more black man murdered by the police. Okay? The officer had his hand on the gun. I don't know where you've been in his case or if you watched the trial, but we all around here have. We know Ozone. Some of us have spoken with the brother. And at the end of the day, we've watched the whole trial play out once, So, and we've seen the tape many times. So the officer, you know what I'm saying? Somebody said that's what if. Oh my God, are you really this ignorant? That's a what if. I'm double talking. Click the link. Please click the link or shut the fuck up in my chat, because you sound stupid at this point. It's a what if, nigga. A motherfucker pushing you in your chest with their hands is way different than the police officer reaching for his gun on his hip so he can shoot you with it. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm speaking in what ifs. The officer was getting ready to shoot him. Maybe he would have died, maybe he wouldn't, but you really want to play that what if game? But he was getting ready to pull out his firearm on Ozone. And he was tussling with him and pulled out his while trying to keep the officer from pulling his out. You make no fucking sense. The two situations are not the same. Ozone's life was actually in danger. A motherfucker was trying to shoot him. You sound dumb. And I'm going to tell your dumbass to click the link or shut the fuck up in my chat, motherfucker. Because what you won't do is come up here and talk to us with some fucking sense. So shut the fuck up in my chat or click the link, motherfucker. You sound dumb as hell. So Ozone, those is what ifs. You sound dumb as hell. How do I know what? That the officer was getting ready to shoot him? Oh my fucking God. Shut the fuck up and go watch the trial, bitch. Go get caught the fuck up. You asking me dumb shit now. How do I know? Because we all know. We saw the tape. We watched the trial. Bitch, that's how we know. The fuck wrong with you? Look, it's Saturday, and I'm going to need you to stop smoking crack. If you need to stay up later throughout the night, I'm going to need you to go get some No-Dos in this bitch, a Red Bull, or some motherfucking coffee, but I'm going to need you to stop smoking crack in my motherfucking comment section. I can do a lot, but I can't do motherfuckers who smoke crack. And right now, you have no goddamn sense. You have smoked every last common sense cell you have in your fucking brain. Shut the fuck up in my chat. Say one more word and we timing you out for 86,000 minutes, motherfucker. We'll see you in 2 days, bitch. Say something else. I dare you. I want you to. Say something else. Just do it. Do it, motherfucker. I'm waiting. Say it right now. Come on. Do not get quiet now. Do not fucking get quiet. Okay, hold on. Let me mute the mic. Because that's you. What is you doing, Frank? Go ahead, Frank. I'm gonna let you chime in. I already feel like you might agree with me, but you still gonna find a fucking reason to not agree with me. Go ahead, Frank.
Hey, no, I can't find a reason not to agree with you, Beach. I'm just passing through to show you some love, Queen, and I love that the brothers that then came on did after that first guy that initiated. It's clearly a distinction between, like you asked that one gentleman, what was his age? He said 60, but that first brother, he had to been like 30 or younger, because the last brother that spoke, that's how real men were raised. As you know, a lot of men weren't in the family, so a lot of the boys didn't get that real man raising and upbringing. But I'm loving that the real brothers are coming to your show more, speaking up. So I love hearing it. Keep doing what you're doing, and you're absolutely right. Ozone, and am I saying it right? Zion, that's where our money definitely needs to be going. You know, not even for waiting for something to happen. It just needs to be there to be proactive about things. That school and helping Ozone are definitely two critical factors where our money should have went collectively to help, and still help should go. Like you said, currently now should go. But I keep doing what you're doing. Love it all.
That was really easy tonight, Frank. I thought you was ready to argue with me. That was the easiest conversation I ever had with you.
I tell you all the time, you're not wrong, Meech. It's just sometimes when you get in that nurturing stage, you know, being like, you know, we're gonna shake that shit off, you know.
I disagree with you, because you always say I'm nurturing when I'm trying to tell the truth. You seem like, to me, as a man, I would expect you to be more logical and be honest about realities. Instead, you be trying to placate them realities. So you say it's nurtured. That's not the feminine side. That's actually logic, and the masculine side that is like, let's deal with the truth. You know what I'm saying? So when you say that, where am I nurturing? By telling y'all this some dumbass shit that people are saying, telling our kids.
Okay. I bet you the brothers that been speaking after that first brother, what they're saying is logic to us as men. They're telling you logic. That brother that gave the example about he poked the person a bullet.
How is it logical? How is it logical, Frank, when they all admitted they would not take the advice that they was given tonight?
What you mean take the advice that we were given? What you mean?
He said the advice that he was given about the situation, that he wouldn't take that advice himself.
I must have missed that.
That's
What
what he
about
said.
which situation? About the Anthony Miller situation, or about that his personal?
About not being disrespected, and if that boy put his hands on him, he get whatever he get, and that you can't just mess with people, and if they do and they
I didn't hear
die.
the brother say that. I didn't hear the brother say that. I thought the brother said. I heard the brother say that he'll teach somebody. You know, he'll try to avoid it at all costs, but if you bring it to him in his face where he can't, he ain't gonna turn his back and run. That's what I've been hearing the brother say on here now. So may have said that, but that ain't who I'm calling to coach.
That is not what the brother said, because he said he would avoid it at all costs. I think it is clear tonight that Carmelo did not avoid anything at all costs. We actually had a man on here who said
men ain't gonna avoid it at all costs.
The man on here,
say that.
Frank, the man on here said
attempting to and avoiding it is two different things.
Wait a minute, Frank. He said that had he turned around and had he just walked away and got punked, he would have lost his manhood and spent the rest of his life trying to get it back. So that's not avoiding shit at all costs. That's standing for your pride and your respect. That's what that was.
I like that you're bringing out the real brothers. I like that. So you brothers, y'all keep sharing it with her.
Okay. Okay, so do any of y'all real brothers? I want to say, hold on. Okay, so we got somebody up here who came up here as Michi X. What the fuck do you want? Yeah, this what we doing? You're me now. Go ahead. Your mic unmuted. Go ahead, Michi X. Let me talk about.
Yo, Michi. Nah, what's up? Nah, I agree. I agree with you.
I thought you was a troller. Don't play.
No, I'm trying to get the hang of this internet thing. But nah, I agree with you, man. We need to correct this illogic bullshit talking about stand your ground. What about the law? So folks is like, okay, you could defend yourself for what? Some bullshit and go to prison? I mean, you're gonna be doing the same thing. This brother, he done lost his life. He could have been a professor, a doctor, anything. Now he's going to jail and he's gonna have to survive for the rest of his life. He's gonna come out a survivor. I'm just trying to. This generation is cooked because this is the advice that these OGs is giving us. Bullshit. Like you said, the 260-year-old, where was all that energy back in the day when we was youngsters?
Michi, can I say something?
Yeah,
Michi, can I say something?
Go ahead.
I mean, I wasn't there while you were living your life, and you weren't here while I'm living mine. So you don't know what kind of fighting I did. You don't know how I was raised. You don't know what I did. I'm a nice person, and Michi, I apologize for my emotion, for some of my extreme emotions. But look at here. If you let somebody do anything to you, there's no telling when they're going to stop. They might not stop until your brains is beat completely the fuck out. You just don't know. You can't just allow people to do anything to you because you don't know what they're going to do and how long they're going to do it. You don't even know if you're going to. You don't know if you're going to make it through the beating or whatever they decide to do. They might get tired of hitting you with their hands and grab a bottle because they feel they can do that. So for you to tell any child or any person not to defend themselves and to just walk away, you might get busted in the back of your head when you turn around. So nah.
But you don't think, no, and I mean no disrespect to you either. I'm just saying you don't think that at your age, like the life that I've lived, I'm not no punk neither, and you're not getting ready to put your hands on me or assault me in any kind of way, and I'm not going to fight back and defend myself. But also at the same time, you know, I have a bunch of children, and I have never given my children the advice that I've heard some of y'all say, because as a parent, what I would like to see is that my children have emotional intelligence and you assess a situation, right? When we talk about survival tactics, we always talk about something called situational awareness. And so in situational awareness, I'm watching what's doing. I'm seeing what weapons you may have. If there's other people with you that may be able to jump me, if it looks like you're not alone, and what's going on. So I'm going to learn to assess a situation before I act out of not understanding what's going on. And I've been in very many fights in my life too. I've been jumped in all kind of things. But at the end of the day, none of them that I ever feel like, oh my God, I'm not going to live through this, or you disrespected me, so now I got to stand up for my womanhood so I'm not punked or feel a certain way in the neighborhood for the whole entire summer. You know, I've never felt in that type of a way. So what I would want my children to do, and all of the Black youth, is first to find some emotional intelligence and learn not to go overboard because of how you feel in that moment. When you learn how to be skilled in fighting and understand situational awareness, see, when you're scared and you're not prepared, that's when all of that emotional shit comes in, and fear. If you are prepared, you understand your surroundings, and you don't put yourself in certain situations, guess what? You don't have to move in emotion. You can actually be rational and look at the situation around you. So I want my children to calm down and assess what's going on first and foremost. I would never want them to throw away their goddamn lives over a moment that could have been handled different had they decided to stop and assess it different, because every situation doesn't warrant you throwing your life away. Like, as a woman, I wouldn't want the man that I'm with or my husband. Let's say we out somewhere and a dude try and get disrespectful to him or to me. I don't want my man to go to the death of fighting, and now we shooting. We was just trying to have tacos and fucking tequilas. Now niggas pulling out guns, and this nigga shot and might be dead. For what? You say, fuck that nigga, get in the car and go home for us to live to see another day, depending on the situation. And so,
But you can't do that all the time, Michi.
What did your father say? You live to fight another day, man. Come on now.
But you can't do that
This is
all the
bull.
time. You don't know what's going to happen. You got to also have your children
Assess the
prepared
situation before
for
you step up to
whatever
it.
event that occurs. If someone brings it to them, they can't be wondering, should I punch this dude back, or should I? Sometimes you have to naturally react to protect yourself. But if you have that ingrained in your mind, you'll be able to do it a whole lot faster, and you might live a whole lot longer, because there's no telling. I didn't get to be this age by fluke. It's only by the grace of God. And if I had 100 fights, maybe 2 of them I started. So people brought it to me my whole life, and I give it back to them. So that's what I would tell you to tell your children. If they bring it to you, give it back to them. Yeah, of course you got to be thinking. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I ain't saying beat nobody to death.
Okay,
But
look,
you know what I'm
look,
saying?
Brody. Okay, I hear that, but look, when the law get involved, then what you gonna do? When the law get involved, what you gonna do? It's either
Listen, it's better to be buried a man than to live as a punk, and it's also much better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6. That's just how it is. I see big red every single day, and I thank God for it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna let anybody just decide to take it away from me if I can help it.
so. All right, I mean, shit, hey, that's how you feel, man. I mean, I can dig it, but
Hey, it's real shit though. At the end of the day, you see what happened with like this YouTuber recently in Vegas, where somebody gonna pull up on you, you don't know what they really gonna do, and then you end up dead. At the end of the day, you want to tell your children to be prepared for anything.
in the times that we in right now, yeah.
But that's not being prepared. That's not. Y'all gotta mute y'all mic. Y'all gotta make sure in the back. Y'all have on y'all show, so when I talk or people talk, you can hear. I think that was Born Kings. And I do get that you have to be prepared for, you know, whatever. Talking to Brando Kev. I do understand that, but being prepared also means situational awareness. You don't approach every situation the same. You know, every situation doesn't it demand the extreme. You have to understand how to deal with every situation different, because they're not all the same. And when you bring up the guy in Vegas, like at the end of the day, that was different. Somebody rode up on them with a gun and took their life. That's not the same as two teenagers having a verbal confrontation and nobody has really started to put their hands on each other and weapons weren't involved at first. I don't think that every scenario is the same, and you can't give the same energy to every situation. Like at the end of the day, you start talking crazy to me. If you put your hands on me, I'm gonna put my hands back on you. If you have a weapon or I think you're overpowering me, then yes, then I may do some shit to take your life or to maim you. But at the end of the day, when it's a fight out in the street, first of all, you can say what you want to say. If you don't go to the extent where you're putting your hands on me, then it's not even gonna get into an altercation. I don't care what you call me, but let me be sleep in my house. I'm asking no questions. You kick in my front door and it's 2 a.m, bitch. I'm coming out of my room blazing. See, those are two different situations. Every situation doesn't call for me to come through the door blazing. So all I'm saying is we have to understand there are levels to how you deal with all the situations in your life. You can't just have one go mode and one mode. This is what you use to deal with every confrontation. That's the problem.
True facts. True facts. Like I
So,
was
But you got to
taught. I
be
mean,
aware that can't nobody predict what's gonna happen. Another example just happened today with the live streamer Jay Cinco. He in Paris at Fashion Week. He get a fan coming up to him, probably approaching him, on some cool vibes. But all of a sudden, the fan get belligerent out of nowhere and swing and hit him, bust his lip open, and he got to fight the fan right there while he's
gotta
with his girlfriend.
stay ready. You ain't never gotta get ready, but that don't mean you gotta
Ready.
kill a person. No. Stay ready, so you ain't never gotta get ready, but that don't mean you gotta kill somebody to prove a point, though. If you
But
can't
at the
talk
end of the
yourself
day,
up,
I think what
look,
women
check it
forget
out.
though is that
If you
men
can't
have
look, check it out. If you can't talk your way out of a situation, you should never be in that situation in the first place. Because I was taught, if I can't, I mean, your hands is your last defense. If you can't use your mouthpiece, why are you even in that scuffle? Like you going in there already assuming the worst. Like, come on now, we need to start thinking. It's like what you saying. Like we can't always go in there with the fist up. I mean, yeah, we men, but we got to get back home to our kids though, our wife and everything. If we do what we got to do, shit, we need even them vulnerable.
I think that's it though. A lot of men's pride gets in the way, and because of that, they leave a lot of children, they leave a lot of women, they leave a lot of households behind. They go to prison, they become a burden that we have to take care of them for many years, put money on their books, and then even all these many years later, try and prepare a home for them after they've been gone all this time, so they have somewhere to come back to. Like at the end of the day, if society has taught black men that that's manhood, that's crazy, because we talk about how your families need you, but at the end of the day, you don't have no pride to think about the people you're supposed to be there for. At the end of the day, that it's not worth it. It's not worth what's happening right now. Now, everybody keeps giving a scenario if your life is in danger. If your life is in danger, that's different. But if it's an altercation that didn't have to go to that extent, like I said, I mean, you might be right. You might be able to shoot somebody dead and legally, you feel like you was right, but then you take your black ass to the court, and because you're black, it's something more against you, and then you end up giving your life away in prison. So if that's worth it to you, then hey, I mean, that's really on you. But I want y'all to know, when y'all go to prison, everybody in your family goes to prison with you. It's not just you that does the time. So at the end of the day, my thing is just what price are you willing to pay for what is it that you're paying for? I don't have a problem killing somebody if that's what stuff comes to, because that's what it warrants. But I do not go around with the mindset of I kill a motherfucker. If I don't want to have to kill you, if you make me, I will. But that's our youth think that shit is tough. Like, oh yeah, I take a nigga life. Like, come on, we got to be real about that in our community. And so I just wish that our men would give our men better advice in all of this. You don't get to disrespect me. You take my manhood from me. Like, if that's how we really feel, I wonder, do we only feel like that with other black people? Because I feel like in our fight for equality and for justice and being oppressed, I feel like
we ain't got that energy for no other race.
one of the most disrespectful things ever. So why are y'all not out here killing some shit? Like, you're willing to throw your life away. And I've been making this argument for years. You're willing to throw your life away for the wrong type of disrespect or how somebody comes at you, but you're not willing to fight and take away a life and risk your life so that you can fight for the oppression that you have. When white people is disrespecting you in this government like every single day, as long as we have existed here, but none of that makes you get up and say, you're not gonna oppress me. You ain't gonna treat me like I'm a nigga. You got me fucked up. Like, you not finna put us in this position as black people. And if I gotta take your life for that disrespect, or I gotta tell you I'd be willing to give up my life for this fight, it's amazing to me how we only take these scenarios that we're saying, and it plays towards our community and individuals, but we won't take that same fight towards the people who disrespect us. Take your
Every
fucking
day.
black manhood away, put you in fucking dresses, disrespect the hell out of you all day long. They send our children to prison in droves and our men, and here y'all go co-signing the shit that gets y'all there. Like, where is that energy for the real disrespect?
And what these brothers not telling us is your manhood is gone the minute you step in there. Because what do you got to do? They make you bend over, cough, and do all that bullshit. Come on now. So what are we really talking about? Your manhood is taken and all that shit.
You can't talk to me if you had a cell phone in your butthole. You can't talk to me if you had anything in your butthole talking about I'm put in jail. You can't talk to me when you drinking jailhouse hooch that got another nigga pits in it to ferment it. Don't talk to me about respect.
All that.
Hey, the situation with Carmelo, though, I feel as though his life was in danger. He felt that his life was in danger. You got a 2-on-1 situation.
Now, okay.
Can I answer to that? Can I answer to that, please? Because I'm getting sick of
Wait a minute, hold on, everybody. Hold on. Let me mute mics. That's you, Miss Watchman. Whenever yours is undone, I think that's me in the background of yours. I want to read these super chats real quick, but I'm gonna let Tanjan go. Miss Watchman, if you could see if the other part is closed out, because I keep getting the reverb of us talking. So again, and the brother said that he believed Carmelo's life was in danger. I would like to know, after I read these super, like, what facts tell you that his life was in danger. But first, let me give a shout out to Chris with the $2 holla. He always showing love in here, and he done it a bunch of times, and I done missed all the love. Let me get caught up with that. Let me see. Chris says, do you think Moses was forgiven for killing someone? Well, I don't know. I don't really deal in religion or whether he was forgiven or whatever. So I don't know if that's what you're trying to say. And at the end of the day, I don't think anybody here is upset with Carmelo for the fact that, oh, this boy life is taken. I'm upset with the fact that he threw his life away and how things played out, because they didn't have to be that way. It's always discouraging for me to watch another one of our youth, especially he was one on the right track. Like, this wasn't a boy that was selling drugs. He wasn't gang banging. He wasn't doing any of those things. Like, he was a straight A student.
Didn't he have a 4.0?
He had a future ahead of him, yes. And so
that could have been a professor right there.
The black community doesn't see that and just feel some type of way about that. It's not about whether we forgive him or not. I'm not up here judging him because of what he did. I'm saying, damn, baby, why you throw your life away like that, baby boy? Like, it's not worth it. It's not. You supposed to still have your freedom.
Because we got the older generation saying your respect is way more powerful than all this, than just thinking logic. Than this thing up here. Respect is way more important than that shit. Come on now.
Plus his self-preservation. At the end of the day, he stayed alive. The other kid is dead. Now he can figure out how to beat the case in trial. He got a whole chance to get off of it. And then if you say he's such
now he got a record.
During his sentence, he'll probably get a lower sentence if he's that great of a character person. You know,
but he's still gonna have a record.
Okay, so
the boy, look, dude lost his life, but now Carmelo gonna come out with a record. Like she just got done saying, dude was an honor roll student, and the 4.0 is what I'm hearing.
His life
all that is tarnished now. Like,
I don't care if he goes to prison and then he gets out later. Like, we had people in the comment section when we had this conversation a couple of months ago, and there are people that will tell you that they've been out of prison for 15, 20 years. They still can't rent anywhere. Do y'all remember that renting a place, they do background checks? If you're a felon, they won't let you live there. It's a hard time getting a job. Like, felon is the new nigga. And if they can put a felony on you, what happens is they lock you out from society, right? Like, when they wanted to be racist, you couldn't get an education, you couldn't get all of these different things and these funds and these loans, and you couldn't get those things. You couldn't live in certain areas because they was racist, right? You couldn't have certain jobs because people were racist. Well, as a felon, you're blocked off to all of those things too. So for the rest of his damn life, he gonna be searching for the right kind of work because he done threw that away. He gonna come out with what? Even if he got a degree in prison, nobody's gonna let him use the shit.
Exactly.
He gonna be struggling
If
to
he
find somewhere
goes to
to
prison,
live.
Whether he go to
I'd rather
prison,
be a
county
felon
jail,
than
or
dead,
whatever,
though.
wherever
I'd
he
rather
go,
be
he
a
got
felon.
his legacy is tarnished.
well,
That
that's
record
why
is
he
gonna
needs something
follow.
about.
That record is gonna
He
follow
still
him the
get a
rest of his
chance
life.
at a legacy. He still
Okay, he
get a
got a
chance at a
chance.
legacy. That kid is dead.
Well, let me,
Well,
I want to finish. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. Let me finish reading these super chats real quick. And then I know Tanjon wanted to say something. I'm gonna mute everybody mic because I don't know where the reverb is coming from. But please check your backgrounds. Make sure y'all have nothing open. Chris with the $5 holla said that's the reason why I like what Mr. Joe Biden said, speaking on police. When police was doing what they was doing, he said shoot him in the leg. I don't know what you're talking about in that, but the Democrats don't give no damn about none of that stuff. Biden was also the one who helped implement, you know, all of the super predators in our community and giving people 3 strikes you're out and all of that stuff. So I know for a fact he's very involved in the criminal justice system when it comes to locking up young Black people. So he don't have a problem with that at all. And then Chris came back with a $2 holler and says, so was Daniel Penny in fear of his life on the train? No, he wasn't in fear of his life at all. And I don't think that that's the same situation. So matter of fact, let me use that right there and be good. So all of y'all say that Daniel Penny's life or nobody else on the train's life was in danger. I agree with you. That man was on the train. He was screaming. He was yelling. He said that he was going to hurt somebody if he didn't whatever, but he didn't put his hands on anybody. He wasn't trying to kill anybody or anything like that. And so, yes, it was extreme what Daniel Penny did, and he should have gone to prison for murder. So if you want to use that scenario, then I would ask you to look at how that man was acting on the train that he did murder. In that scenario, and then I want you to look at the small altercation and the verbal words that Carmelo Anthony and that white boy had. So if you tell me that Daniel Penny didn't have a reason to jump up and kill that man because that was extreme, it wasn't called for, then I don't understand how y'all can't see that Carmelo's reaction was a bit extreme in his situation as well. I agree with you that Daniel Penny overreacted and that shit didn't need to fucking happen and he should have went to prison. So if we use that same scenario, then are you not agreeing that that's exactly what's going to happen to this boy? Because actually the confrontation between them for a few moments, nobody was beating each other up. Nobody was on the ground. Nobody was getting kicked. Nobody was being punched. None of that stuff was happening to anybody when this went down versus a man on a train that is mentally ill and screaming he about to hurt somebody. So I agree with you, but then use that in both scenarios. Daniel Penny did not warrant him murdering that man, and it did not warrant Carmelo Anthony murdering that boy.
When it comes down to this, I hear trauma because this dude it's a white kid against a Black kid. Like nobody's like they saying okay, like they could have really hurt. There was a bunch of grown-ups around there. Like they wouldn't have, even if they would have gotten to a scuffle, it would have been broken up. Like I'm not understanding this shit, man. It's wild. But this the generation we in. We in some fucked up bullshit. So
let me see. And so we got, hold on. Well, let me see. Chris Reed came back with a $5 holler. He says it's not always like that, Miss Nishi. Something could happen anywhere, anytime. You ever heard of being at the wrong place at the wrong time? Yeah, that's just called life. And if you believe enough and enough stuff, like I don't care where I go today. If something happens to me and I die, then guess what? It was my time to go. And if something happens to me and I live, then it just wasn't my time to go. And it's something that I lived through. So who walks around in life, living their life on the edge that every moment or anything that happens, it's the wrong place, the wrong time, the worst thing is going to happen to me in life? Who walks around with that mentality and thinking about every situation that happens to them in that manner? I'm not walking around with that baggage.
Somebody that's institutional.
With testosterone walk around.
Imagine
like
in a
somebody
prison.
that's institutionalized will do that. Somebody that's institutionalized will walk around with a grudge all day, no matter what. They like, why are you mad? You woke up. God, you woke up. You got to live another day, but you walk around with a grudge every day. That's some institutionalized thinking.
Shout out to I could see that you live in the you got to feel like that every moment. You can't sleep too hard or nothing. Shout out to David for the super chat. I just dropped the link again. It's enough room up here if you do want to come up here. Thank you for everybody who did a super chat so far. But there you go. I think I put in. Yeah, I did. There go the link, you guys.
Whatever happened, if you do the crime, you damn well gonna do the time. We forgot about that. Like, dude committed the crime. Now you got to do some time. But we want this guy to get off. I mean,
Okay, but let me bring it back real quick, and I want to hear from some of the sisters, and then if y'all don't have anything but other than the same thing, we could kind of maybe move on to another conversation I wanted to talk about. But
the immigrant.
Can I say something?
Yeah, I want the sisters to say something. I just want to bring back to everybody where this conversation started, though. As you guys go ahead, I'll mute my mic, let you do what you got to do, and have everybody have their piece. The women have been sitting up here so patiently, and I want the sisters to have their turn. I want to bring it back, though, to remember the point that I brought up about this. Like, at what point do we begin to not move in emotions when it comes to funding things in our community or overly funding them when we don't fund enough the things that actually make the change? Because I remember that's where this conversation started. It's not for me to tell y'all that Carmelo Anthony deserves to go to prison or he's a bad kid or I wish the worst for him. That has never been what I've said in y'all emotions. That's what y'all tend to hear. But that is my biggest concern, is that why are we so quick to move in emotions to give a bunch of money to a wasteful cause? And what I mean by that is, I don't see anything wrong with supporting him and making sure he gets attorneys for his trial, but to the tune of $650,000, and then they're asking for 1.2 million. And if the community gives them that, I just want to know why the fuck y'all don't have that overnight.
Get that same money to Cuba.
Situations.
Get that same money to Cuba, man. He need to open.
That's really where this conversation started. So anyway, I'm gonna be quiet. Hopefully, everybody's mic don't have no reverb. We got Born King back on here. We got a new person on here, Aztec Six Sun God. So I'm gonna bring y'all in, and I'm gonna go ahead and give the floor to the sisters for a minute, if y'all don't mind. I know Tanjan, is she still up here? Wanted to say something. Go ahead, Tanjan. And then we got only one up here. I would like that sister to be able to speak. She's been here for a while, and her patience. And then after that, then you guys can say something. But go ahead.
I'm gonna let this sister speak first because she was on longer than I was, and I want her to get out what she got to say. Go ahead, sister.
Go ahead, only one.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I was sitting, you put my little comment up there and you asked me a question, and I wanted to answer it.
Mm-hmm.
More and more come up. First of all, I'm 75 years old, soon to be 76. So a lot of questions you ask, I can answer for you. But the first one is about people saying we. And I think it's a generational thing because basically, back in the day, there was no GoFundMe. And you didn't get the attention, and you still don't get the attention that you need. If somebody gets shot by the police or killed by the police, if the right people don't show up and give you that attention that you need. It's a whole lot of people out here getting killed by the police, Black people, and they're not getting that attention. So when you said that about how we should give, we don't have a centralized place to give. We give when somebody asks, and people give to who they want to give to. There was not a multiple choice. They gave to that. Now, I'm not saying that that was the amount that was needed, but that's the amount of response that they got. But nobody dictates what we should do when we're not even organized enough to have a centralized place where we can actually give money, where it can be dispersed appropriately and proportionately. That was what you asked me about. Okay. The other thing I wanted to bring up was the castle doctrine. That's a whole different doctrine in some states from stand your ground, but it has been upheld in federal courts, and it gives you a lot of leeway. So he does have a chance if he's got a good attorney, because they can bring that up and they can, say, hey, he was in fear, which I believe he was. Now, the last thing that I want to address, when you said, where was that energy back in the day? I was on the front lines. I'm too old to be on the front lines now because I can't run fast enough. But basically, we did what we could, which was new at the time. That kind of fighting and marching and sit-ins and barricading ourselves in university rooms and so on, that was unheard of. I grew up under parents who were working on sharecroppers and stuff in Texas, cotton fields and everything else. And they saw people getting lynched. They saw people getting killed. So their thing was to be quiet. So my generation speaking up and fighting back, that was new. And we thought we had won the battle and the battle was over. However, the next generation came along, Superfly came into play, a lot of other things came into play, and there were a few people who remained in the struggle. But mostly the ball got dropped. It was like, okay, that's over with. And then people want to come back to my generation and ask, like you did, why did y'all allow that? We didn't let them do anything. They did what they wanted to do. And we started fighting back. And those who really took up arms and did everything else to fight back got obliterated. And I'm talking about the Black Panther Party. So, we didn't let them, we tried. We did our best. But to consistently hear people come back to my generation and say, y'all didn't do anything, y'all let them do that. I had to sit at the back of the bus at 5 years old and didn't know why. I couldn't get ice cream at the counter. I didn't know why. Okay. And it was because, segregation and Jim Crow and everything else. But we fought against it. And give us some credit for what we did do. And don't say, where was that energy? Because that energy was always there. And that's, what I wanted to interject into it. I don't feel like this young man had the emotional maturity to make the decisions that you all feel he should have made at the time. I know me well enough to know that if somebody come up and grab me, like they say with him, grab it, I'm not waiting to find out what their intentions are, because why they grabbing me? Okay. I don't know what the verbal altercation was, so it's going to have to play out in court. But we can't just convict him and say he should have done this or that, because when you're in that exact situation, you could do a whole lot of things. And like I said, at my age, somebody come up, even if we're having words and they push me or they grab me, okay, well, I might, but on, period. So that's what I wanted to add to it. I don't feel like it's fair to say to older people that we didn't do anything, or what we're doing is wrong, or what we're saying is wrong simply because of our age. Some things are generational. But what I personally, if foresight is great, all right, hindsight is 2020. All you can do is tell someone else and point that out. Say, look, if you're in that situation, walk away if you can. If they continue to, you know, grab you and do stuff to you or do something, then you have to feel threatened, because words are not threatening. But when somebody physically puts their hands on you, you don't know what their next move is. They could be trying to hold you so the other person could do something to you. And I hope that it's my hope that other people will tell their children and their grandchildren, and like me, their great grandchildren, that look at this. Now, this happens to you, you walk away. Try to walk away. If they keep coming, that's when you do something. You
Can
walk
I ask a question though? Because when I say the generation before us, and as I was speaking to the men as well, like I heard what you just said, if somebody is putting their hands on you or doing something to you. So in the generation that you came up, they hung people from trees, black people. They did all kind of violent, diabolical stuff to y'all. So my question was to the brothers who are from that era, if what they say today is so true to them, then how come they're not in prison or dead for taking the life of a white man who tried to lynch them or kill their family members? So to some extent, I feel like the advice that they're giving, they did not use back in those days because they're still here to talk about it. I guess that's the point that I'm making, to listen to all these men in that era state that you ain't finna do this and you ain't finna do that. But in that era coming up, white men did so much stuff to y'all, and they did not take that same approach, and they did not fight or give their life in that vein. There was a group of them that did, and as soon as y'all saw them be disbanded and go to prison, everybody got scared, and so y'all stopped fighting because y'all weren't willing to pay the price of death or prison. And so again, why would the men that are older be telling this younger generation to do something they did not do in their time?
Okay, well, the
Can I
difference.
No, wait. I want to let me finish with the sister, because I wanted to address with some of the things she said.
Yeah, the difference is that when they did lynch people back in the day, I never saw a lynching. Okay, like I say, I'm 75. My mother and father and aunties and stuff saw that stuff. Okay, and it did instill fear. But you do have to realize, even they're doing it today, they group up and they do it in the dark of night. So that person, may have fought back, but how can you fight a group? And I think that's the mentality that we need to have, is recognizing that back then they did that sneakily. They grabbed somebody and took them off somewhere, and that was that. But if they had come
I think it was very open and very public. I mean, we called it strange fruit because they would leave them hanging from trees. It was no doubt who did what they did. Even Emmett Till, the white man, came to the house and said, "Give me your nephew," and they let him go. Like, I don't know. I think about that time in that era, but they let white men come to their house. Now, I get it. They might have all come later and killed everybody and burned down the house. But all that tough talk that these men just talk, that means they're willing for their respect to die for it or go to prison for it, because they're not finna. I don't understand how you let some shit like that happen to you in that day and age and don't feel like your manhood wasn't taken and you haven't fought the rest of your life to get it back. So I'm just going off based off what the men are saying, because if that was the truth, then when people came to your door like, "Boy, come outside," y'all might not have been able to fight them all, but they would have been willing to shoot the two that was at the door, and they would have been waiting for the rest to come and get them. That's all I'm saying. And so it's like, I don't know. It's this real tough talk, but they didn't have that approach with our biggest enemy back then. That's all I'm saying. When I listen to these elderly men that are supposed to be our elders, I feel like, I'll be honest with you, in our generation, we feel like our elders have failed us because the advice that they give is not the wisdom we thought that they should have. Like the advice these men just came up here and gave to the next generation, but then also out one side of their mouth stating they wouldn't take their own advice. And we can tend to look back at where we came from and know Black men got brutalized a lot, got disrespected a lot, got spit in their face a lot. And all that generation did was fight to be around white people more. I want to ask you that when you were back in that time, were you ever told, when you said why you had to sit at the back of the bus or why you couldn't eat, at the white counters for ice cream, did you know that Black people had their own buses, like hundreds of them, and that the boycott to cry to sit on buses with white people actually put the Black buses out of business? There was over 500 of them, all in the South where this civil rights movement was going on. So did you even know at that time that you didn't have to ride on a white bus, that you could have gone probably to a Black ice cream shop? Like, that's what I mean by how they failed us. We're actually, everything that we're fighting for in this generation as activists is everything that Black folks in the prior generation, y'all generation, and I mean no disrespect to you, y'all generation actually put us in the position we're in. See, we had our own buses, we had our own cabs, we had our own movie theaters, we had our own restaurants, we had our own police departments in our community, we had our own meetings, we had our own schools. Our children were actually better educated than the white children. Like, we had a lot going on at that time. And civil rights movement, which that group of people that brought that in, they actually pushed us back into the arms of the oppressor and helped to actually oppress us even more when they should have just left us alone. I find it offensive that people that lived back then can tell me that we had all of these things, but then when you listen to y'all today, y'all act like none of them existed. And so for me, I'll be honest with you, your generation, maybe not willingly or not knowingly, some of them knew. Martin Luther King knew, right? Some of them played y'all, but at the end of the day, y'all generation did not fight the movement. You actually put us in the position we're in today. And I'm fighting against everything y'all generation did.
Can I speak to that? Can I speak to that, sister, if I may, for as a man, as a black man, may I?
No.
I want to say this about
I would let the sister respond to that, and then you can go ahead, brother.
when I couldn't go to the ice cream. I was 7 years old in a small Texas town visiting my grandmother. I didn't know why because I had grown up in LA at that time. So I didn't know why, but I also didn't know about the other things. What I do know about, and I can say now in hindsight, as far as the school system, integration, I'm sorry, I'm not for it. Okay. Simply because I know the education I got down there when I was visiting in Texas, went to school down there in the black segregated schools versus the education that was provided later, okay, to younger people and so on. There's a big difference. So I'm not with that. But at the time, okay, we thought when we were asking for these things, we thought that, hey, put me in the room because I know for a fact, like my mother, they went to a one-room schoolhouse and they got the secondhand books and they didn't get taught a lot or whatever. But that same family managed to all go to college eventually. But for me personally, I don't see it like that. We thought, okay, if we're in the room with the white kids and they're getting properly educated, then we're going to get properly educated as well, not pushed to the side somewhere. And that's why that was fought for, just like we fought for the history, Black history being put in the schools, because if someone knows who they are and knows their history, then that gives them an inner strength. But as far as knowing as a child and as a teenager, because I was a teenager in the 60s, no, I didn't know about all these. The only thing I knew about was the segregation of the schools, basically, and finding out. I think I was in my 30s when I realized I had been insulted at an airport in Dallas when I went into a shop and I was looking at what they call stretch pants. And the lady behind the counter said, honey, I can't sell you anything but candy and film. I thought it was because I was underage. Honestly, I could not, I had no clue. So a lot of stuff we didn't know. I didn't find out about Black Wall Street until I got into college. I didn't find out about the Tulsa massacre until I got into college. So we did not have the tools that you all have today to know that. You know it now, but you may have found it out the same time I did. But we didn't know about the Black this and that. I do know we had in Texas, we had Black little restaurants or cafes or whatever. But as far as the things you're talking about, Black businesses and Black, um, Black buses and so on, no, we didn't know about that. We should have known, but we didn't. And we should have supported, but we did not know about it. And a lot of the learnings came from reading the Black Panther newspaper and so on, in college and school, taking classes and so on. There's a lot we didn't know. So to just say, y'all fucked up, y'all messed up, y'all just messed up. No, we didn't have the information that you all have today. And today, I blame a lot of people. I'm not going to say you, Michi, because I know you're out there, but a lot of people who have the information, the tools at their hands, and they ain't doing nothing but sitting back pointing fingers. And and point fingers back at us. Say, yeah, they didn't do nothing, but what are they doing now? The people saying they're not doing, that we didn't do nothing, a lot of them aren't doing anything now.
Well, I would give you that. I think that the same cycle of activism and playing games with politicians and government and Black people, that has not changed since your time. So I do agree with you. I think that the people they put in front of us are the same fake people that will put on a face for Black people. They tell us who our representatives are, just like they use Martin Luther King. And for those that are not willing to find the research or do it on their own, you're right. The people on the forefront don't give us the information we need because their goal is to keep us in this cycle of oppression because it's actually a lot of money in that. And so they give these Black folks all this money, just like they gave it to Martin Luther King, and Malcolm X called him a sellout because he was funded by all of the politicians and the white people. That still happens today. So I mean, I agree. We do still have that scenario that has not changed the way that works. Even today, it's always worked well. So they have not changed the way that they go about doing it. Let me ask you this, and then I'll go to the brother that wanted to say something. Then we're gonna come to Tangent only because the brother wanted to respond. I don't want to get too far off what he wanted to respond to.
No, I actually want to talk about what y'all talking about right now.
I don't want to go too far from it, but I wanted to make one more comment in saying, you brought up the fact of like, we don't have a place to fund our money into. Do you have any idea for as long as you've lived and looked at the different generations and what happens? My question is, do you have any, opinion or perspective on how it is that we will give money emotionally when we say, we give, and when you say there's no we don't all have to, we can give our money to where we want. That's true. But I've also heard a very large outcry in the community about all of the things we need to build and what we should have. And this is what Black people say, but the very people that say this, and we constantly scream what we should be building or what we need to have, or these systems are racist and we need to build our own. Why is it that when it comes to actually being the change in our community, we act like we don't have the funds to do it? But then I watch us support all the other stuff, which tells us we have the funds to do it. So when I say we, I'm speaking to the generalization of this era that we live in, of Black people that do have money, and we can give $5, $10, and social media is here, and you'll gain $1 million overnight for somebody, but we don't have that same kind of energy to say we're going to put together $1 million if everybody just gave $1 and it was 1 million people, and we're going to begin to build what we need in our communities. It's there, but nobody seems to have the rationale to say, let me do that. And then the stuff we do put in the face of the people that you can clearly see, like Ziax, like it's not a question of if you would be putting your money into something that works. It stood the test of time without the full help of the community. Why is it that we turn our back on those things? So when I say we, I'm just speaking to all the people who are constantly saying we need reparations, the government needs to build something for us. I think it's a sorry argument. And don't get me wrong, because somebody's going to be like, Michi, now you're saying we don't deserve reparations, you cooning. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, why are we always waiting on the government to give us something to build what we have? Because my calculations tell me, even if they gave reparations tomorrow, every nigga that got some, we still wouldn't take none of that money we got and fund it into the right stuff, because we don't do it now. So in looking at all these generations and where we are, do you have a perspective on why it is you think that our people will fund stuff that emotionally moves them, cry about what we need, but will not fund stuff that it's evidence that it's working? That's my problem with this.
I think that the most successful funding I have seen in my lifetime, because you knew where to send it, and the person, the people, the group, the organization was reputable or whatever. You get gun shy simply because there's a lot of scamming has gone on.
Mm-hmm.
But I do feel like, I think it was the legal Negro in the
NAACP.
No, not them, but
Oh.
but the Legal Defense Fund. I
Okay.
saw that work because I contacted them, and they traveled to where I was at and held hearings and looked into stuff. And I'm not saying them, I'm saying an organization. People feel like, hey, I gave my money and that person ran off with it or whatever. But what we do need, my perspective is that we do need to organize and have one place. If we would say, this is for this, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that, okay? And share each other out. If somebody's doing, just like you're doing things, okay? Sharing people out, making everyone aware. That's the way my perspective on that is that, you know, we can talk about it and say, yeah, we need to give or whatever, but somebody has to step up and be willing to be the face of that, to do that. Okay. You could do it. Okay. Um, a lot of people could do it and put it in a trust or something of that nature. That would be the recommended thing. To put it in a trust and have a board meet and say, yeah, we're going to help this young man with his court case. He don't need $600,000, but we can give him 150,000. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And, do it that way. But that's what we need to do. We've long needed to do that. And unfortunately, like I say, there's a lot of scammers. So people get gun shy and they don't trust. And they'll boycott like crazy and withhold their money from a store or something. But the money that they withhold from the store could go into a fund some kind of way. And I don't have the expertise to say, this is what we need to do. It's just suggestions. But putting that money in a trust where there's a board of people who are respected and trusted in the community and people know they are real about it, not just a lot of talk, not a lot of political stuff, not a lot of gaslighting, not a lot of let me get in front of the camera, not a lot of that. Okay, there are people who exist like that, like you, for example. Okay, and to get these people together as a group and then, develop a means to intake money and have people as a group decide which way it goes. I think the people are ready for that.
Well, I hope so. I don't know. we'll we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I think I present a lot of stuff to the community that actually is a solution. And I can't say I've never asked for the community to fund me. I am going to ask them to fund the supplies for us to give out to the community so the reach will be further. If the community helps, then great, we'll do more. If they don't, I'm going to give away what I can any damn way. I would just like the effort to be much bigger. And this will be the first time I've ever done that. So I'll be interested to see if we'll meet the mark, knowing all the other marks that we've met for everything else that has not benefited our community. And then even looking at Ziax, that is definitely a place that we can support, but I don't feel that enough people do, and I don't know why. Because there's some great stuff going on at that school. So but thank you for your perspective, in that I just wondered if y'all see something different than what I do, looking at the different generations that you have lived through and watching more than one generation fight this cause. Like if you've noticed anything different in that, or if this is always kind of
Yeah,
the way
and I have to say this because I spoke on this at one point. What I saw that really killed the movement, it wasn't the people getting shot and put in prison. It was
Mhm.
Superfly, the movie. And suddenly everybody wanted to be Superfly.
So do you think the music and the media is a big part of why we're not you because that would be, I guess, equal to the same thing. So you
Yeah.
think that's destroying us? I agree. I think media, if we generalize what you're saying, media, because I feel like media is the thing that invokes our emotions, and through social media and all of the notoriety that Carmelo's case has gotten. This is why so many people know about it. This is why so many people are able to, fund it, because social media and media has pushed this case. It has put it in front of everybody's face. Then it has all of these dynamics to it that make people react on emotion versus looking at just the reasoning of the whole situation, because they've thrown the race card in there. So I agree. I think generally you're saying media, and I think media is one of the most powerful weapons they use against us when it comes to conditioning or moving the masses with thoughts that you think belong to you, not knowing that it actually was planted in your mind.
And I think too that I say Superfly the movie, the actor who played Superfly later said he wished he had said no, because that was right during the struggle. And everybody was wearing, we call them naturals in California. I don't know if they call them froze other places. Suddenly, here's this man with a perm, and he's bad and he's tough and he's dressed like this, that, and the other, and he's doing every which kind of thing. And everybody wanted to be like him. I saw it personally. Next thing you know, all the brothers that was talking about black is beautiful and black power, They had this long hair like Superfly. Okay. And that's where it changed. I saw it change. And black stopped being beautiful. And then emulating became the thing to do again. So I would have to say, right at that point in time, when the movement was most strong, this movie comes out, and boom, that's the end of that.
Yeah.
If I may.
Go ahead, brother. Actually, give me 1 second. I want to read Chris's super chats because I know he's been waiting. He give a lot, so I want to acknowledge that. I appreciate that from him. And some stuff he be saying, we be moved way past before I read it. So let me read 2 of his super chats, and then the mic is all yours. Agreeing, Chris said, but the man on the train was saying he wasn't ready. He was ready to go take me now. So Daniel Penny did what he did. I don't know if that's why he did it. I don't care if somebody's talking about I'm ready to die. I don't necessarily want to be the one to do it for him. It takes a special kind of person to be like, yeah, I kill this motherfucker, and I don't care. Like, killing people ain't easy. Shout out to Chris for the, it's trauma that comes with that. I mean, you just be killing people and go to bed and sleep good at night. That's a special kind of person. We call those people psychopaths in psychology. But anyway,
Michi, thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for coming up and sharing your perspective with us. I appreciate it. Chris says, how is his legacy tarnished when we got Oprah and Michael Jordan? Maybe LeBron might pick him up and fix his life. I'm talking about the teenager that had the incident at track field. Nobody finna get him. He finna be old and washed up. He about to be drinking hooch made with somebody else's pee to ferment the fruit in the cell. He about to go through a whole lot. When he get out here, y'all, I'm glad that y'all have such like upbeat perspectives, but I'm sorry, that's not gonna happen. The boy done ruined his life, and I don't care how many ways y'all slice it. He can come out and still have a life and be happy, but all of the potential that was in front of him, that potential is gone. Just be honest with yourselves. The potential is gone. Chris came back with another $5 holler. Says it makes it harder for Black people to trust one another. Look at the movie Ray Charles. His people were screwing him, and it happens in every race. It does happen in every race, and you're absolutely right. I've had a moment where I was like, I'm done with this shit. And the reason I was done with the Black community, it really wasn't all of you people who appreciate me and love me. And I had to sit back and take a sabbatical. If all of y'all know me, y'all know after the Black Agenda tour here, I was upset. I was distraught. I said, this shit ain't gonna never work. Fuck this shit. I was upset about all the divisiveness over the years and the Black people I have watched destroy all the work that I'm trying to do in the community over what? The spotlight, over money, over dumb shit. And it became very discouraging to me. And I didn't even want to do this shit anymore. But I laid in the bed every day. And it was like, but this is what you do. And I enjoy doing things for my community and my people. And it was like, if you don't do this, like I felt like every day I got up in life, I didn't really have a purpose. So I was tired and sad from the conflict and the stumbling blocks for my own people. But then I was also sad by not doing the thing that I love. So it took me a while to come to a space where I had to find some equilibrium in that and say, well, if I come back to the scene and do stuff, what I'm not going to do is take the whole burden on myself. And I'm going to start working with those who are people who genuinely want to do the work instead of those who have platforms and just want to be seen, because they're really not in this shit for the right reasons. So I will say, yes, we have those issues, and you're right. That's in every community. It's not just our communities, right? So my goal is I'm not trying to work with all Black people. I'm just trying to work with the people who are on the same page as me. If we see eye to eye, then let's do what we do. I can't worry about the rest of them. They got to do that shit for themselves. So that's my response to that. Okay. And I am sorry for all of that weight, but brother, go ahead. The floor is yours. Tell us what's on your mind. Go ahead.
Thank you. Salute to everybody on the panel. Shout out to everybody for having their opinion. Shout out to you, Michi. Shout out to the sister, the elder that spoke. One of the first things I want to set the tone. The demons come out. I'm gonna just say the demons gonna come out. Understanding. That's always my first goal. That's always my go-to in every situation, anything I deal with in life. My first process is to understand. Like, to understand anything. I feel like the only way you can fix something or defeat it or beat it is to understand it. So, and a lot of times when people go wrong is when they don't really try to understand. You can't understand what I'm going through, trying to put my shoes on with your shoes on. You have to take your shoes completely off, not be you and completely be me to truly understand what I'm doing. So what I first do is deal with understanding. So now, what you asked to the sister about with the brothers, I want to speak to that. I'm your generation, Michi, just in case you know. We same generation. We came from the generation. We didn't give a fuck. Yeah, fuck that. We ain't going. I wish a nigga would. That was our generation. And I always felt like that too. And then, but understanding. Remember, that's gonna be our go-to, understanding. I'm like, okay, let me understand what they were going through. You got to remember, like the sister said, we got all kind of videos. See, believe it or not, we making history now. For any generation after us to be dumb, they supposed to be dumb. They got way more. See, that sister,
they don't got no excuses, right?
They ain't got nothing. She didn't have social media. She didn't have the text, the cell phone. I mean, a lot of that when they was coming in. So to their defense, they didn't have a whole lot. Remember, we talk about don't let your enemy teach your children. We're talking about a whole system where they really couldn't implement. They were breaking the rules. They were doing what we have now. So at that, and there was nobody really giving them a blueprint. So to their defense, and remember, I can't, I'm not justifying them. I'm not from their generation, but understanding to their defense, they were the blueprint. Like they were the first, in a lot of cases, the real first examples here. So they get a pass for that. And then if you look at, you said earlier, when the brothers, they didn't do nothing. I'm gonna show you how a black man can't win. They didn't do shit. They was punks. They was little punks. They do something. Oh, y'all overdoing it. We can't. It's like we can't win. And the only thing I will get on the generation before me, and it's not just them, it's our generation too, is it is a season. Like I don't knock them for. There is a time to be still, to be passive, it ain't you scared. It's you buying your time. Then when your time comes, it's a time to attack. It's a time to go on the offense. Now, first we on the defense. We playing weak. Oh, I'm sorry. We letting you think that while we building because we secretly building shit. Then when the moment in the season occurs, then we strike. Now, what you gotta understand back to Stockholm syndrome and social conditioning, our people have been told to be still. All these videos we've seen where we mostly always see a white man killing a brother, shoot him in the back, be it police, be it a hanging. They talking about hanging, racism gone. They still got sundown towns right now. There's a bunch of brothers have been hung out here in California. So when you say that, that social conditioning, we still been conditioned. Don't you do shit to them white folks. Don't you dare. And even right. to some mother's defense, a lot of mothers made their sons docile, not because they were purposely trying to make them weak. They wanted to keep them alive. Yeah. But here's why the men come in. It's like, you got to understand, baby, sometimes some people got to die. Understand this. Perception is power. Perception don't always mean the truth. It's what is perceived. You can perceive something totally wrong. It can be a lie, and it can have you held up. So when you're looking at perception, we've always seen the black man, he always get done dirty. He always get done wrong. And that's just how it is because it's white supremacy. And I'm not saying none of that shit ain't true. But now, it's because if you notice, there's an awakening now. I don't know if y'all noticed that. Shout out to my Hebrews. There's an awakening. We got wars. We got black folks waking up. We separate. Black folks, it's an awakening. It's time. 'Tis the season. It's time now. So when we see black folks waking up, like right now, Nat Turner paid the price. Like, understand this. It's always somebody has to spill blood. You can't have a movement or do none of this without blood spill. Malcolm spilled blood. I mean, Malcolm had his blood spilled. Martin, Nat. It's always been our blood being spilled for this, and that's just how it goes. And even blood being spilled, it doesn't have to just be death. It could be jail. Like, say what you want. Perception is power. What Carmelo did is said, hey, them days of y'all just fucking with niggas is over. We ain't gotta like it. It is what it is. Perception is power. See, understand
that. But can I ask you a question?
I don't believe that.
Right. Now, this is what I want to say. Do you think that was Carmelo's perception, or do you think that's our perception? Because we assume that he's looking at him like, this white boy ain't gonna tell me what to do. But Carmelo lived around nothing but white people. His family took him to the suburb like white was right. I wouldn't be surprised if Carmelo had a white girlfriend, okay?
He did have a white girlfriend.
Hold on. Let me respond to that.
Boom.
Come on, sister. Don't be rude.
No, so I just want to know, do you think that was Carmelo's perception?
What you mean, brother? I just got on here.
You've been talking for a minute. Let them finish her show, first of all.
He said the floor was mine. I said
no. I want the brother to talk. Yeah, let him go. Let him finish his thought. We're just having a conversation, and I'm just in the midst of that. Y'all got to understand when we're having conversations, I'm not trying to cut off what he's saying. I'm interacting with what he's saying. Right. And so since he brought up that point, I just want to say, I think that's a big reason why Black people are so involved in this and emotional, because they like, yeah, y'all motherfuckers ain't gonna keep pushing us around. But do you think that was really Carmelo's perspective? Like, he a white boy, he just a boy messing with me.
It has not. Let me say this. I don't think it has nothing to do with Carmelo. Let me say this again. We egomaniacs. We fleas on a dog's ass. Some things are preordained. Everything that happens is meant to happen. Otherwise, it wouldn't happen. That's why it happens. I believe this is bigger than Carmelo. Rather, he knows what he was doing. At the time, you better believe Malcolm didn't know the depth of what he was doing, how much it would reverberate throughout history. You better believe more. They were living in it. So a lot of times you don't even know how big it is. To you, it's just an everyday life. So even if Carmelo understands that or not, remember, I'm talking perception. Right now, if nothing else, for all the white supremacists and the white folks who really believe the social conditioning, they're going to watch their motherfucking step. Now, listen, I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to give it up because I know y'all don't want to hear the truth, so I'm going to shut my truthful ass mouth. This is what I learned. I always said this when I was growing up. I beat up the bullies. I never liked bullies, so I can totally relate to that. I started beating up the bullies because nobody wouldn't do nothing. And so then I was cool with the street dudes because I was a street dude, but then I was smart, so I was cool with the nerds, and I protected them. So what I learned about bullies and what I learned when you beat up the bully, like, a bully he's not going to stop being a bully. He wouldn't be the bully if that was his case. And I don't have a problem with that. This is what I say. I'm the type that's going to fight. But okay, listen, if you're a guy that doesn't fight, I know some dudes who will not fight but will kill you if you fuck with them. So my mentality, and I respect that. I'm a fighter. Meanwhile, they not gonna fight me. They go right to the guns on me. So I know I can't get a fight, but I respect the guy who's saying, I won't touch you, but if you fuck with me because I'm scared, I don't know how to fight, whatever his fear is, I'm gonna do this to you. So he's giving you a way out. All you have to do is leave him alone. You safe. So that at the end of the day, there's no justification. I was raised, don't be fucking with people. I was raised, you let sleeping dogs lie. I was raised, nigga, don't start none, won't be none. So I agree with what he did, like I said, because there's an awakening right now. And at this point in time, people do need to know niggas is up. We mean business. We on something different right now. It's a different spirit. Y'all got it.
Niggas have made Carmelo the new Nat Turner for their ass, man. That nigga, that's a little boy, man. That's all I gotta say. Y'all made that boy Nat Turner, that boy just being a little boy.
Yeah, this here is too much about y'all and not about that little boy. I've watched a bunch of videos on Carmelo Anthony, those who will support him, but say, hey, it's done with. He done messed his whole life up. There's a bunch of Black men who are looking at it for what it really is. We've seen some videos of Carmelo Anthony playing, and he had white friends. So he ain't even on your page already. He had white friends. He had a white girlfriend. It's not like Carmelo Anthony and Metcalf didn't meet each other. Them kids came on out. It was an incident the night before that. And he got it, Carmelo Anthony felt like he was being really disrespected in front of his girlfriend. It was a dance party that night, and his phone got broken. Metcalf threw his phone on the ground, but it wasn't like he was this big old tall white boy from the Netherlands. He was just a little stocky, but it wasn't like just because he's skinny he couldn't defend himself. I ain't never heard no crap like that. Like, this is brand new, and it's sad to hear this. But it was an incident that took place at the dance the night before the track meets, and for Carmelo Anthony to bring a knife to school to the track meet, that already told you right there he already had a motive, because right there, what happened to him the night before when they met, because all the schools at the Jeffersons had their school dance, their school party dance, and the incident took place. So yeah, we heard some kids speak on certain channels, it was on different channels, but then they showed Carmelo Anthony, who really he had a bunch of white friends. I mean, God goodness, he was playing football, he was doing this thing, he was just throwing, he was having a good time. He wasn't the type that was being picked on and people bothering him. Nah, he was that kid like, I got it all. I'm with my white friends, I got some Black friends, I got the girl of my dreams, I got all these things. And if you look at that, then what's your excuse now? Because I been said it wasn't even about race. These are some 17-year-old kids. They were some dumbass kids, and nobody wanted to jump on Carmelo Anthony. It just so happens that the Metcalf said, "I don't you can't be under our tent." Okay, that's y'all school's tent, whatever. And Anthony should have just put the, if he felt like he wanted to fight the boy, because he was there for a reason. He felt like he wanted to fight that boy. Okay, so he should have dropped that bag and throw that fade, and he didn't do that. Now I'm gonna say this as a mother and as a parenting. All right, the biggest problem what we got going on now is we're not cooking dinner and sitting at the table eating and talking with one another at the table, because see, that could have been, all this could have been prevented from day one from home. Because if you're talking about, and listening to his mother, they left the Black community for safety to go stay at a community where it's more, and I get that. I get that. Okay. I live in a nice neighborhood. So I understand where the mom's coming in. But my thing is, listen, my knives and my utensils is my stuff. You don't own a goddamn thing in my house. If you got an issue with a kid, you come talk to your daddy. He's here. And my husband's supposed to be sitting down talking to all his sons about how to handle situations. And if that situation don't seem too kind, and that's going to put my child in prison, I'm going to have to talk to my son by myself. I'm going to have to do something different, because there's all kinds of ways and preventative measures. These things did not have to happen. So for some of my people to still glorify this, that's something that you have not dealt with in your own demons in your past. We're talking about our kids and our kids' future. And our kids' future are not on your page. They're not on a Jim Crow. They get to date white girls. They get to have white friends, Asian girls. And then I've never heard of a brother being hung in California. I'm from the Bay Area. I heard him shooting at some white folks and getting shot at by the police. But shoot, they snatching purses. So but that's where I grew up from, purse snatchers. So police get irritated looking for him and all the stuff, and we say, "Oh, I don't know where he is. I don't even know who that is." So it's totally different. For our sons, we have to look at their perspective and start talking to our kids. We need to know exactly what they know, what they learning. I'm glad we got our power back as parents. Okay, teachers don't get to go behind our backs and teach these kids something else. So what's the excuse? Our kids need to go to school and come back home at one piece without a blemish on their record. Because from what I'm hearing, he was going to be a promising football player. They was filming him. And it's over. It's over. All this extra, what if ain't got shit to do with what he did. He was a child. If that was my kid, I'm not talking to you, because we had a conversation. You taking a knife out my house, what would that do to the parents? He could have got the whole damn house arrested. So you got to look at this more logically than this victim mentality. Here I am, a Black woman, a single mother. I have a son, and I say, not on my goddamn watch. He gonna sit his ass down and read. He's 7 years old, on a spectrum, and I make him read. And that boy can read and spell his ass off. That math, we gonna work on that, because he regressed from that damn ass liberal math. But that gives him, I'm preparing him for private school. And I'm working on that attitude he got right now. Because it's like the whole point is talk to your kids. You have sons, and there is no excuse. You want to be a proud parent. You don't want to be going through this shit that he's going through right now. And then we talking about the Ziax Institute. Look at those babies at Ziax Institute. All them babies, they know how to speak. They can spell. Their focus is on Go ahead, Beach.
Andrea, I was gonna say, that's part of it, because look at this person here. It's like, so Golden Key, I want to address that. Says, I think there are too many negative projections on this child. So first of all, I be wanting to know what y'all be hearing versus what was said. Because I don't think anybody is projecting negativity onto this child. Like, why are y'all so upset because we're not cheering on a Black child throwing their life away? Like, I have a son who is on his way to college at 16 years old, since you brought up Zayax. He has such this bright future ahead of him. And, you know, he's only 17, I think about to be 17 in November. And I think about all the life that he's going to have, and that he's going to college early. And he's so excited about the life that he has ahead of him. And if my son went to a game tomorrow and ended up stabbing somebody out of his emotions and was in the position Carmelo finds himself in, I would be devastated. And so I don't understand where the fuck y'all don't get as we're talking that somehow we want to see him be thrown away. Just because we are not up here cheering on his actions, what the fuck makes y'all think that we are spewing negativity on him? We're talking about our youth not throwing their lives away. There is enough in life that live longer. Life is long. I tell people that all the time. Life is short. Do what you got to do. Yeah, but life is long in the sense of motherfuckers gonna go through a lot in life. And at the end of the day, I just don't want to see our youth throwing their life away for things that it's unnecessary. Like, your life, you only get one of these motherfuckers in this current time that he's in right now. I'm not going to boast about how this boy threw his life away. And somehow people tend to take that as negativity, like, because I'm not saying, yeah, he stabbed a white boy, that's what he get, you shouldn't have fucked with him. Y'all want me to be in a delusional world that says, so what, he was self-defense. And we're going to keep telling that to ourselves, regardless of what the court is getting ready to say. And the reality is, you can say that all you want, but if that's not what it was, this boy is getting ready to go to prison. Why the fuck would y'all be supporting and promoting that? Something's wrong with y'all. For the people who keep saying that, like, where the fuck in here is anybody talking negative about this child? You hear people talking about the fact that he should have handled it different. If this was your child, how would you have wanted him to done this? Who the fuck wants to be in this position? So, because for those of us that don't cheer this on, because we don't want to see another black boy once again being thrown away that had a full potential and future ahead of him, whether it's another black kid taking him out, a gang member shot him right before he's about to go to college, or whether he took his own motherfucking life out by doing some dumb shit like this. Why are y'all upset that we don't want to see this happening to him, so we don't see this as a positive thing? Like, where the fuck is y'all mind that y'all don't hear that in the conversations we're having? Something's wrong with y'all. I just want to say that for the people who keep taking that approach. The next thing that I want to say, as Legacy Builder said to somebody said something in the chat, when you move to nice areas, you are not thinking about race. You are thinking of the safety of your family first, not race. Well, I want to say to y'all, for a woman that grew up in plenty of neighborhoods where my mom would take us, because my mom actually thought that being around white people meant our neighborhoods were better. But it wasn't until I moved to white neighborhoods that I realized how racist white people were. Like, if you haven't lived around non-black people, you have no idea. And I will tell you that I've lived in many suburbs with white neighbors, Hispanic people, and not a lot of black people. And you should be concerned about race. Those were some of the most racist schools I ever sent my children to. I watched the school to prison pipeline take effect faster than any other goddamn place. I watched the racism of my neighbors. I watched the way they treated me and treated my children. I actually felt more safe around my own people. Being in white suburbs actually didn't make me feel safe. The type of situations that I've experienced in white suburbs. I actually lived in a suburb one time at 17 years old, and I never experienced this in the hood, but I had 3 white men try to snatch me into a car. Okay, I never experienced that shit in the hood. Okay, but white men was trying to kidnap me. I don't know if they want to take me in their basement and keep me for 20 years and give me a new name, but like, all of the racism y'all don't think exists, go move to a white neighborhood. That's when they're gonna write "nigger get out" on your fucking barn. Like, so when you say that people are not thinking about race when they go to these communities, you absolutely should be. And that's just me telling you the things I've experienced. The reason I moved to Georgia specifically, I don't know no fucking body here. I moved to Georgia because I refuse to live in the ghetto with my children, but I also don't want to forego to live in a nice neighborhood, right? I don't want to have to live around a bunch of non-black people. So I live in Georgia because I'm in a suburb, a very nice neighborhood, and all of my neighbors are black. And they wave when they get the mail. When we drive by, we say hey to each other. They're walking to the golf course. They're walking their babies. They're going to the pool. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And that's the main reason why I came here to Georgia. And so for people who say that, unless you lived in those communities, I'm just saying, I get your point, but you should think about race. That should actually be the first thing on your mind, because them motherfuckers don't want you in their neighborhood, and they make sure that you know it. You have not met racism from individuals. As Black people in the inner cities, you deal with systematic racism and all the systems and the shit that can come against you. But if you want to know how racism works with individuals, where you get called niggas, people vandalize your property, they do all kind of shit to you, and they treat you like this some racist ass, you some niggas and we white power, take your ass to these motherfuckers' communities. Do it. Another thing that's a problem with that is that you must remember, when you take your children to these communities, they're teenagers, they're growing up. You have to be considerate of the friends and the people that you put them around. Because if you raise your Black sons and daughters around nothing but a bunch of fucking white people or Hispanics or non-Black people, you know who the fuck your daughter brings home? You know who the fuck your son brings home? Congratulations. You have officially helped wash out the Black in your family. So a couple more generations, you niggas will be white. So I want y'all to remember that, because you cannot take your young children, while Carmelo, everybody talking about this Black boy and he doing all this to school. Yeah, had he not gone to prison, he probably would have married one of them white girls that he was dating in school. So I want y'all to also think about that. If you believe in Black power, if you agree, maybe you don't agree with this, but I believe part of Black power is saving the Black family. And so that means Black people should be with Black people, making Black babies and making productive Black homes. So not only when you call yourself going to suburbs of other races and white neighborhoods, do you just go, it reminds me of that civil rights shit. Like, you just want to be around white people because they're better, their communities are better. It's not white, because you can live around white people in a trailer park and they just as ghetto as the fucking ghetto. So again, it's not their whiteness, it's the goddamn neighborhood. But y'all think that's so great. You're really giving up something that you don't realize you're giving up. So welcome to whitewashing your children and whitewashing your fucking future. You don't raise your children when they're learning how to date, socialize, and their hormones are raging and they're ready to have a girlfriend or a boyfriend, and sit them in a fucking school that's full of nothing but non-Black children. That's the perfect way for your Black son to bring a white girl home on some real shit.
Let me ask something. When do the women? I like a separate question. When do y'all think is go time? And how do we respond to it when it's go time? 'Tis a season. It's always a season. So because I like what I learned about women. No offense to y'all, it's easy to talk shit to each other, and women do that. But when it comes time, like Black folks, period, when it comes time to having to really stand up against other races, I watch. We always divided on that. We got those who want to go along to get along. We got those who scared, and we got some of those who sometimes who over the top. Now, I know crash dummies play a part, so I like crash dummies, because if you're going to die for something, why not die for a cause for your people? But what I noticed a lot of times, back to what I said earlier, the women y'all are always trying to figure out ways that we don't want to piss off them white folks. I hear y'all say it, but I notice anytime some shit happens, like I said earlier, this is bigger than Carmelo. Y'all think it's just about Carmelo. I recognize that we all fleas on the back of a dog's ass. We're just small parts of a bigger picture. Everything wasn't about Nat. Look at all the stuff all of us learned from Nat. It was way bigger than Nat. Nat was just a catalyst. That's the same thing for Carmelo. The bottom line, check this out. The days of touching Black folks is over.
But a catalyst, wait a minute, but a
catalyst. Say something, please.
Wait a minute. I just want to ask, wait a minute.
Let me just ask one question.
Hold on, let me
let her
it's not a
finish.
conversation back and forth. So my question is, I just want to know, what is he a catalyst to? Nat Turner was part of a revolution revolting against the slave master.
Let me answer it.
Carmelo did what?
Okay, listen, I just gave it to you, missing, because and I'm gonna say this, no offense to you, Michi. They said your white side coming. I swear I was saying the same thing.
Man, say what you gotta say, my nigga.
Hey, she don't need saving, you bitch ass nigga. Shut up. God damn.
Oh my God.
Shut up.
I don't need no fake. You want to finish your sentence before you tell me it's some white shit coming out.
Right.
I'm asking you the catalyst to what?
I just threw that in. Listen, I said earlier, if nothing else, keep your hands off of people. Like, listen, the fact that we so far in advanced in technology, shut up, emotional nigga who didn't have his daddy. The fact that
both y'all emotional.
No, shut up. I'm talking. When the men talk, the bitches always respond.
Oh my God.
Get back to what I'm saying. That's a fact. Any nigga disagree, you ain't the man. Listen, what I'm saying is, I was taught is with all the technology and knowledge we have today, we still having problems with people understanding keeping your motherfucking hands to yourself. I tell people this all the time. You can say what you want to say to me. Say fuck my mama. You just say anything you want. I got one rule. Don't put your motherfucking hands on me. Anybody don't understand that, you're not a man, and I don't expect a woman to understand it. Go ahead, emotional niggas. You can speak now.
Before you
First
say
of all,
something, he started off
hands
like
is one
this.
thing.
But
Hands
just
are the knife is
First of
another
all,
thing.
First of
Can I
all,
please say something?
hold on. I agree, and then I'm gonna let somebody else go. I agree very much with what you said, because you're not gonna put your hands on me, but it seems that you keep taking a broad situation and trying to make it a very narrow one, because just because somebody puts their hands on me also doesn't mean that I'm going to kill them. If you put your hands on me, I'm probably gonna beat your motherfucking ass. Let me put bass in my voice when I say that shit, okay? So I don't know what part of you think somebody's a punk or you just let people put their hands on you, but there are levels to this shit. And if you can't fight, punk bitch, and I'm just saying this to anybody that feels that way, go get some motherfucking training and learn how to use these hands. Because if you touch me, but you don't have a weapon, I'm gonna slap the motherfucking shit out of you. You might leave with some blood dripping and need some stitches. You might have a fucked up throat because I'm gonna punch you in that bitch. You might have a broke leg because I'm gonna kick your kneecap back. But what you're not gonna be is dead unless you're trying to kill me. So all I'm saying is, I still don't get that concept. And you say of women and where are we at? I'm sorry to inform you, brother, but when it comes to the fight for the Black community and being on the front line, there are more of us as women out here doing this shit than you niggas.
Hello.
Let's be clear.
Hello.
Until you've been
But you niggas, it's not there with us.
Until you've been
And men can't keep their hands off women
Hey,
when
put
she
your hand over
harasses
his
her.
mouth,
You don't
Michi.
know
Put
what's
your hand
happening.
over his
Let
mouth.
me finish, and I just want you to know,
Listen, this I can tell the niggas who
your
don't know.
response was very emotional while you're calling other people emotional.
I got it. It's not.
You tried to throw my white side in there, and you still have not told me what part of my white side is coming out.
I was
trying to throw a knockout there.
Okay,
So
listen.
you're being emotional instead of
Put him on a hot seat. Cook his
Wait a
ass.
minute. Wait a
Can't
minute.
even stop talking while she talk.
Hold on, everybody, mute your mic. Hold on.
All right.
I'm gonna let you go there, but let me talk to the brother, because again, when you talk about emotionalness, you're not letting me finish my sentence, even though I let you speak, even when you I only interjected when I wanted clarification, even though you have thrown an insult at me trying to be a smart ass. And now that I'm trying to ask you and talk, you want to talk over me at the same time. You cut somebody out, you told him he was this and that, you call people bitch ass and this and this and that. And so I'll be honest with you, you're actually the one working in your emotion right now while you're calling somebody else that. But again, I would like you to and you can keep the emotion, it's fine.
It's passion. It's passion.
But in your response, what are you talking about? The white side of me is coming out. Please expound on that comment.
All right, let me get it. You said it 3 times. Let me get it. All right, I got you. I was
just and then explain why the hole coming out of you.
Oh my God. Okay, listen, brother. You would say that to my face. So I'm gonna get back to Michi. See, listen, I'm trying to stick to the conversation. You attacking me personally, goofy
You
nigga.
did the same thing to him, though.
I shot it back after.
You did the same thing to him.
I shot it back after he said something to me. We back to Carmelo. You don't get to
listen.
50 Cent said it best. Nobody ever sees the slap. They only hear the flop.
You quoting 50 Cent. Oh my God.
Yeah, like 50.
Michi, please. I just want to make a point.
Hold on, let me respond.
Ass nigga. He literate.
She asked him a question about her saying, "What is up with the white?"
Hold on. I'm gonna mute everybody's mic. And the reason why I'm saying this, y'all, I'm glad that y'all want to chime in, but this is how we have a conversation. And so if y'all in a hurry, I apologize for that. I will let the person speak next, but y'all gotta let people finish. So again, this man has not answered my question. Let him answer my question. He needs to answer what he was talking about when the white side of me is coming out. Let him answer that.
I got it.
And then y'all can go, but let him answer it.
Thank you. I got it. I got you. Now I'll say this, Michi, I like you. It was joking. I kind of felt
No,
that.
don't start moonwalking.
Oh my God, this nigga. Hey, Michi.
No, don't y'all say nothing. Shut up, y'all. Come on.
God damn, I can't. Listen, I know I'm the nigga. I always.
My feelings are not hurt. I just wanted to know what you were referring to.
I keep trying to get to it, but I can't seem to get to it to save my life. So I know nobody wants
Stop dancing.
Shut up, boy. I'm not talking to you, boy.
Shut up, y'all.
Now, let me get back to it. So now what I'm saying is this, Michi, and then I'm going to go. Because, like, listen, this is what I do. I tell the truth. Nobody likes the truth. That's another lie. But what I was saying about the whiteness.
He is dancing, though.
No, I'm not. What I was saying about
election slide like a motherfucker.
Damn, boy, y'all niggas, listen, we ain't going to never be able to run shit. You niggas can't even let a nigga get the words out. All right,
He's going to use this as an excuse not to answer my question, y'all. Be quiet.
Yeah, and every time I do, all y'all speak. Now, listen, so what I'm saying is I said I was just joking, but don't get me wrong. When the person said it in the chat, I was saying, I swear I was thinking the same thing. They I said, I ain't gonna even write it.
I'm gonna put it on there. Wow.
Listen, nigga, you can go look. It's in the chat if you want to go find it. Shut up.
Okay, what did you say? Because I don't know what you said.
Hold on. Listen. So what I was saying was when you said that, it was because, like I said earlier, because we're so busy taught to be docile. This is a fact. And the white folks have taught us that. White folk, be docile. You don't say nothing to massa. So how dare niggas defend themselves? George Zimmerman literally killed that man. He stalked that man and killed that man and got off. Every time a black man is in the right and we die, we lose not only the death, we lose when we get beat, we lose in the
Get back on the question, man.
Nigga.
Talk a lot for a flea on the dog ass.
I know that was just one question. How did it turn into that?
The half white part.
Now let me get back to it. So Meech, a lot of the white in you was telling us to be docile. You're going to justify it with it's overreacting, and he may have, but I said perception is power. If nothing else, some people said Nat Turner overreacted, but did he really overreact? Or did he send a message? Did his message reverberate to all?
Are you fucking serious?
Oh,
Did he say that? Hold on, let me respond to my insult that was given to me. First of all, how many white people have you checked this past month, motherfucker? Because I got numbers on my hand.
Bro.
You got to be motherfucking out your mind to sit here and tell me that I've been teaching people to be docile as long as I've been preaching for you niggas to get up, fight, and die and kill for this cause. Where the fuck is you at on the front line? You want to meet me at the Capitol building tomorrow, nigga? Willing to give up your life? No. So please shut the fuck up with that. I ain't never taught nobody to be docile. Seems like to me you have this fucking idea of it's all of one way or another, that there's no balance. You don't have no fucking balance as a grown ass man, because at the end of the day, be docile. So now anytime somebody speaks to you about somewhere you think you're not supposed to be, or they tell you something about yourself, all of a sudden we supposed to just throw our lives away and kill people? You sound crazy as fuck. And the fact that I don't agree with him throwing his life away over something so simple, now I'm teaching y'all to be docile. And that actually wouldn't be the white side of me. Let me clarify that. Because the white people believe in viciousness, nigga. We'll hang your bitch ass from a tree, gut your motherfucking ass, fuck you in your ass, and throw your whole heritage away. So it seems like to me, if anybody was talking about being docile, it would be the nigga in me. You got me fucked up. Now, take that truth and that logic, because I ain't seen you on the front line nowhere.
I'm from LA.
You check a white man.
LA is the front line.
So let's go there.
Man. Shut your soft.
You mean no
I know,
bitch?
right?
You mean
Ain't nobody said better than her.
Hey, I got you. All of y'all got all y'all out there.
Cut it out, man.
All y'all out y'all.
Let me respond. Can I respond to his?
Hold on, wait a minute. I just want to give me 1 second. I would like to give him the floor. Would you like to respond to what I said to you? Because you seem to be willing to put people down, just like you came and said when it comes to the women, y'all different, or what's the move? Because I notice women do certain things. I'm gonna tell you again, I'm in the streets all the time. I don't see you niggas out there with us. So what are you talking about? We've always been on the front line.
No, right. Let me respond to that. You want to say some more? I'll wait, then I'll come in. You ready?
No, I'm done. Go ahead, and then I'm going to give these other people a chance to respond.
No doubt. I appreciate it.
They like pit bulls at the door. They ready to get
that's
it.
How you know I'm cooking. That's how you know I'm cooking. All right, so listen.
You ain't cooking.
You ain't cooking. You ain't got no fire.
All right, listen. I've been in this space, but shout out to you, Michi. I love you, Michi.
How you gonna cook without fire?
Michi, don't hate me. I love you, Michi. You're one of my favorites. So now listen.
Okay. No, I'm moonwalking now.
Okay, all right,
that's coming from the dog ass.
Your mama raised you, didn't she? I know she did. All right, listen. Shout out to the sisters. Let me say this. Shout out to the sisters who've been on.
No, just get to what you gotta say.
Let him finish. Come
Boy,
on,
listen. Go beat your daddy ass. You got an issue with your
You've
daddy.
been talking for 45 minutes. Go on, wrap it up. Land your plane, sir.
Right, man. I'm getting airsick.
I'm glad you
flea on the dog ass.
You know what I find interesting? I'm just muting everybody mic real quick, because I was saying, you know what I find really interesting? I find interesting that for as much as the men be swearing that they so logical, we emotional, and not the brothers, if this shoe don't fit you, then y'all know that every time an argument break out on my panel, it's always what you mean. So I don't know how we emotional, because it's always you niggas arguing and starting.
Hey, don't mistake the passion, and because listen, when the Chinese people and all of them,
you too dumb to have passion. Finish saying
shut up, boy! I'll slap you. They be fighting in Congress. They literally had fist fights. They be fist fighting sometimes. Go look at them Chinese people. So this is what politics politics does. I understand it, but this is passion, not emotion. I'm gonna get back.
Listen, get back to your 50 Cent quote.
Shut up, little boys. Your daddy is talking. Now back to what Michi said. Michi,
Going back to your 50 Cent quote.
Be back to you, my daddy. Nigga says you raised
nigga,
by your mom.
your mama
Listen,
raised
listen,
y'all.
it's 1:30. This is about the time I let y'all argue. I mute my mic and I leave and go make coffee. It's my
Just mute his mic.
Yeah, I'm about to leave too. Can't get a work in.
All right, so listen. Michi said, "Let me respond." So Michi, let me say, shout out to the sisters who was there. There was plenty of sisters on the front line. I'm not. Shut up, boy. Go talk to your daddy. Weirdo.
Like everybody said, if you let the man finish his conversation, y'all act like y'all don't know the panel. When he's done, I'm going to mute him and then let y'all have y'all turn. But let him finish.
You don't even have to mute me. I'll be quiet. I sat here 30 minutes.
I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. Right. So go ahead and finish, and then so we can.
All right.
But I'll let him finish.
So I don't ever want it to be said because I want people to know who I am, my full representation. Shout out to the sisters who did. This is no offense to sisters. This is just understanding. Remember, I came with that. Most women, I ain't talking in the office. I ain't talking to every woman. Y'all, when it comes down to the real violence, the real get down to the gritty, most women ain't about that. And it's not an insult. Society purposely teaches y'all. That's why most women don't like going to jail, and they don't incarcerate most women. We can go to jail for the same crime. I'm gonna get more time to you. Same crime, because they know that y'all are their biggest customers, so they don't want to incarcerate y'all. So that's why most women, I tell niggas, don't do a crime with your woman. She gonna tell on you. So when it comes to killing, real harsh shit, most women, unless you're a fucked up psychopathic woman, most women ain't ready for that. So you're gonna always choose the more docile, peaceful way. Hold on, I'm gonna give it up. The problem is, 'tis a season. Sometimes it's exactly what it's meant to be. Ugly. Y'all got it.
Michi, can I please say something?
Well, this boy
It's my turn, man. Hey, it's my turn, man.
No, wait a minute. I just want you to know that response made no sense.
Real ignorant.
If a woman is a thugged up psychopath because she is willing to kill and defend what she needs to kill and defend, then what the fuck are y'all? And when y'all do it, y'all are not thugged up psychopaths. Hey. It's amazing how when we do it, it's negative, but when y'all do it, it's what you're supposed to do.
I didn't say that. I gave you 3 different examples.
No, you good, bro. You finished. You done.
I'm gonna give other people the floor. Again, I disagree with your comment. And the funny thing is, if we were so docile, again, all of the work I see being done in the community is majority Black women. There are some men out there doing the work, but when I'm in these hoods, y'all not on the front line with us. And so when we talk about this docileness, if it wasn't for the work a lot of Black women are doing, we wouldn't be getting nowhere. Because if y'all these thugs, like, where the fuck you at other than in prison and causing problems in our own community? Because none of you niggas is on the front line fucking with a white man at all. But go ahead, let the sister talk, because she been up here for a minute, and then fuck you, mean you go next. But the sister's been up here for a minute. Go ahead, sister.
I appreciate you. First, I actually been waiting for a long time. I wanted to comment when the first older gentleman was talking their nonsense, but now I've digressed because I want to definitely respond to the brother with the lion face. So first off, my grandmother, my mama's mom, dark-skinned Black woman, originally from Alabama. My grandmother basically beat a white man down and had to flee from Alabama because the Klan was coming to get them. All right. My family moved to the West Coast. All my life, I've been raised to not take no shit from the white people. I watched my grandmother beat a white woman with a hoe because she came in her yard picking her strawberries. Okay. My grandfather was no punk either. All my life, I've been raised to respect and know who I am and don't take no shit from nobody, period, especially no white people. So that's one. And two, you can't sit up here and make generalizations talking about y'all women, because that's not all women. Well, what I'm feeling that you're looking at is these video vixens, these new age chicks that's running around here. Let me explain something to you that a real Black woman, okay, I'm an 80s baby, 84 all day, okay? I am a registered gun owner, okay? I got mad guns, pistols, all rifles, everything, okay? I have 2 daughters, okay? I have a recently 16-year-old and a recently 11-year-old. Both my children are pistol certified. Do you understand me? My 16-year-old is a first-degree Black belt in Jiu-Jitsu, okay?
Tell us,
14 years old. My 11-year-old is a brown belt. Only reason why she did get her black belt is because we moved from New Jersey to Georgia. All right. But both my kids know how to throw these hands. Okay. I specifically taught both of my kids how to mentally fuck this world up and how to physically fuck this world up and how to fuck this world up with a pistol. Not only that, not only are my kids as lethal with these hands, both my female girls, okay? Not only they lethal with their hands, they know how to handle themselves with pistols. My kids, we run drills. Every now and again, I'll wake their ass up at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and be like, danger, danger. And we'll run drills, okay? So I don't know what type of females you're around, but there is real bitches out here. There's real females. There's real queens. There's real goddesses out here. Like, I was literally about to come on here and talk about some legal shit with Carmelo and all this stuff, but you really got me riled up because I took offense to what you were saying. You can't sit up there and make generalizations about these new age chicks out here showing their ass and twerking and doing all that, because there's real women out here. All right. And so I had a situation, like, I came from Jersey. I'm in Georgia seeking the same shit that Michi was seeking. Unfortunately, I didn't do my research and move to a white neighborhood. My oldest goes to a predominantly white high school. She had, and let me just tell y'all something, and Michi, you probably know this too. Fuck the white people out here. The Mexicans out here is something different. These Spanish people out here ain't nothing like the Spanish people back home. These Spanish people out here think they white. This Spanish little girl thought she was about to bully my daughter, pushed her in the hallway. I'm mad because I'm like, my daughter's name is Queen. Yes, Queen. Okay. So I asked, I'm like, why the fuck you ain't fuck her up? She's telling me, she said, Mommy, she just pushed me. It wasn't that serious. And I said, well, what'd you do? She said to me, I didn't want to fight her because I know I'll fuck her up. She didn't say fuck you up, but she said, I know with my training, I would have hurt her bad. She said, if she would have did something worse to me, then I would have gave it to her. But a push doesn't warrant me beating her ass. So I say that to say, Carmelo, in my opinion, he was scared to get that ass whooped. Okay. I grew up on the West Coast. Okay. Like I said, 80s baby all day. I grew up with the razors in my head. Yes, I know how to put a fucking razor under my tongue and in my cheeks and all that type of shit. I was a chick to take a weapon to school because of the situation, not to kill nobody, but if a bitch thought that she was going to jump me, somebody going to be limping going home. But I decided to take that ghetto mentality or that dangerous mentality and shift it and be a little bit smart. So not only are my kids certified in martial arts, I'm certified. I'm a first degree black belt in jiu-jitsu. Not only that, I'm a certified kickboxer instructor. Okay. Not only that, I specialize in Kali Salat. If y'all don't know what Kali Salat is, that's Filipino knife and sword fighting. Okay, so I'm lethal with it, right? So
sign my son up. Sign my son up.
Like, so what I'm trying to say to you is that boy probably was not mentally aware, or his parents didn't explain to him the situation, because what he should have did was either walked away or took that ass whooping. The fact that he said, hit me again and watch what I do, the courts is going to look at that as premeditated. And also, let's go back to the reason why I really wanted to come up here is with the law. Those older gentlemen, and no disrespect to them, they was talking street law, street logic. Yeah, somebody hit you, I'm going to do this and do that. That's not what the law is going to require. Stand your ground in every state is different. I don't know what stand your ground there is, but you have to be in intimate danger to try to kill somebody. So the fact that the boy pushed him does not warrant him to stab him. Okay. So if the white boy had a knife, then that's knife on knife. That's different. But the fact that he pushed him and then you stabbed him, not only that, you told him, push me, nigga. You told the nigga to push you, and he did, and then now you stabbed him. That's a complete different. So in my opinion, Carmelo was scared to take that ass whooping. He brought that knife because he knew he had issues. And I don't want the boy to go to jail. That was a dumbass excuse or a dumbass situation that he put himself in. His life is completely ruined. Whether he get off or not, his life is ruined regardless, whatever happens. But you have to be mentally aware, you have to be mentally stable, and you have to be prepared. Honestly, that boy should have fought that white boy or walked the fuck away. There's no reason why he should have stabbed him, point blank, period. And I also want to make this statement because the older gentleman was making a lot of comments. That's their comments, but the shit just ain't true. Like I said, a lot of states, like where I lived in Jersey, you can, let's say somebody break in your house, right? I'm a registered gun owner. If someone breaks in your house, right, and they're running away and I decide to shoot the nigga, guess what? I'm in trouble because there's no more threat because they ran away. So it self-defense laws, they're very specific. You can't use that. Also, because I am a trained martial artist, me getting in a fight with somebody, the consequences would be different because my hands is lethal. So let's say I'm in a heads up fight with some chick and I beat her ass and I hit her in her temple because I know specific places to hit a bitch to kill them. I'm going to jail regardless if the bitch started or not because I'm trained a certain way. So what for all the people that was on here talking about self-defense, oh, you hit me no, there's rules to this shit. You have to be smart. And like the sister was saying earlier about sitting down and talking to your kids about certain stuff. I sit down because I am a divorcee. I am a single Black woman in America raising 2 Black girls, okay, who are very Afrocentric, okay? I don't play about my kids not knowing who the hell they are, point blank, period. Like, we locked down cocoa butter, shea butter all day, not like, come on now. But what I'm saying to you is I talk to my kids. I'm sorry.
I appreciate it.
You know what I mean? Because like I've been trying to get on here from the first moment to talk that because people was talking street law. Street law is completely different than law. And this boy and I'm sitting here like, y'all talking nonsense because the shit, every state is different. If you fighting somebody heads up, that's different. But you told the nigga to hit you and see what happened. So you didn't tell the boy to hit you and then you punched him back. No, you told him to hit you and you stabbed him. That is not self-defense. What he was not afraid for his life, in my opinion. He was afraid of getting that ass whooped. That's what it was. So that's what I wanted to say. I gotta go to work in the morning. But brother, with the lion face, you can't be generalizing because I'm about that shit. Like, and my kids is about that shit. And my aunts, my mama, my grandmother is about that shit. All the women in my family is about that shit. Point blank, period. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, I want to thank you for coming up and for saying that. And it's funny to me because I hear a lot of people say, oh, these single moms or women that are raising their kids, y'all raising these boys to be a certain way. But I actually know more women like you than not, right? So my children, like you said, they are skilled in how to defend themselves. And we don't just let them go willy-nilly. But the funny thing is, if you ever come across people who are skilled and trained to beat ass, they actually are not quick to fuck somebody up because one, they are assessing the situation. But the biggest thing is they realize the damage they can do to someone. And before they go to that extent, they want to make sure that it meets the criteria before I fuck you up, because you don't really know I can fuck you up like I can. So I'm gonna have a little bit of mercy on you. People who are not scared to fight and are skilled in fighting or have a weapon, they are not trigger happy and they are not beat your ass happy because they know what they're capable of doing. So they walk around with some self-control. And like I said, I know a lot of women that are raising their daughters and their sons to have fighting skills, to learn how to defend themselves. And instead of this shit in the hood, oh, you got a gun? Yeah, my children have guns, but it's not about the gun. It's about the way that you train them with it and they understand to respect the fucking weapon, instead of having it, thinking it makes them cool, right? That's the difference in this. And so I just want to commend you for being the type of Black mother and Black woman that I see more so in this generation than the men want to give us credit for. Because, you know, to be honest, not to start nothing, but I think Gigi will whoop your ass, Mr. Asshole. That's your name.
You better say that. And if I don't, you're going to be missing a limb, bruh.
I know Taekwondo too. Hold up now. I know some shit too now.
Yeah, but
Hey,
I need
Meech,
you to look up Kali Salak, my bruh.
Meech, hey,
She
Meechy,
coming
can
with
I
some
get the
kill,
mic?
kill on
Chill
that
out.
ass. She
He
gonna
no
slice your top
flirtation.
off
He don't
with
he
a
don't know
Terry
no.
Hey,
Hudson.
yo, Meechy, can I get the mic, Meech?
No, she already
I
said who
wasn't
next,
done real quick.
and
I
she
want to
ain't
say
done.
I want to say this real quick before I drop down. Because I really wanted to get to this immigrant thing, but I do want to say that I really appreciate this sister and Michi for even saying this. You know, we don't get a lot of credit as single mothers. A lot of us ain't thinking about no man being in the bed who's the next man. We thinking about our babies, our kids, and what they supposed to do. And like she said, her kids with the brown belt, the black belt, taekwondo and stuff. My son needs to learn that next. He playing the violin right now, but there's a lot of things your kids could be learning to get their mind off of this extra stuff that because that stuff is stressful too. All this stuff about acting like you victimization as especially the men, you know, when y'all say, you know, men, the white man this, the white man that. Well, don't you get up freely and go to work when you feel like it? Like it's like the plantation shit. The plantation just got booted out of office. They ain't no longer running an office, and they still, and the Democrats are still dying. So you're gonna be free from all that goddamn plantation. Now all you gotta do is learn how to survive another way. Because Michi teaching us all kinds of stuff to be prepared for. Like you free to prepare for everything and protect your kids a lot better. I just think that we refuse to accept the fact that a lot of folks failed their children. Okay, and Carmelo Anthony's father and mother failed him. So simple as that. It's nothing around it. You know, he's a kid. I don't think he should get life, but he should get at least 15 and some rehabilitation time. And make sure he finishes homework. You know, go to school. You know, and let Nation of Islam adopt him or something. Not something. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Meech,
So
can I
I
get
just
No,
some?
feel
I
like
ain't gonna
now.
say he should
No.
get 15. I ain't gonna say that.
Wait. Hold on, y'all. Who
He
said
need to
that?
have 15. That boy
It
out
was
Wait a
it
minute.
wasn't fuck.
Hold on. Wait a minute, y'all. Come on. Let's get some control of the panel, y'all. Was that Aztec 6 son God that said that?
Yes, goddess.
I do want to give him the chance to go ahead because he has been sitting up here for a very, very long time, like Gigi. So I'm just trying to get the
Shine.
people that was sitting here first before the other people came up to give them a chance. So go ahead. I do want him to go ahead and
I just want to say, Michi, I'm one of your biggest fans. I got a Rudy Poo podcast, and you one of my role models. And I heard a lot of hate about you. Before I get into this, I just want to say you're so beautiful. You're so attractive, and
Thank you.
don't let these haters be talking down. But I want to apologize to y'all sisters because it's too many chiefs and not enough Indians. Too many of these niggas out here talking, they're not doing shit. So I came up here with some paperwork and receipts to show y'all. I got this federal court case right now. These folks that came to me to push this federal court case here in Austin, Texas. This is the case number right here. I'm representing veterans, minority veterans and stuff right now with the federal court here in the Southwestern District here in Austin, Texas. I also got my other phone out here. You can Google me, nigga. While you talking while I'm trying to talk. You can Google me, nigga. I'm in Congress Library. When I fought against racism, I was in the military between the Army, the Air Force, and military school. I was in the Marine, sleeping in the Marine barracks. So you can Google me, nigga. So don't be talking while I'm talking. And here's the paperwork also here. So I ain't like the rest of y'all. I'll be out here, you know what I'm saying? I apologize to y'all sisters because y'all shouldn't have to be out here doing stuff. They tell y'all to quit talking and y'all need to know y'all place as women, but they talking like they women and they supposed to be out here stepping and making moves. Now let's get into this situation right here. So I got a podcast. I just want to say that too, cause y'all want to address me.
Nigga, you on here promoting, nigga. Get to the goddamn topic.
He can promote his podcast.
Nah, I was just saying, so you want to get that energy, you want to talk like you like to talk like these sisters say, and I'm out here moving. You can come on my podcast and say something because I take invitations, bro. So my shit is fatherland videos on YouTube and on Facebook. So that's why I want to promote to give you an invitation. But you can Google me first just in case you want to pull up, you know what you're getting yourself into. But like I'm saying, I whooped my son ass when he took a knife to school. You know what I'm saying? But at the situation at hand right here, is that nobody's talking about the adults in this situation. When it comes to how many teams was at this track meet, how many teams had head track coaches, how many teams had assistant track coaches, how many they would do what they called the school buses out there, how many bus monitors was out there, how many parents was there watching this event. All these adults failed these children. This was a LL on both sides. One side of the family lost a baby in murder. The other side lost their baby going to this criminal justice system. It's a lose-lose situation. Another thing is blacks and whites has made a strong and a lot of progress with racial tension. We got to be careful of the scapegoating and the camouflaging of other issues between blacks and whites, because a lot of times it's not that. It's a lot of other people over here roaching in our country. So it's a well-oiled machine with the racism between blacks and whites. So they use that as a distraction when they got other stuff going on. Well, and you got people out here that's married that's black and white. There's so many people that's black and white and they got kids. So you got to be careful with the situation at hand. Another thing I want to discuss before I pass the microphone, because I got shit to do, little nigga that's trying to talk while I'm talking. I got shit to do. I got a federal court case.
What's the name of your page?
I got a federal court case to work. Hey, nigga, this ain't what you want.
What's the name of your page? I'm on Facebook. What's the name of your page right fast? I'm trying to find it.
I can't do the slow shit, bro. I can't repeat shit to you. Go back and rewind.
All right, fam.
Hold on. Another issue I want to talk about.
I just asked you a question. I'm cool.
Nigga, I won't talk. You a talking ass nigga. I won't talk to you, bro. I don't want to talk to you, nigga. I don't want to talk. I ain't no talking ass nigga, bro. Google me, nigga. Now, another thing I want to talk about is xenophobia.
Fuck you, nigga.
So this, I know it's okay, bro. Well, they listening. You just fuck me. What else you want to say? They listening, bro.
Everybody listening to your remarks.
What else you want to say before I make my point, bro?
We need a loving brothers circle. Y'all niggas is always fighting.
Because I understand you sisters what y'all say. A lot of niggas be talking, they ain't doing
shit.
So that's why when I came on here, I brought receipts of what I'm doing. And I'm telling these niggas they can Google me, bro.
You are
putting in work with this shit.
Somebody.
So what I want to say is
fuck your minority case too. You ain't say black, you said fucking minority.
My nigga, I want you to talk. I want you to talk as much as you want to talk.
Hey, Michi, but they say women emotional though.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So what I want to talk about was xenophobia. Xenophobia is an issue when people have where they're not accepted to people from different culture, different racial backgrounds, or different things like that. Racism falls into that area. So a mental disorder is what it is. Sometimes it's not classified as a mental illness. So as long as we not addressing xenophobia and that some of these people have severe mental illness or how they're treating black people, when you add into the equation the population of the black community, how it's dwindling, you never know what kind of situation and mentality that young man has. Whether he knows about the statistics of population and xenophobia, he feels that. He's waking up into this world. He's coming into this. So when he results to doing something like this, he might not have a father like me. When my son took a night to school, I whooped his ass. He might not have a father like that, but he's still a young man and he's aware of what's going on. And he sees that adults are not addressing this mental illness that's going on. And as a young man, he might not even be aware of it, but he knows what time it is when he's walking out the house. If we don't address this mental disorder,
what's the conclusion?
If we don't address this mental disorder, you will see more horrific cases like this where it's L on both sides. And that's all I want to say, man.
Okay, cool.
I want to say something as somebody, mama, 5 people, mama, and a black woman in the community. We gotta stop doing that. Stop being rude. Let me say something. I think that
They just talking though, Michi. They some talking ass nigga. Like I came on your shows a couple of months ago. You gotta tell these niggas, shut your bitch ass up. That was me telling
no, but
you,
it's
shut
like
your bitch ass up.
it's
Shut
like
your
Worry
bitch
about
ass
this.
up. You gotta
I
tell these
think
talking ass
sometimes
niggas, shut your
Worry
everybody
bitch
about
ass
this.
up. Cause you just a talking ass nigga, bro.
everybody, hold on though. Like everybody want to be so about. A lot of times on these panels, we do this, y'all. Let's just have a moment and have a lesson. Like, we don't listen to people talk so that we can hear what they're saying. Y'all just listening to respond. And really, he's talking. And instead of y'all listening, so maybe y'all could chime in on his conversation where you agree or you disagree, y'all really just waiting for him to shut up so that y'all can say what y'all want to say. And so let's stop doing that. I'm gonna be honest with you. We let the brothers at the beginning have their say, and I thought that those elder men were on some bullshit. I love y'all, black elder men. Like, wish the best for you, but I just want to be honest. I thought that was some bullshit. So we gotta let the men have the perspective. As a black woman, I want to hear what all of y'all have to say as men in the community. Whether you're offending us, like some people did earlier, and said some bullshit, or whether y'all egos is shining through, or whether your stupidity is shining through, or whether you telling us some shit we want to hear. So come on, let's be fair. Because from my perspective, maybe y'all don't know this, but I look at all of y'all on this panel like all of y'all have come on here. Y'all are supporters, or maybe you're naysayers, but you done took the time to be on this panel. And the man that was talking, he's been sitting up here for a very, very long time. So from my perspective, I just want to give him the chance to talk. Now, I'm okay with interruptions if you're interjecting because you want to actually have a conversation with him and you want to ask him about what he's saying or doing. I think that's completely fine. We got to learn how to have conversations, right? That's how they work. But come on, y'all, let's stop cutting people off. You know, the sooner you let them finish, the sooner people finish their thought, then we could like get to other people that's been waiting and let y'all chime in. But if we keep cutting each other off, like,
Can the elder man say
What I'm
something?
saying, I asked somebody's platform. You see how you talking? I asked what his platform. I had my other phone here to look up his platform, and this is what I got from him. Niggas,
you was no. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna tell you from somebody outside looking in. I think that he was getting so much from everybody taking off their mic. You can't really always tell who talking. Fuck you mean was up here with his fuck you mean attitude, but that's how he come to the set. I love you too. I ain't mad at you. I love your name. That's why you up here. You know what I'm saying? So it's all right. But I think maybe he didn't hear what you was saying based on everybody interrupting, because bruh up there that was on the camera, he was asking where to find your information so he could follow you. He wasn't saying nothing disrespectful, but to be honest, I think all that got lost in everybody talking and we couldn't hear shit nobody was saying. So come on.
Since the goddess told me to tell you, I'll tell you, brothers, fatherland videos on Facebook and on YouTube.
Put your
you know
link
what I'm saying?
in the chat.
Fuck that
I
nigga
ain't
page
good at
now.
all
I
that.
don't give a damn about his
But
page.
I got a forum here. It's Old Mex Forum here in Austin, Texas. Meet you. I want to get you out here on my forum. When you go on my videos, you're gonna see I do stuff to women empowerment. I do trail rides with ATVs. I work with the underprivileged youth in my community, the black kids, and I also work with veterans here on my forum. And you go to my videos, you're gonna see me doing different stuff. I read mythologies and stuff. I read folk tales. I do all that shit is on my videos. I'm just dropping it and tell you again because the God has told me to drop it. But it's really for the disrespect because nigga was talking all greasy and shit. But I was trying to tell the nigga he come holler at me personally on my shit on Fatherland videos. You could talk that shit on my shit. But I will warn you, my nigga, this ain't that kind of shit.
Send her a super chat for all that goddamn promoting you doing. Send her something. God damn it.
I'm trying to get my money up. I'm trying to get my money up, big dog. I ain't got it all, my nigga. I'm trying to get my money up, bro. I'm trying to get my shit together, bro. I'm trying to get my shit together. Michi X will be one of the first people. Michi X will be one of the first people I send my money to. She one of my favorites. She hold it down. She keep it real. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time,
I appreciate
you know
that.
what I'm
And I
saying?
also want to say to you, James, and everybody else, like, I don't mind people promoting their stuff on my platform. Like, at the end of the day, I don't know about his platform. And I think that's part of the problem, that for the people that are doing the work in the community, sometimes they're not always the most entertaining or the best speakers or able to keep the people's attention because we like to be entertained too much. But those are the people that we overlook, because out of everything that you said tonight, I just heard all the work you said you're doing in your community. So I have mad respect for that. And the truth is, if we can get past our egos, you are probably somebody we should be watching, whether we agree or disagree. You're doing work in the community for the youth and all of the stuff that you're doing. And you have served in this country and you fought against the racism that you've seen in that. that, and you've done things, you know, and getting stuff passed and things change. So we got to give respect to that. Right. The nigga who don't talk the best is always the one who get ignored. But I would tell y'all from being in the streets, it's the people that y'all would call the nobody brothers that nobody knows that's doing the real work. So I would just want you to know I appreciate your support, and you know, please drop your channel or whatever. I respect the work that you're doing in the community in any way that can be supported. You know, that's what's up. So I want to say that part. Like, this is where we get caught up in our emotions and we don't realize the real of why we don't get nowhere and why we're not striving like we should, because we got all these emotions and people making jokes and it's late and we on some black folks shit. It's all right. We can do this. You know, we arguing like we playing a game of dominoes or some spades in this motherfucker. But the truth is we gotta stop ignoring the stuff like we ignore now. So I don't give a fuck, but nobody else on this panel talk about. I want to thank you for the work you do in the community. If nothing else, I respect that, and I never have a problem with a black person promoting this shit. If he don't have 1,000 subscribers, it don't cost y'all shit to go over there and subscribe to this channel. Y'all actually should. Who gets what? If all you could do is give a subscribe and watch a couple videos so he could get monetized, if he wasn't, why the fuck wouldn't you do that? Like, where's the black power when we can't just support what a black man doing? So that's my perspective of the brother that's speaking.
I'm just fucking with you, Michi, because I hear you say you trying to get some people to invite you out to their different like recreation centers and stuff like that. But I got a lot of land right here in Austin, Texas. I'm the only black farmer here. I'm a highly decorated veteran. I come from a I got waterfalls, rivers, hills, and all that shit on my land. And you talking about I've been watching you. I always watch you. I don't miss none of your videos. And you talk about how
can we do a survival event on your land?
Man, if you go on my channel, you see my land, you're gonna be like, man, he got the whole get up. He got waterfalls, rivers, he got the black folks out there already. He got deer. I got pictures of the snakes, deer, raccoon, road run, all that shit.
Now you playing too much. I ain't trying to fuck with them snakes, but
hey, what's the name of the channel, bro?
It's Fatherland Videos, bro. So it's like what we talk about right now with the sisters, man. They need some help. They holding it down. They doing the best they can. You know what I'm saying? And it's Fatherland Video. So it's talking about how we always refer to Africa as the motherland, and we've been robbed from our father so often from our black community. So when I do Fatherland Videos, it's talking about, hold on, I'm teaching also through my mythologies and the folk tales. You get into the books, it talks about the ancient black people here in America. So that's why I call my podcast, if you call it that, because it's really Rudy Poo on, it's not on Michi X level, nowhere near. But that's why my shit is called Fatherland Videos. But I'm Aztec. I done been to the pyramids of Mexico. I know who I am. I done sold land. I'm in real estate also. Besides pushing this federal court case, besides running my farm, I'm in real estate. I'm doing a lot of different things. And you know what I'm saying? So my name of my farm is Old Mex Farm. And it's an old farm. I got to get the city plaque put on the front of the farm to get it marked as like an ancient city marker. I got the old farm fence and everything still out there. So, you know what I'm saying? The name of my farm is Old Mex Farm for the, you know, my ancestors, the Aztecs, the Mayan, the Inca stuff. So I got my stuff, but I was just saying all that stuff just to let you know. I wasn't trying to drop nothing for my podcast, but you were saying how you try to get out to some of these people's events and try to do your thing. And I was just letting you know that I got my own farm and you could come out to my farm.
Well, send me an email so we could come to the farm, and it's a whole lot more we could do on the farm than just like survival class or even the making the money. It's a lot that can be done with that. So if you supply the spot, I'm coming and I'm bringing the people with me.
I fuck with you, Michi.
Send me an email.
All right.
I fucks with you too, Michi. This is James. Can I speak for a second? I'm the older one of the older guys that was there earlier. We are old and we are blessed. We learned a lot. And some things that are constant, and what's constant is that you must protect yourself in order to live. You must protect your family in order to live. Same attitude that you should have if someone breaks into your house in the middle of the night. It's the same thing or the same attitude you should have if someone tries to break you down in the middle of the day. Man, you can't just let them do that. You can't just let them break in your house, go in your refrigerator, carrying the jewelry box, putting jewelry in it, doing what they want to do. You just cannot do that. Now, the brother, I think, didn't fight him head up and up head up and up because he outweighed him by over 50 pounds by himself. Maybe his brother, you're talking about another 200 pounds. So there was a dilemma that he knew he would have to face if he just fought that dude straight up and down and get his ass beat. Now, okay, I could fight Mike Tyson head up, but I'm gonna get my ass beat because not only because he's a skilled fighter, but he's a fighter who outweighs me. Even if you remove the skills and put us equally skilled, he still outweighs me, and that means a lot. Now my skill level could compensate, but who's doing all that in the ring? You know what I'm saying? And if you don't come to me, I won't come to you. I'm not getting in the ring with you. So why you bringing the ring to me? So yeah, the brother had a right to defend himself. I don't think he's going to jail. He messed his life up as a result of someone else's decision to mess with him. Now, warriors has always been here since there have been man and woman on this earth. That's a spirit that's not going away. You can't punctify, ain't shit you can do with it. There's a problem, you just have to solve it. If the same way that guy rolled on Karmelo Anthony, if I'm out in the woods and a fucking bear, moose, whatever come at me, I'm at least trying to throw a rock at that motherfucker.
Right, but can we agree that every situation is not the same level? You're not giving.
We're talking about this situation, though, Michi. I mean, you can come up with all kinds of scenarios.
In the woods and the bears, so I'm just saying.
What I'm saying is, you come up with all kinds of scenarios.
Everything is not the same severity. You know what I'm
Listen,
saying?
somebody was going to die that day, and I'm glad it was Carmelo Anthony.
So are you saying that if he didn't stab him, you felt that the situation he would have
He would have got fucked up. He could have got pushed. It's wet out there. That dude could have just slammed him at the edge of.
Last time you flew, your plane could have crashed. Come on.
But what I'm saying is, dude could have picked him up and slammed him on his head, and his head could have hit the corner of one of those bleachers. Who knows how that would have went had he?
Could happen. Are we really basing this on coulds? Can we just talk about what did?
Hey, don't do the ifs.
What I'm saying is, okay, if he wanted to fuck with Carmelo Anthony, his ass would have been alive right now. Carmelo Anthony life would have been good, but he chose not to. So what happened was because of him and his mistake fucking with him, and that's why he's dead.
That's facts.
Hold on. Say that again. I want to make sure I heard you.
I said his mistake was
who mistake? Who mistake?
The white boy.
The white boy.
If he would have kept it pushing, none of this wouldn't have happened. Carmelo did not go to him. He came to him. Fuck all that tent shit and all that. He ain't buy the tent.
Well, hold on. What you mean? Forget that part. How you gonna?
Because he was.
No. Hold on. How
What I'm saying is
that part out?
Okay. This is what I'm saying is
no. How are you gonna just throw that part out?
Can I answer you?
No, you
what
can't.
I'm saying is this.
I'm finna go on mute.
Well, bye.
I got a question for y'all. Let's say Carmelo didn't stab him. Let's say Carmelo had a gun and he told him, touch me and see what happened. And a boy pushed him and Carmelo shot him. Would y'all still have this type of energy?
Okay, who's gonna put somebody with a gun?
Your ifs is cool, but her ifs is you just don't understand. Man, shut up.
Who's gonna put somebody with a gun?
But no, the boy didn't know that Carmelo had a knife. So what are you like?
Carmelo would have pulled out the knife and been like, touch me again with the knife in his hand. The white boy might have said, well, wait a minute.
Exactly. So would y'all have the same energy?
How about you don't mess with it, you don't find out? How about you don't fuck around and find out? How about that?
How about that's not the reality of real life? We're human beings and people can't have
real life is
or nothing. Come on.
The reality of real life is people.
That's all it is.
That's the reality of real life.
Everything has to go to that. It's no confrontation at all.
I'm on the phone, Mom. Y'all got me waking up my sick mother.
Hold on. How you gonna put that on us? Go in the bathroom in the basement or something.
I'm just joking. My mother got Alzheimer's, dude.
Is you cool? Is you okay?
My mother has Alzheimer's, Duke, and I'm taking care of my mother. So
I work with people all the time.
So I'm joking when I say that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not joking. I'm dead ass.
All right, dude. Listen, yo. I don't need no attitude from you, dude.
No, I'm chilling.
No attitude for me.
I'm chilling. I'm chilling, my G.
All right, then stop talking crazy to me.
I was trying to find the following page. I was trying to find dude
Hey,
page.
that ain't the correct YouTube channel.
I'm trying to figure out, since everybody on what ifs, no one answered my question.
Right.
Y'all
What
keep
if
talking.
I win the lottery tomorrow because I bought a ticket? What you think gonna happen then?
I hope you give me some money, Meech.
Like everything.
But for real though, because everybody keep talking about like the knife and stuff. But for real, let's really think about it. Let's say the same situation went down, but he had a gun instead of a knife. Then what? Like, how y'all feel about it? Then is it the same energy?
Yeah, the gun would be more in a situation where it's two adults instead of there being two high school students. And in real life, if a person got a gun, you a grown man, and somebody steps to you, you gonna get shot, especially in the stand your ground state.
But we talking about these two teenagers though, because what's happening is people keep saying that Carmelo is right because he pulled a knife out on this boy because this boy attacked him. But would y'all have the same energy if instead of a knife, he pulled out a gun and shot this boy all because this boy pushed him?
Because he was trying to get at him. He's bigger than him.
No. Listen to her question. Don't
Even
get
with the
put
gun, it's still
chill with the emotion.
It's still
Listen to the
self-defense.
question.
It's not self-defense because a
I'm
weapon
just saying, like,
versus a hand. See, I don't think y'all know the definition of self-defense. Let's stop talking about the street talk. Okay, we not in the streets. Let's talk about legal. Let's talk about legal implications because this boy life is over whether he goes to jail or not. Legally,
At least he ain't dead from that dude.
No, stop. Listen,
How you talking
learn.
about legal and the trial ain't even start yet? Niggas want to be internet attorneys. The trial ain't even start yet. And you talking about legal, my nigga? The trial
okay,
ain't even
first
start yet.
off, okay,
It ain't even
so we're
start yet.
having a debate. We're having a
Why don't we just shut the
conversation.
fuck up and wait for the case to start and
Okay,
then
so
bring the
I'm gonna
evidence?
mute. I'm
We
gonna mute
that's
because
what
you're not
legal
gonna
does. That's what
disrespect
legal
me.
motherfuckers do.
Right.
You're
I
not gonna
got you.
disrespect me. Like
That nigga's throwing the people out.
He mad about something. Ain't got nothing to do with
yeah,
you, love.
yeah,
He
you
dealing with
tripping, bro.
something.
You tripping.
He
I'm
dealing with
asking a
something.
legit question
No,
because
you
it's the
ain't
same
asking no
shit.
legit questions.
Hold on,
It's Saturday night. Y'all niggas
what's
up
up
here
with the
wilding up on
anger?
this shit.
Why you so upset? Is you
Because I went on
cool?
your YouTube channel. That shit was
Hold
retarded.
on,
You
it
some
wasn't my
bitch that went
YouTube.
crazy
You
shit.
ain't go to
And it
my
ain't my
YouTube
YouTube
channel.
No,
either.
I'm
Who
my
is you
homeboy
talking
YouTube
about?
channel.
This is
Your
a
YouTube channel was super dirty.
hold on.
Your
Have you
YouTube
been
channel was
drinking,
crazy as
sir?
shit.
Have you been drinking, sir?
Nah, I
Have
don't
you been
drink,
drinking?
homeboy. You must
I
been
don't
drinking when
know.
you made that
You
YouTube
sound like you
channel. Some of
doing
that
something.
stupid
You
shit you
on
did up there
something.
talking, man.
You on something.
I need
All
more
that
drink.
crazy shit you was talking. That is crazy. Like, come on. I'm just saying, sis. No, my bad. I was
Oh,
joking, sis.
I'm
I was
crazy.
joking,
You
sis.
coming up here
No,
with
no,
this
sis. I'm
crazy
talking about the
energy,
sister. I was
but
just
I'm
joking, sis.
crazy. This is crazy.
Nah,
Crazy
I'm talking to
energy.
the sister. I was just letting her know I was just joking, sis. It's Saturday night. I
Y'all
was just joking.
fucking be serious. I'm about to take a roll call. Everybody state your motherfucking age right now. I'm serious. Y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop.
Yeah, it's Saturday night. I was just
I'm
fucking
gonna
with
read
her.
this super chat. Hold on. We need a break. We need to break it up. Break it up. Q here. You want to tell us about the kids and some science? Y'all need to stop. This is ridiculous. Anyway, I want to say shout out for the super chat. I do not want to mess your name up. I be murdering names. So I'm going to just say thank you to the sister. That's you in the picture, the beautiful sister that said, shout out to Michi. Shout out to the single Black mothers trying together or trying their best. I think that's what she might have been trying to say. And working hard to take care of their children. We see you all and admire all your sacrifices. I hope we come together more as a community, sending love and light. I receive all your love and light. And thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, come on, y'all. Y'all keep talking about the what ifs. I think this is why I got away from the Carmelo Anthony conversation because we just kept having the same conversations in circles. And it got really frustrating because it was just the same thing. It was either
Can I
somebody.
add one additional what if? Just one.
You want to add
What
another
if
what
both
if?
your
We
boys
done
black?
had 75
What if
going.
I know,
both
no.
Give
your
me
boys
another what
black?
if. Go ahead.
What if Carmelo and Anthony were black? Both of them were black. Then would the energy still be the same
That's a
amongst the
good
black
what if.
community?
It's still self-defense.
I got a what if. If my aunt had nuts, she'd be my uncle. How about that? What if? How about
I
that?
mean, I don't know what you got to do with
How about
Carmelo.
that? How about that?
Hey, man, that sounds like a family problem.
But on some real stuff, right? But hold on. On some real stuff, right? This to the lion face, to do with the lion face, because I ain't forgot what you said about women not being G's earlier, right? I ain't forgot.
I never said.
No. Don't start moonwalking. stand right there.
Listen, let me say what I said.
No, you was not
Said,
finna
bro.
moonwalk with
I
me.
don't moonwalk, nigga. Ask Q Butt about me. I don't backtrack, nigga. I say what I said. It's just that's not what I said. I gave you context. I
Well,
said,
what you say then? Clarify.
Hurry
up.
I
Q
said
Butter, can you verify this?
there are some women that go for the docile. There are some women who are about the
No.
struggle. No, listen, there are some women about the struggle who understand it. Then there are the psychopaths who crash outs. That's human. That's not even just women. That's human. I just brought that up because y'all women ain't exclusive.
Oh, why you sound like the psychopath crash out though? I'm
nigga,
curious.
nah, nigga, if ask Q Butt about me, nigga, I'm on
Man, damn Q Butt. I'm asking you.
I just answered your question. Now you into insults. I'm gonna go on mute. Let you get it.
Okay, thank you. Let me finish what I was saying. Now, I came from the streets of St. Louis, right? Then I ended up moving out to East Detroit, like 7 Mile and Corn, right? And my mom's put all the game in me, right? I ain't need to go to nobody. I went to my mom, and then she raised the Marine on top of that, right? Right. All the women that I know, man, bro, if they fixate on you, it's a wrap, my nigga. It's up. So
What's
the
your
women
IQ?
that hold on,
What's your IQ?
chill. The
What's your
women
IQ?
I don't know about the women you know, but the women I know, bro, I'm gonna call them for I call any of y'all weak ass niggas. Real life.
You hang around sorry ass niggas. I'm sorry for you.
Message.
Hey, yo, bros, why y'all gotta get like this though, man? I mean, Michi, I love you.
I'm cool now. I just need to let him know that because I know he off brand. That's one of them off brand ass niggas.
Insults is usually the nigga that's insecure. Inferiority complex. Go ahead.
Drink a cup of coffee or something. It help.
Let's sing the song, yo.
Put some sugar and cream in that bitch.
That nigga sit down when he pee.
Oh shit.
Why y'all like this?
Yeah, you niggas. This is what we gonna get you next time.
I don't have nothing else to say now. This time to change the subject. You wanted to say something. He said, Q gonna let you know, my nigga. Q. Let him know. You vouch for this man.
Q normal food. Q normal food. Q normal food. This David, my nigga. This David Johnson. What's happening?
Oh, what's happening, God?
Same thing, yo.
You be on Q's panels. I'm just
Nah. I used to be on Taz panels. He's come up with Taz shit.
Okay. I'm just fucking with you.
YouTube streets is messy.
Okay, look.
Hey, let me ask you. Q, do you agree with the brother? Are you against what the brother did, or do you agree with the brother did? Q?
I don't know what the brother did. That's the legal professional thing to do is wait till the trial so we can see the evidence.
That's Zayek's educated answer. Thank you, Professor Q Butter. He said, I don't know what the fuck happened. Tell me after the evidence come out. I'll tell you this.
Then we can make it, you know what I'm saying? I'm people are making mad informed decisions already. Like, no, legally speaking, this is what's supposed to happen. Like, how, Sway? That's crazy.
But you know, we do this online, Q. You know, we not doing legal shit. We have conversations about what ifs and possibilities or probabilities.
I do want to ask you something though. On some real stuff. Like as a teacher, and you see all of the youth and these children come in here. As a black man, let me ask your perspective because I keep saying this, but the other men, and you're a father, and you're a teacher of so many young black children, right? I keep hearing like, oh, well, you don't put your hands on people and this and that. But I think the ultimate thing I'm trying to say, and many are trying to say, is that nobody is ever happy about this situation of this boy throwing away his life. Like, speak to that. Like, if it could have been handled different, don't you think that he should have? Like, because when we talk about academics, he had great grades. He was a good, athlete. The boy was on his way to college, all kind of stuff. He had a great future ahead of him. So for that to be thrown away, isn't that something that we should see as a sad thing? All the black men come on here and make it seem like, well, he wasn't going to let him take his manhood. That nigga would have been ashamed for his eternity in his life and to the next one. Like,
and that's true.
That's how the men make it sound. But what is your perspective from that? This is the tragedy in this, that his life is gone. They like, oh, the white boy dead. Shit. Carmelo life.
But you can't say that though, Michi. We don't know if his life is over yet. Like you just said, the trial hasn't happened yet. We can't say that. Don't count him out yet.
What you can do, though, in science that maybe Q will understand is that you can make a prediction based off certain things that we have studied and seen come to the forefront in these cases. So we do have something to compare these things to. And what I'm telling you is that in the country we live in the system we know to be the criminal justice system, you have a whole lot of faith in something that I don't think you can give me any tangible reasons that we should have faith in them. And so we want to make this about black and white. So if you want to make it about race, talk to me about him being a black man on his way to the new plantation. And you really think this is going to work out well for him? You have
You know what, Meech?
I wonder why.
Meech, I can really go in on this. It's crazy. So, like, I graduated on Rikers Island. Like, I graduated. I had a murder case in high school. I was accused of killing a white guy. Then I had a student last year, 2 years ago. It's crazy. He just came home. He actually stabbed a kid in high school. That's how he got into my program. He took a knife to school. Similar situation. He got jumped the day before by a bunch of Crips. And he told the school they didn't do nothing. And he went to school the next day with a knife and he stabbed one of the kids. And the kid, I don't know if the kid is still in a coma. And he came into my program. He was in it for like a year and a half. He had to go to jail, and the judge gave him some type of sentencing because he finished school. He was already finished. He was ahead of school, great grades, great student, whole community behind him. But unfortunately, he got into that situation. He just came home. Actually, I got to go see him. He just came home about this week, and I'm gonna bring him to college this week. I'm gonna try to get him in one of the. I'm actually gonna bring him to the college this week. It's teenagers go through life, you know what I mean? Like, and unfortunately, that's when somebody was saying, I couldn't believe Tajon said, like, it's the parents, how good I'm like, yo, y'all are throwing these, y'all are just, I'm like, how can y'all say this shit? Like, this is crazy. Like, teenagers go through life, and they're figuring life out, and they're around other teenagers who are figuring life out. They're not, it's not a mental thing, it's just literally they're teenagers. One of the most dangerous groups in the country is teenagers.
Because they're not emotionally stable.
Yeah, Mitchie, do you remember who Khalif Browder was?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like he was in jail for like 3 or 4 years for a book bag that they didn't even say they could even. Man, that's
never charged him, never gave him a
right, right. So when people
they
be
made
like,
him serve 3 years for nothing,
man,
sent him home, and what he experienced in there was so devastating that after he got out, he committed suicide.
Right. That part.
The space that it put him in mentally.
That part right there.
If I may, I
never got convicted. That's crazy.
I believe in karma, and I believe in just like our group, right or wrong, unjust or good. Our group suffers, and if things in karma and there's balance, then it's only right, it's only balance that other groups have to suffer the same way we've suffered. That's karma. That's life. If we took a loss unjustly, we know there's been plenty of times we've lost people and it was totally wrong on other people, but it happens. So I feel like if you guys don't believe in God, if you believe in the universe, whatever you believe in, balance, then it's only right other groups got to take losses from the groups that have taken losses from them. It's balance.
And the balance coming around right now, right? Because my mom, like, she actually knew how to play with money, and we moved from like East Detroit out to Birmingham, right? And it was like when I'm walking around some of them places and I see all them people on meth and they talking about all this blah blah blah. I remember back when I was like 12 walking through St. Louis and everybody was on crack, right? But now it's like in their neighborhoods, right? It's a whole lot of stuff going on.
Exactly.
But it's like, yeah, it's back. It's that check due.
Karma. Yeah, I believe it. Look, I say karma's a bitch, but she fair. She fair.
But the good thing about my mom's was she living out there. She always told me every day, don't trust that small. Don't think y'all the same. Don't move like you the same. You are not the same. You know what I mean? But some of the parents be like, oh, you the same. No, blah, 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 blah. Then they get out there in them social environments with them people, thinking in their brain that they the same. You're not the same. and they're not
Facts.
gonna judge you the same. So if you telling your kids that, understand what you leading them somewhere that ain't nice.
Listen, I'm from LA. Listen, all the street gangs that have white boys around them, damn near every one of them dumbass niggas let them niggas banging is stupid anyway. But every one of them dumb niggas, damn near every white boy that was involved told on them niggas. They dumbasses.
You got to talk to them, though, man. You can't let them go out here thinking that they can do the same things that they see all their friends doing. If all their friends on the other side of the tracks, you can't let them think that they can do the same stuff, or you're gonna pay dearly.
And let me say this: we got to stop that victim shit. All through history, we've seen this. Is what kills me when people say that's old shit. All through history, the older sister said this earlier. All through history, we've seen us trying to do the right thing, us trying to walk the fine line, us trying to be left alone. And all through goddamn history, no matter Stokely Carmichael, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and that's all through freaking history. So I get mad at Tuskegee, the crack in the 80s. Like when the fuck have we not been trying when we've been left alone? So like just like with that fake ass Israel over there, like people like the world now we have social media, they speak against them. They like, listen, y'all bombing children. Somebody need to mute up. Y'all bombing children. Y'all are doing things to hurt people. We not supporting this. People are really starting to see Israel and pulling back. I've been seeing YouTube videos. I never saw people feel this strongly about Israel because sooner or later everybody gets tired. Like enough. Like, listen, you want like Ben Yahoo, you full of shit ass demon. You want that area. Even after Trump said ceasefire, Trump said you dropped the most bombs he's ever seen.
Hey, have you seen the trial of
Yeah, but
Mr. Netanyahu yet? Have you looked that up yet? The
yeah, but
trial.
you running a million miles past the like. Let's keep it right here. Like that's a
Right,
teenager. There's
right. Go
another
back
teenage family that
at
died.
the same
You
time,
know what I
right?
mean? And like
No,
in
but
this
that's life
era,
though, Q. That's life though. Life don't care about age or none of that, bro. It's life.
no, but in America today, they do care about age,
No,
and many.
listen, no, they don't. They killed
This is,
Tamir Rice. How they care
I
about
know, but
age?
that was
No, they
not just
don't.
like statistically. They
Oh my God, not you, Q. If anybody's supposed to be agreeing with this, you should be in Q. You pro-black nigga. Nigga, all through history, they fucked over our kids.
Not you,
no,
Now,
Q.
when?
Not
I'm
you,
talking about
Q.
When?
I don't I
Give
like
me a break.
literally I work with Man Up, so like there's different forms of sentencing, and these are things that we need to think about with him and other teenagers who are gonna unfortunately in situations that include violent crimes and
But
how we
Q, but
assess
Q, when they walk up in people's house like Sandra,
if they
right?
if they if they
And do
change the
hold on,
way
I'm just saying when they do
if
stuff
they
like
change
that
the
in our
way if
face,
they
right? But when they do stuff like that in our face, right? Time and time and time again, what are you saying? Maybe I'm not understanding what you're
because
saying.
y'all
Exactly,
keep
bro.
interrupting me, y'all literally how can y'all hear understand something y'all interrupt?
No, I just want to make sure I was understanding. I heard it right.
You can't hear it if I didn't finish saying it.
No,
It's
the
loud.
part that I heard,
I didn't make the point. I said three
Oh,
words.
okay. My bad. No, I'm listening. My bad. I won't break it up no more. I want to hear it though. Like, at what point, like my man, what was it last year? They got like shot like 70 or 80 times. All right. When we constantly seeing this stuff, what are we supposed to do with it?
Yeah, but we got to be able to, one discern one thing from the other. Unfortunately, your man got shot. That's sorry to hear that. That's unfortunate. But the situation with Carmelo Anthony is something different, and that
Definitely.
falls, and that falls more in the box with teenagers doing dumb shit. Like you got, especially at games, there's mad violence associated to games. Like if you look up the data associated to basketball games, sports meets, football games, there's mad violence that
Oh,
happens.
no doubt,
Unfortunately,
no doubt. At like
you see
all
what
of
I
the
mean?
at the
And
schools and stuff
yeah,
around it. Yeah, no doubt. It's
and it's
set up
not to
like
say
that.
that, and it's not to say that kids are violent. It's just that they're at a sports meet. It's a hype situation. There needs to be more things to deal with that, and there needs to be more ways to post deal with the realities that unfortunately created when children have teenage situations, and we need to understand it as teenage situations. As violent as it may seem, children have children at 16 years old and have to live an entire 60 years of their life with a decision they made at 16. It carries the same weight as unfortunately killing somebody, and probably carries more weight making a baby. So these are things that teenagers deal with, and we act like teenagers are adults, and it's like, nah, we have to help them through these decisions.
Q, can I ask you a quick question? Right quick.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This isn't justification. I said earlier, this is about understanding. Um, Me and you from New York, for most parts, right? I'm from LA, so we from the city. And one thing I've learned from talking to my brothers from the South and visiting, but mainly talking to them, it ain't the same in the city. Like most of the white folks here in LA wouldn't dare try. They know we set shit off. But I've heard a lot of stories in Texas and them certain areas, and they still got sundown towns where it's a different type of energy. It's a different type of essence. Something that you and I see. I study, and I know you study, but something you and I might not be able to really relate to, even though we deal with racism in the city. I'm not saying we don't deal with it, and we not online. But when you in that South, them certain backwoods, when they got them sundown towns, the whole environment is even different. So I'm saying maybe in some cases we may not really be able to understand it. I'm just putting myself in their shoes. Maybe us city slickers, us city boys, we may not really be able to understand that in some parts of the country, of the South, it feels like the 1950s.
But I don't think it was that. Think about it. He walked into their fence. He told them to shut the fuck up. He told them I smacked the shit out you. They thought he was tough. He smacked the shit out of him and stabbed him. Like he did exactly what he was gonna do. Like, you know what I'm saying? It ain't the 20s. If this was the 20s, there would have been a whole tent of people. They would have lynch mobbed him. He stabbed him right in front of his parents. And who's next? Right in front of his brother.
But I'm talking about like I'm talking about like, bro, listen, like I've seen it, not really dealt with it because they don't bring it to me. Like they don't bring it to me, but I've seen that yeah, you better bow down. And like what we say, we like this how we know. Listen,
you can't change the narrative though. It sounds like you're trying to change.
No. Let me say this real quick, bro. 400 years later, this is how I know what I'm saying is true. 400 years later, that's more than enough time. If everybody wanted to be fair and equal and sing kumbaya and hold hands, 400 fucking years is more than enough time. If after 400 years it hasn't changed, you know what I learned? Some things ain't meant to be. See, what I've learned about naive thinking, it's naive thinking to think we can all get along and we'll all sing together. It'll never happen. That's why somebody need to mute up. Somebody got feedback. That's why it's never happened. I recognize that's naive thinking because it's never happened. But even Martin Luther King himself, after a while, he had to recognize like this dream is a nightmare. It's not gonna happen. Even in the Bible, I don't know you don't subscribe to the Bible, Q, but even in the Bible, in one of the first stories, the Tower of Babel, God scattered. Everybody was one. He broke that shit up. So for me, you know, I'm Brew. For me, that was a message right there, and God never intended for us all to be on one accord.
So what are you saying about my man? Are you saying it's his fault or it's not his fault?
Who you talking to, me or Q?
You. What are you like?
I'm saying about who you say your man?
Who we talking about? Yeah.
I don't know if you're talking about the white boy or Carmelo. You got to
specify. Either or.
Listen, this is me. I'm with Carmelo. Leave people the fuck alone. That's what I was taught. That's why I don't understand the hard part of it. I never fuck with people. I'm always the nigga that gets fucked with, then I crush it. I don't start it, but I finish it. So I relate to what Carmelo was doing because, again, I grew up with bullies. I started beating up bullies because nobody was there to see.
But do you remember the story? I forgot her name. She's sitting down right here next to me that she tried to explain about her daughter and how old she was and how she knew at 7, I think, that a push didn't require fighting.
But understand this.
No, I'm just saying. Hold on. Answer my question real quick.
I'm answering.
No, it's yes or no. Did you hear that story?
I did. Here's the catch. We're not all. Yeah, listen. We're not all in the same headspace. It's even though what you're saying could be right, you have to understand we're not all in the same headspace. Some people are ahead of you. Some people are behind you. So it's
how old was Carmelo or is?
But she learned that through her discipline and training. What she took. That's why she knew that.
Right.
She got that from her discipline through her training.
How old was the girl?
My daughter was 15 when that little Mexican girl pushed her into the locker. And she said that she let it go because of her training. She knew if she responded, she would have hurt her bad. Now, she also said that if the girl would have did more than pushed her, then she would have whooped her ass. But the situation didn't warrant that.
And that's the same situation Carmelo Anthony was in. Little white boy was doing too much.
Different training. That's different training. When you are trained, that's what they teach you is discipline. They teach you.
First time.
You cannot compare
the first altercation between
situation.
Carmelo and the white boy.
You cannot compare his situation with hers because she was trained, so she knew that. She knew that she could be that what
You don't
she
know the
would be
details of his
lethal,
situation to make the
and she knew
comparison.
how to control that. But
You don't know the
that's not
details of
his
his situation to
situation.
make the comparison.
I think that
Right.
the bottom line is that this is not necessarily a good situation. I think that we all have opinions, and I guess this is part of why I got away from the conversation before, because
Right.
it's just the same conversation kind of over and over again. You got the people who are like, "Oh well, I see why he did what he did," and then it's those that's like he shouldn't have done to the extent of what he did. But the bottom line is a sad situation,
Mm-hmm.
and I wish that it didn't
Michi, let me ask you something, Michi. Do you believe that everything that happens is meant to happen? Do you believe in preordained things? You believe in that?
happen. Sometimes.
So you can't know. It's either you do or you don't. If it's, it can't, listen, let me say
No,
this.
that's not if
Hold
you.
on, she can hold up.
Let me answer. That's like you telling me I got to be a Democrat or a Republican. And at the end of the day, the truth is you can sit on both sides sometimes. So at the end of the day, I do believe that there is something in manifesting things in real time in your life. So if it wasn't for me bringing that to fruition, it wasn't necessarily pre-planned or destined.
But
There are
here's
some things that are destined, but
here's
yeah,
how
I agree with both.
Okay, but here's how preordained works. So this is why what I said it can't be. If it happened, that's preordained. Preordained means anything that happens was meant to happen. The reason you know it's preordained because it happened. If it wasn't preordained, it wouldn't have happened. You get it now?
Okay, so what's the point of?
I don't know nothing.
Right, wait,
Like
hold on.
like a marble.
Oh my
About as
God.
much
What
point
is
as
by
a
the time I talk,
marble.
niggas start going
I
crazy?
just want to know. Hold on, y'all. Wait a minute. First of all, shout out to Flav NGR over on MX Network for the $5 holla. Thank you for the donation. I do want to read these super chats too, but I'm not getting what you're asking. You're like, well, it was supposed to happen. So
All right,
now
That was me. That was me
that
that
doesn't
gave a
mean there
donation.
should be an opinion to it. But
let me
hold on.
explain it. Let me explain it.
That,
Wait a minute.
that was me that
Wait a
gave a
minute, y'all.
donation.
Wait 1 second. Let me shout out the super chats. Shout out to Chris. He says, Miss Michi, I like your show between you and Chaotic Truth. And CT. Oh, you are CT. Y'all speak truth to power. And you talking about chaotic? It's chaotic. What I think that is chaotic. We get on my nerves if I think if you talk about the same person I think that is, he be talking bad shit. He gotta get on my nerves. But thank you for the super chat and thank you for appreciating what I do in the show. Let me see. Let me read this one. Chris came back and said on immigration, when you have Spanish people and Pakistan people on 80% of America, blame the white people. I used to have a white boss. Now I have a Pakistan boss. Well, we're going to get there because we're going to let them have their last moments and we're going to get into another conversation because the Carmelo conversation is the same conversation over and over again. And again, everybody has their opposite opinion. It's like beating a dead horse. So I'm done.
I just want that was me that gave a donation on MX Network. I just want to say I appreciate you for letting me on the
Thank you,
panel
brother.
as
Thank
always.
you.
That's about it. I guess I could say please follow my channel, chat fam. Follow my YouTube. I'm Shadow Band because I talk wild shit. That's all I got. I land my
Did you
plane.
drop
But that
the
was
link in there?
let me do it on the YouTube on this
Yeah,
phone.
put the link in there on YouTube. And shout
Okay.
out to the sister came back again and gave another super chat. I didn't want to get too far while we were on the same topic. Said yes, I think that's to what one of you brothers said in LA, the land, Cali in general. They know not to play with us, and that's all I say with that. Oh, in this bitch, and they know that. I know you ain't the word bitch, but I felt like you wanted me to add that for you, so I was ad-libbing like a rap song. Okay,
She ain't lying. She ain't lying. Them white folks know not to fuck with us. Them white folks know not to fuck with us. We done set this bitch off a few times. Even when shit happened in other states, they gear up here. Like, we don't know what these Cali niggas gonna do. They gear up here, and there be other trials in other states because they know we have set this bitch off. And I'm coming back to perception. Even we know the police could damage us, but the perception, the fact that they know we have set this motherfucker off, that makes them walk a certain way. Perception is power. Y'all say what y'all want about Carmelo. I believe there's a bigger picture here. That's why I brought up the preordained. I believe there are bigger things at work here, and he's a part of it.
Okay, but I think that's a whole nother conversation. I think that it still takes away from what the basic conversation was. So that's your point, is that it's predestined. Everything is meant to happen.
Let's do the immigration then. Let's do it.
Yeah. So okay, so y'all, I am gonna move over to that. Let me see. I want to play a video for y'all, right? So they always talking big shit in this country, y'all, about the immigrants. And do y'all remember? And some of y'all even got on here and said the shit. So I don't know if some of y'all on here tonight, if y'all is, that's great. I would like y'all to come on up and say something. But remember when everybody was like, oh, the immigrants is taking all of the jobs, and no, they not. Y'all told us we was full of shit. Y'all said that we don't want to go work on the farms, and so they work them because we're not gonna go work those kind of jobs. Everybody always seems to think like these motherfuckers just work on the farm. Like there are news clips, and we're not going to play everyone here tonight, but they have arrested motherfuckers at the casino. They've arrested them for working at hotels. They've arrested these motherfuckers on construction sites. I thought that they only took the jobs that niggas didn't want. I just thought that that's what motherfuckers kept telling me, right? And so they are being picked up every goddamn where. And I would like to know, do any of y'all feel sad? So let's talk about that first before I even get to this video. Like, I guess they had a graduation for kids, and they know that kids are there from immigrants. So they bring the parents there, and then while they're at the graduation, ICE shows up outside, and all their parents start running, and the kids don't know if their parents got arrested. Maybe I'm not supposed to be laughing, but the parents got arrested, and the kids was in there crying like, "Where my mama and them at?" And so they arrested them. I mean, they might be doing this shit fucked up as a black person in this country, though. I mean, I just feel like they treating them like they niggas. So I don't know what y'all want from me, but I mean, do y'all feel some type of way about the way they picking these people up? First and foremost, let's have that conversation, because they say we supposed to be fighting with them. Now I will admit they are people coming to court and they like, nigga, we revoking all this shit. Fuck you and your paperwork. They taking them on and put them in a paddy wagon. They pulling you off at the stoplight. They at the restaurants. I ain't gonna lie. When I went to Chicago, we went 6 places where we could find a Mexican restaurant for some tacos. Y'all know I fucking love some tacos. Them shit was closed because people not coming to work and shit. So do y'all think this is wrong? How do y'all feel about it? Y'all got some sympathy? Like, how the fuck do y'all feel about it?
I have no sympathy for them. I don't. Because if we break the law here, we're going to jail. We're going to be separated from our kids. So what makes them any different? They know they're here illegally. Okay, so when they come to get you, of course you're going to be separated from your kids. That's nothing new. So I don't understand why they figure they're entitled. Entitled to what? And we shouldn't be entitled. We have to suffer all the time.
I agree. Let me throw this out there though, this little caveat, because you was like, well, they're illegal. So what about the people who are not illegal? They came here the right way, right? But when they actually got here, they go into their court dates like they should. They're trying to get their green card like they should, and they just think they doing it right. They ain't come over the border the wrong way, and they snatch their ass up too and be like, "You out of here."
Well, too bad.
Does that make any difference?
Yeah, Michi,
I feel until they get our people right, whatever else they go through don't bother me. Because right now they have a lady here in Louisiana. She is Iranian. They took her from her home. I think she was outside in the yard, and ISIS took her. I think she's like 65. Well, she actually came here on a green card, and then they said she tried, but they had been warning her, and she had been here years and years. I think she's been here at least over 15 years now. And they said, but she's never got her paperwork straight. So they have her now, and to ship her back. And so now they're writing to Congress and calling the legislators. And I mean, I was looking at that like, okay, it is what it is.
Right.
All her kids, they're grown.
I got some family, Michi, that live in California, right? And at one point, they was burning neighborhoods in there, and only black people houses, and then they was moving their own people in.
Say that shit again.
But like for real. And I know the name of the neighborhood too. That was one of the first places ICE went through, real life. Right? It's crazy. But then I put something in the comments for you. It's a cat named Felix. I can't say his last name, but I put it in the comments. But that dude right there was one of the Latin leaders. It said the Negro, his fights, that's his fight over there. Let him fight his own battles. That's what they lead. That's what they leaders was saying. Oh man, I ain't forgetting none of that. I know how y'all was walking around with your nose in the air, acting like you this and you that. Okay, guess what? Go home. Real life. Go home. And I swear I wanna join ICE just on the weekends for workouts. I'm thinking about it.
I heard that they was like soliciting help from people, and they was giving you like money for every immigrant you help.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That sounds right up my alley.
That shit, I think it's true. The news was saying something like that.
Well, I'm dead ass.
I laugh and they pay all the attention,
Yeah, I'll give me a camera and do bounty hunter like the bounty hunter.
But here's the thing though. Here's the thing.
you have to have your paperwork and your money $10K per person.
Yeah,
No, you're not. Email me all the information. I'm about to send everybody applications.
right.
I need that.
Hey, but listen, but here's the thing. I don't feel shit for them for two reasons. For all of them, they all look down on us. They was all shit on us. We the reason why y'all here. Shout out to that nigga Donald Trump. That nigga said this was for babies of slaves, like basically FBAs, not the rest of y'all. So he put that on the news. Shout out to that. And then here's the thing. I got another piece where this one chick was like, "You think we love here? Y'all think we like it here? We just come here to get money. Then we send all the money back home to Mexico." And so here's what I got to tell the people who be like, "It's all right." I'm like, understand, no other country allows you to come in illegal and set up shop. Then secondly, here's the thing. It's common sense for the dummies. If they're taking all the money from here, sending it back to their country, what does that do? That drains us, and then that leaves them. And then they leave. And here's the catch: us niggas who don't have no country, us foundational blacks, if we let them drain our place, not only where do we get to go, we starve. What about our children? Niggas ain't even thought 2-3 generations down. We need jobs here for them. If these niggas then came and took them all, our kid and what they do is like you said, Michi, they not. I did a piece on it. They not just picking no goddamn fruits. They got the plumbing. They got the construction. They working all kinds of goddamn jobs, all kinds of forklifts, all kinds of shit. And again, they're taking the money from here, building up their place. So it's like a bank account. If you allow people to just come and take money out your bank account every day, one day when you go to it, it ain't gonna be shit there for you. So it's not personal.
But that's why I say when they come over here, they swear they seek an asylum. That means you're running from your country. Devastation, you fear for your life, or you cannot survive there, food and things of that nature, right? Because your country is in turmoil. When they come over here, they be lying like a motherfucker. They be working and sending all the goddamn money back to their family, right? So they're not spending it in this economy. So I mean, that is very true. That's why they come over here, and while they're rioting in the streets like we don't have to leave, they're waving their flag because they're not really running from Mexico. Them motherfuckers just come over here to get the money and go back home and visit like it's the nigga just going to visit home. If you running from a country for asylum, seeking asylum, you leave that motherfucker and you don't go back ever.
But listen.
And so that's what they doing. But look, I want to know, did y'all hear too? I don't remember what fucking state it was in, but it was a place that was handing out fucking CDL licenses to immigrants without the test or anything beforehand. And then you wonder why the fuck we've been having all of these car crashes on the freeway with the 18 wheelers. Did y'all hear that? It was a place they was giving them all of these immigrants. This is why people was complaining not too long ago about having a bunch of. Remember Trump was saying you can't have a CDL and drive if you don't speak English.
Facts.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them motherfuckers, they had never took no test or nothing. That's crazy. It's fucking you just get in this big ass truck. And this is why they causing the accidents they is and every motherfucking thing else. So this shit is crazy. I don't have any sympathy. I want to read this super chat before we keep going further though. She says, welcome to being a nigga. Since they love saying the N-word so bad, hell no, it ain't wrong. When we break the law, we go to jail. That's true. That's true as hell. That's what I've always said. But I don't feel sorry. But the question is, this is the next people's story. First is them, then it'll be us. Do any of y'all agree with that statement or disagree with it?
No, I
didn't support us. Where are we gonna go?
Nowhere.
That's been
Where they gonna send us?
This is FBA land. Come on now.
They said they gonna the people online that be hanging with Jasmine Crockett said they gonna send us to to the jails with the Venezuelans.
They ain't gonna send us nowhere.
They said we going to Jamaica first, Africa next, and then if they don't accept us, we going to the jail with the Venezuelans. That's what Jasmine Crockett and them.
Let them try. Let them try.
Yeah, hey, Mitchie, the name of that
White
city,
folks love to hate us.
the
They
name of
can't.
that, the name of that city was Boyle Heights, Boyle Heights. But that was back in 2014, 15, right? And now it's like, how you gonna stand there and have the gall to ask me for my help for real? You going for real?
No, and then wait, and let's talk about that.
And I ain't talking about like no 20, 30, 50 years. I'm talking about like less than 10. And you gonna stand there and think you gonna ask me that for real?
And let's talk
Yeah,
about
like I said, I'm gonna go put that ICE uniform on and get to dragging these niggas. Because that was my auntie that called, and one of her houses got hit with the firebomb. Real life, right?
I tried to tell people this a long time ago. I tried to tell them, I don't know if they believed me. I told them, I said the gangs in especially LA, they come out into the neighborhoods, they was firebombing people's houses and moving the black people out, tearing up the neighborhoods.
Yep, Boyle Heights.
All of this.
I think it was like 5 or 6 of them that got convicted. They was like 7 of them.
Unity. Not with us. That's crazy as fuck. We always screaming at unity. I keep trying to tell y'all, like, it's more than just calling a motherfucker a racist name. These motherfuckers participate in some of the same shit that white supremacists have, burning down people's houses and shit like this, the fucking civil rights movement. Fuck these motherfuckers.
Listen, Michi. They own people. Like I did a whole piece on it. They own people. Their own people say they want to be right. Their own people. They're darker Latinos. They the ones who telling all the story on them. They say they treat them like shit, like dirt. It's a whole.
I've been saying that though. If you've ever lived in cities with Hispanics, you know that they don't like their own dark people. And yes, at 50% rate, whenever the immigrants come into this country, the Hispanics, they get to choose what they decide to go under, and they choose Caucasian all the motherfucking time.
Hey, did you see the new one? They got the new one now where they can't choose it now. Now you gotta be.
Man, I'm putting all stops to everything they doing because I heard when Fat Joe weird ass said that they started hip hop. Nigga, is you serious, my nigga? It's funny how people sit in your house. Next thing they think they own that shit.
That's
Fuck out of here.
That's a fact.
Look, let me say, I want to say something. I'm gonna go back to the super chat. I want to acknowledge this comment. It says Trump already signed it into law. Once the parents get deported, that kids got to go with them. One big happy family. Then it came true. So one thing I think about her pointing that out is true because everybody is also making an uproar about this. The birthright citizens for the kids being born to the slaves. That just went in his favor, and the reason why he's doing it because people keep saying, "Well, oh, now they're going to use that to come for us." All of that bullshit, trying to fearmonger niggas into being upset with the rest of the people so we can fucking fight when them motherfuckers don't never fight for us, but. At the end of the day, this is what they're saying that reason that rule is for. Y'all have to understand the thing that I just said for people who don't understand. They went to the schools of these kids who are in school who were born here. That's 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, right? But their parents had them here, but they weren't fucking legal when they had them. They weren't citizens. And so everybody cries about don't separate these people from their kids. So now, because he has overturned that, we can just remove your child's citizenship. Bitch, take your baby with you. So I don't understand how people don't see why that followed with that and why he did that shit. It makes sense to me, but everybody want to be upset about everything and somehow it's going to come back on black folks and their kids.
But why they mad at Trump though? Listen, as soon as Trump start driving like he going over the cliff, I know how to get out the car. Some of the shit he doing, I like and agree with, goddammit. And what black folks got to start doing with politics, got to stop everybody just going against the nigga. Play politics. Politics ain't got shit to do with how you feel, what's right or what's wrong. It's being able to play the game, have relationships to get shit we need done. All the black folks talking bad about Trump. If we was gonna do some good shit for us, y'all tying his motherfucking hand. Even if we don't trust that nigga, play like we do. God damn it.
Let me throw some devil advocate out there for y'all though. Let me say this, right? And first I want to say shout out. Thank you for the super chat as well. Compton, LA, East LA, and SVV. They terrorized Black neighborhoods for years. Birthright citizenship was for Black people. Stop letting them take your resource. Absolutely, I agree.
Facts.
But let me throw something out there for you, because I don't disagree with the things that Trump is doing when it comes to the immigration situation. I won't say that I don't disagree with some of the things he's doing, but you just don't get all of this. I don't know how to explain it. I don't have this pushback for it because I told motherfuckers this was coming before it got here, right? So when we talk about, so it's just like watching it unfold. Like I've been telling motherfuckers and they don't believe me, and it's unfolding in front of their eyes, and motherfuckers still don't believe what you be telling them. Because even though he's getting rid of these immigrants and they're leaving, there is a deeper perspective to this, right? America is getting ready to change. I just want y'all to mark my words. And when Trump gets out of the White House in 4 years, he still got a long time to go. This motherfucker ain't even been in there but 5 minutes, and look at everything he's done. We will be a completely different country. And they're getting rid of the immigrants because next, then we're going to feel the heat. But not because they finna put us out the country or no shit like that. Not the same shit they facing. But if you have to give a universal basic income, if technology is taking over all of the jobs, why the fuck do we need all these workers? People seem to not understand that. Y'all tell me if it's not blatant in y'all damn face. Do y'all not see that either? Like, immigrants have been allowed to come over here to be what? Free fucking labor that's cheap. And people can use them for that, to build their businesses, build the economy and all of that shit. So why would you be so gun-ho on kicking all of these so-called cheap laborers the fuck out? Because they don't need workers no more. And that's what's gonna eventually hit us. But before we get to that point, we got to get rid of the motherfuckers, so we're left with only our citizens, which is the bare minimum. So when we have to figure out a way to take care of all of these people that don't have jobs with shit like universal basic income and these goddamn, this cryptocurrency or digital currency they're going to be using to give you these goddamn wallets and shit. Like, at the end of the day, the first step would be to get rid of the other motherfuckers now that you don't need them no more. Because if not, they stay here and then they just become a group of people you have to take care of. But I don't see how people don't see it that way. So I get what Trump is doing, but I also see the bigger picture of where the government is getting ready to go. Somebody was mad as fuck at me the other day in the comment section talking about, I can't believe she's denying Project 2025. Bitch, I just told you it was called something other than that. This is called the New World Order. I don't know what this remix name you niggas gave it.
Right.
Since I was 17, I've been hearing about the shit I'm seeing now. So I just sit back like, oh, this nigga Trump, this is the one ushering it in. It's that time.
Right.
And it makes it easier to track everybody. They trying to come up with a system to track us. How the hell they gonna track all these illegals if they in the country? Get rid of them so we could track the motherfuckers that belong here and start our new world order.
If you got to control the population, the less people you control is better. We have talked so long about depopulation. You don't think before they have to do this? Look, if the government gonna send some shit out there that's gonna get your ass, if we fucking get rid of the population we don't need here first and foremost, then guess what? The things we bring about are more effective in getting rid of the people we can't get rid of in that way. And I mean, we talk about depopulation, but then people act like they don't realize, but why are they depopulating? Because it's time. You don't need population. If we understand in this country is about money. It's about your labor. It's about you working until you owe as fuck and you have nothing else to offer, so they can take your taxes, make you pay off motherfucking debt, make you work your ass off. At the end of the day, it's about money. So if things are shifting, this is why you got to get rid of motherfuckers, because they're no longer generating the money. We have everything to replace y'all now. And so get rid of these motherfuckers. Do you really think America would get rid of these cheap ass, I'll work for anything all day in the hot ass sun like I'm a slave, willingly ass working motherfuckers? You really think they would kick them out?
Right.
If they weren't changing that aspect. I wish I had my videos queued, and I do not. I keep saying I'm gonna make it, but I could show you right now where there's equipment that actually runs the farms, plants the seeds. They go around and scan each fruit and make sure that it's ripe enough and ready to be picked, and the machine picks all of it and does it all this time, all day long. It doesn't need a break. They don't need those fucking farmers.
And don't forget too, Michi, that they bringing a lot of the jobs back to America, but it ain't for us.
Well, let me tell you something. If you think that they're going to start building manufacturing facilities here, and when there are companies now that are spending big money to actually reconstruct their whole system so that they can become automated. So if I have to build a manufacturing company from the beginning and build here, you best believe those jobs are not going to be for Americans. They're going to be automated from the very beginning. They're going to be built in with automation. We won't be getting jobs in those manufacturing companies. Robots be building that shit. AI be building that shit. Conveyor belts. It'll be a handful of people who have the job just to watch the facility to make sure shit is running right. That's it.
It's going down to the regular ass jobs. I took my kids to this restaurant the other day. A damn robot brought us our food. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
I've been to several restaurants like that. Was it the one with the tray on it that remind you of robot from the Jetsons?
I could not believe it. I was like, so do I ask the robot for extra cheese or like what the, and sure enough, they get you have to scan. I couldn't even talk to the waitress. I was mad as hell. They said every time I needed something, I had to scan the barcode and the damn robot brought it to us. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Yep. So it's down to even the very small jobs. Nobody will be serving any of them anymore. So I think that that's what we need to be more concerned about. I don't have time to fight for people trying to stay in here and get the last little bit of money, because as soon as they get them out, things are going to change for us. I want y'all to understand, like, Trump is in his first, 6 months of his presidency. It seemed like it should be over. The motherfucker done done so much. It seemed like he's been in office a really long time. Understand, he still has 3.5 years left. I want you to understand this. He's getting these motherfuckers out expeditiously, because before he is gone, he's getting ready to implement the second phase, which will be your ass not having no fucking jobs.
Save yourself. Get off government aid, black people.
They expeditiously go hard.
When they cut it,
Somebody said, get you a trade. It's AI, Faith. It's AI that lay floors. It's AI that do electric wiring. It's AI that do everything. So I know y'all say get a trade, but even if you a doctor, I'm here to tell you your job
don't matter,
jeopardy, nigga. If you a surgeon, they don't need you no more.
Period.
Find work in the cyber world. You gotta find work in the cyber world, black people. Because still, I mean, the robots are made to serve people. So there has to be someone to operate the robots to some degree, if not a lot, somewhat, that be sitting in the position. And then you also have to think about bringing these corporations over here. You just can't bring machines over here and take up the American space and not have some clones working there, human clones working in there doing something. The politicians that's the reason why you have politicians to craft bills and legislation to say, okay, you bring your company over here, a certain amount of people got to work for this company for the size, you know what I'm saying, at that point. But you got to get out.
It just depends. We will be, and then we will go into the next generation knowing what's called humanoid robots, and why you even call them humanoid. The reason why they use that word is because, I mean, we're looking at Rosie the robot now, but at some point very soon, there will be an actual robot walking up to you that has on a skin like the fucking video games. It will look like a real person. It will talk to you, have a personality. It'll have this conversation with you based on what you say, and it'll be coming to take your order. Now, in the beginning, you'll be able to tell their robots, just like you used to tell that was a nigga with a dress on. But then they'll get more advanced, like the transgender, and you won't be able to tell the difference, nigga. Is that a humanoid, or is that a robot or a real person? Mark my words, you're not gonna know the fucking difference.
That's crazy.
You're not.
Soon they're gonna have
they have AI girlfriend and boyfriend dolls right now. You can buy that have silicone.
Right. That's a lot.
They put faces on them. They got wigs. Them bitches seem real. They're not overly real, but you give them time. You give them time. Mark my words. They pay it right now. It's a company in the UK paying $250,000 to buy your likeness and your face so they can produce robots that look like you.
Wow.
They train their AI with our characteristics. Like even this program right here, they may have a programmer listen to the way we respond and talk, and have their AI train their AI with the characteristics and even the vocabulary and inflections in which we're using. It's that advanced. Not only just the faces, it's going to be the whole personalities. When Timberland, they was on Timberland's ass cause he was using people's beat patterns or whatever, so on and so forth. That's gonna expand over to other areas of activity. Whether it be painting, just whatever. Okay, you have this let's say you have this company, this AI. We want you to make cookies like fucking Chips Ahoy or some shit.
Why
They
would
have
you
a
like?
they have
You
another
got
way
right.
for them
Even
to
just
get
the
that computer
writing.
prompt
Even
and
just
to
the
train
writing.
that computer to make that shit the same way Chips Ahoy makes it.
Even just the writing. Like, what you need a writer for when you can have an AI do all of the screenplays? Why would I pay you to do that?
Well, check this out. Even with the actors and the actresses, they've already had this issue. I remember, if y'all remember, they was on strike, but
Yeah,
it's changed.
yeah.
They didn't tell you what happened behind the scenes. But what's happening with actors and actresses is that they're actually paying them to use their face and their likeness for so many movies or so many shows or episodes, and they pay them a fee for that. They're never going to show up on the set because AI is actually going to generate all of the movies to where you don't even really need these sets or these spaces. They're
Wow.
going to create them with video. It'll look like you're in the desert and you don't have to spend $1 million on the set anymore to get this scene done. And they're going to take the likeness of that actor and create a AI image of him and make him act in the movie. He'll never have to act at all, and he's just going to get paid for them to use him for so many movies or whatever the fuck. That's how it's about to be.
That's crazy.
Finna go in the
Yes.
pod. It's the Matrix. We finna go in them pods.
On the pod.
We is though.
Walking around
We
for?
already in the pods. We
Let me
already
say,
in the pods.
shout out to Sean. I remember how to say it. See, thank you for the super chat. Says greeting goddess Michi. Immigration roundup equals Rex 84, the King Alfred playing by another game. Melanators are next. See, I was saying that people would say that. I just read your comment, but I don't think we're next in the way that y'all think we next. We just finna be left behind to live in this crazy ass shitty place called America. That is the new world order of doing things around here. Trump is the new world order president. Again, I need y'all to see it. It's very simple. Just understand it like this. If you know that the new world order means they're destroying the old systems to bring about completely new ones, from our currency to the way we're educated, to the way people work, to the way the economy goes, like, how do y'all not see it in front of your eyes? And then everybody's like, why is Trump tearing down all of these government entities? But if you're putting in something new, don't you need to tear down the existing ones? And if the government just did that in your face, you'd be like, what the fuck is y'all doing? But if they put a white man in there who's an asshole, who completely doesn't mind being talked about or being hated, and we'll blame it on his personality, we'll blame it on he's racist and all of that, but he was just the perfect man to put into play to bring about what they wanted. Your focus on Trump is very naive of you, because what you see happening has nothing to do with Trump. He is a pawn being used in the game. It could have been a motherfucker with a purple face instead of an orange one, and he still would have done the same thing. But if the government can watch someone, we talk about the CIA and all of the mind control, when they can find a person, this is what your government does. And it's what you got to understand about psychology and some of the dopest things about it. If you understood psychology, you wouldn't be shocked by a lot of shit that people do, right? But when you look at it as the government, you wouldn't tell a motherfucker your plan. You would just scope out the right motherfucker for the plan. And you would say his personality, his situations, and who he is, he's perfect for this job. And then you manipulate his mind by planting seeds, putting advisors around him that tell him he's limitless in his power, putting certain ideas in his head. And all he's going to do is be exactly who he is. This is how the government does shit. And this is why we never see it for what it is, because these motherfuckers is smart. It's genius. It's evil, but it's some genius shit. That's what they do. So what I'm telling you is, even Trump don't realize what he's being used for, but he's being played on his ego because he knows he's the president that has done things that no other president has done. And he'll go down in history because his ego needs to be fed. They have peeped that about this man. They have put him in place. He didn't win that election. He didn't lose the first one, and he didn't win this last one. Y'all got to think better than that. So this is the president that ushers in the new way of society and doing things from every system we've ever had. Cashless society, no more education. We talk about bringing in automation. So the new way of making money and living and buying and purchasing will be online. If you don't know how to make money online or do a job online, you can fucking say goodbye to these other jobs outside. They're all gone. They're all gone. And so we're in this new way. And Trump is the perfect president to do it. And I know y'all might not believe me because I know y'all got so much emotion and hate. I'm going to tell you that the reason the plan works beautifully is because Trump doesn't even know that's what he's being used for. When the New World Order was
like the political Tony Montana.
When the
you
New
like the
World
bad
Order,
guy. They need a bad guy. Say hi to the bad guy. That's what Trump is politically.
but when the New World Order was created, Trump wasn't even around. Nobody sat in the room and made this plan with him. You know what I'm saying? So this was long before him, and the completion of it will come even after him. So I think the focus is just on the wrong thing, is what I'm saying to y'all. I need y'all to look deeper, see wider, and stop being so narrow-minded in your emotions, because that is the people who have such an issue with Trump, they're blinded in their emotions. But guess what? For those people that look at Trump and be like, I love him for what he's doing, you're also blinded in your emotion too. The rationale is what he's doing to some people ain't bad for us, but ultimately everything that's going to happen ain't good for us either.
Meet you. What you know about?
The reason I fuck with you, cause of that did there.
Yeah, hold on, nigga. Meet you. What you think about the globalists?
Meaning what? They
say technically Trump has been going to beef with is the globalists. Now, you know, the globalists, some insane, crazy motherfuckers that they say they the real people behind the scenes pulling a lot of strings, and that's who Trump was really bumping with. That's who he's been bumping heads with, the globalists.
So you think what, that he's genuine in that? I mean,
no.
He may be.
Okay. No,
he may be. I think Trump is completely being who he is.
Right.
And I think that everybody plays their part. You know, that's why I laugh when people be like, well, are you about capitalism? Are you about socialism? Are you a Republican? Are you a Democrat? Are you a left? Or you a right? Like, it don't really work like that. If you smart, it don't work like that.
Have you ever seen Distinguished Gentleman by Eddie Murphy? That if anybody has never seen, want to know about politics, go watch that movie. It tells you exactly how much bullshit politics is full of and how they run it on us.
But again, like I said, I think that the thing in politics is not to be swayed to one side or the other. You do know that even though you feel like generally the Democrats ain't done shit, it ain't like you can't point at something they say and be like, well, I kind of agree with that. Like, generally, fuck them motherfuckers. But that don't mean I don't agree with this perspective. You can look at the Republicans and be like, I don't agree with nothing them motherfuckers say. But if you get so blinded in your loyalty to a certain side, then you find yourself not ever being able to critically think about anything and say, yeah, I fuck with them. I fuck with you on this one. Like, I agree with this, but I don't agree with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we should be able to look at everything in that manner.
Right. That's how I play politics. Listen, my thing is, I said earlier, I'm going to ride with Trump until he look like he going off the cliff, then I'm going to get the fuck out the car. It ain't even personal. Go and drive off that cliff, nigga. I got what I needed out you. Who talking about what else I need? Okay, I'm going to be your friend now. That's how you play politics. That's why black folks, and I don't blame us, we've never really been able to play politics because they didn't allow us to an extent, and we're really emotional. You got to take your emotions completely out of politics because they have nothing to do with it. It's who's doing what and then what's so cold is, Meech, you might be cool with going with this politician because he's doing something that works for you. Me and you could be cool. We the same people. We could be from the same race, a group, a nationality. But this other person is doing something I'm into. So each person is gonna go with whatever their benefits are. And there is no politician that has everything that works for you. So that's why the same way they jump around, you jump around with their ass.
What about somebody like me who has absolutely no faith in the political system that exists in America right now? What politician would I go with? Because I've witnessed both of them be full of shit.
Whoever check this out. This is what I would say to that. You can think that those can be true at the same time. Like, you can still think that there's no, ultimately, I'm not telling you there's any faith in the political system, because even though they'll do things that you believe in, like, okay, we're all good with a lot of us on here with the immigrants being kicked the fuck out of the country, and we don't have any problem with that. So at the end of the day, you might agree with that perspective, but ultimately, once again, the government is still on some bullshit, because why they getting rid of them? Like, why you ain't get rid of these motherfuckers if you really want to get rid of them? Why y'all ain't been got rid of them when black people needed their jobs, when our unemployment rate was very high because of all the jobs that they were getting, and black people being turned away from construction sites and everything else and jobs that they were qualified for? Like, why didn't you do it then? You're doing it now because you don't need them for the job, not because you really want to give niggas their jobs. You see what I'm saying? So even though, yes, we okay with them kicking them out, at the same time, what you said is true. This whole political thing is some fucking bullshit. Both of those.
Mitch, I'm like, how dare they even
We can
bring
be
them?
true at the same time.
How dare they get rid of? They're getting rid of them. How dare they even bought them in the first place? I've been personally affected by.
Why they did? Because if you
Yeah,
a
I lost
multi-millionaire,
jobs
a billionaire,
so
and you have a job and you can hire motherfuckers for $5 an hour who you pay under the table, right? And get a bunch of work out of them, and they work hard because where they come from, that's all they've ever been taught to do, to slave for hardly nothing. I think it was a girl on TikTok who said that the average wages in Mexico for the day is $15 a day. They can come over here. You can pay them $5 an hour and they'll work 12-hour days, because that's still, and as an American, I'll slap the fuck out of you if you offer me $5 an hour and it's 2025. You sound crazy. But them, oh no. Imagine what 12 hours at $5 is. They done beat what they make at home. They've made a goddamn whole week's worth of money in one day.
Right. And it's the same thing when they did with the outsourcing. They did that. Look at, it killed Detroit. When they outsourced jobs to other countries, it killed us.
After.
Shout out to you for the super chat. Says, listen to Michi, the U.S. is about to change. Absolutely have. I've been screaming it now. I just gonna keep saying, listen to me now, believe me later on. It's coming. I'm gonna be on YouTube talking about I told y'all. That's how close it is. I'm gonna still be around and look at y'all and tell y'all I told y'all. We about 8 hairdos away from me saying that shit to y'all. Shout out to Chris with the $5 holla. Says, what is stopping white people? What is stopping white people to conquer America? They got Trump. They already have conquered America. I don't know. I feel like they already have. Let me play this video though, because I thought this shit was kind of funny, y'all. Let me see. Hopefully the play won't be acting all slow. Let me see. Okay, yeah, let's watch this. Let me see if y'all can see that. Y'all can see that? Yes? Okay. Hold on, let me take this off the screen. I thought this shit was funny, the way these niggas was roping. I ain't never seen no shit like this in my life. Shout out to Chris. Chris says, will Walmart replace human? Virgo black jobs, Amazon, there go black jobs. I might not have read that right. You might not have wrote it right. I get what you're saying, no. But yes, Walmart is replacing humans. Absolutely it is. You're gonna go to check out your stuff and you ain't gonna need a cashier. You're going to check yourself out. I believe it's going to come a time where you're going to go in the store and you're going to put your products in your basket. The basket is going to ring your product up as you put it in the basket. If you remove something, then it will deduct it. And when you get to the end, you will pay your purchase right on your basket. If you do not, the basket will not move beyond the store. If you decide to run out of the store with a bunch of shit, it's okay, because with all the facial recognition and everything going on, they're just going to come find your ass and come get you from home. So they're really not worried about you doing that, because you come in the store all the time like a dummy and then you use your debit card and everything else. They know who the fuck you is. And so that's what's going to end up happening. And then there will probably be AI machines that will be stocking the shelves, that you don't have to wait till nighttime. They'll probably do it around the people all day and make sure the shelves are stocked, and you'll check yourself out, and we don't need security to chase you down. So yeah, Walmart won't have anybody working in it at all. It's just, you're just going to walk in there and see people shopping. That's what I believe. So let's find out if that happens. But look, so they arrested 37 motherfuckers at a high school, y'all, that was doing a construction job. But check this out here.
And breaking at 5 and no legal immigration raid at the new Gulf Shores High School construction site, sending workers.
Site. The Mobile FBI says 37 people were arrested here.
And it's a story that we broke online just a few hours ago. Our Natalie Williamson is live on the scene right now.
And Natalie, we've seen a lot of raids in Baldwin County at construction sites, but this is the first one we've seen that involves a public facility.
Did y'all see them in the ropes?
That's right, Cameron and Lenise. When I first told school system officials about the raid that happened here just hours ago, they told me they had no comment. But they've since changed their minds and have now released a joint statement with the city. And keep in mind, this project is funded by taxpayers. And before we get to that statement, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the video that was sent in by viewers. And this is probably the most dramatic shot that we have. Two workers roping down a rooftop to get away from federal agents. And we also obtained more footage showing two people being escorted by law enforcement. This $137 million project is publicly funded, meaning taxpayer money is paying for this. In all, 37 people were arrested today. And in addition to federal agents, Orange Beach PD, Gulf Shores PD, Foley PD, and the Baldwin County Sheriff's Office took part in the operation. When I reached out to the city of Gulf Shores and the Gulf Shores City School System, and both said they did not know the raids happened until I called him. Now here's a look at that statement from the school system and the city. So the city of Gulf Shores are aware that a federal immigration inspection was conducted at the construction site of the new Gulf Shores High School. The construction city or school employees were present at the time of the inspection. We encourage inquiries for any further information regarding this inspection to be directed to the parties involved. And we also reached out to the project's general contractor, Rayburn General Contractors, and they and customs enforcement raid that occurred at the new Gulf Shores High School construction site on Tuesday, June 24th. RGC is fully cooperating with all authorities investigating this matter. We have no further comment.
I missed that this time. Now, I want y'all to think about that, though, y'all. 137, what did they say, $1 million? $137 million. And this is taxpayer money that funded this. And that's how much money they got to do this job. And these motherfuckers can't even pay a regular wage that is the legal wage to American people, Black folks, other people with those skills, with these tax dollars that they got to fund this project. They paying motherfucking Mexicans that's going down the side of the mountain on a rope trying to get away from the goddamn police. So this is the thing, right? I want y'all to know that all of these people that get this money, they work in government together. They pass out funds to everybody. They were showing y'all that when they were showing all the fraud in the government and shit like that. And so they pass on these funds to people. They give them these projects. Trust me, the government and people with money and politicians know damn well that these places are buying and paying for illegal under the table work from illegal immigrants that are not supposed to be here. They know that. They know that. Y'all really got to ask yourselves. They know that shit. So if they do, why is they getting rid of every damn body? Because the only way they're doing that is if it doesn't benefit them anymore. And the question would be, why wouldn't it benefit them?
We coming with the AI?
Yep, pretty much so.
Nigga, go put on the shirt.
He
got on the shirt, bro.
Got on a white beater.
I got on the white beater, bro.
I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, but Michi, I'm in California. Matter of fact, I work at one of the biggest Black churches in California, right? And it's private property. And I don't know, like these people, I heard brother Phil on African Diaspora, he said, without sacrifice, it breeds entitlement. And these people down here in LA, they still work in the corners. And it's like, when niggas know the block is hot, nigga, your money gonna stop, you gotta go in the house. You feel me?
So the tamale lady, she went one way. Her husband tried to run into the church, and the security guard couldn't let him in because it's private property. You can't come on here unless you got church business. Anyway, these illegals is talking about trying to get together and do something to this brother because he simply just did his job.
He wouldn't open it down.
No, it's like a gate.
Right.
And the booth is at the beginning of the gate.
And they gonna do something then?
Yeah, that's what everybody. I went to the store the other day because I've been working over there for like 6 years now. So people in the community know me. Sister, like, yeah, I thought it was you that stopped that Mexican from going in there, and they trying to now say he beat him up and all type of stuff. But they trying to get together and talk about doing something to this brother. And I don't understand the whole black and brown unity because
it's not black and brown unity at all. It's us kissing their ass, crying for them, and they never do the same back for us.
Facts. Facts. The Serranos run with the Aryan Brotherhood and all other crackers in jail. You feel me? Until that change,
Southsiders. Facts.
Yeah. Until that change, kiss my ass. We all we got, and man.
I don't even say until something change. I feel like we supposed to have long memories. Right. What they done already done is enough. Like at the end of the day, I don't know how much I could scream that to people. Like in this country, this is why everybody can kiss my ass. Everybody shits on us, thinks they're better than us. They're all fucking racist and come here with a better perspective of we're better than them. And then the motherfuckers that's already here, the crackers, they goddamn feel the same way. And it's amazing to me how black people are always on the front line for everybody else's fucking issues, you know, and then the moment black people don't get up, I've been told black people stop fucking fighting for everybody else. That's why you crying for these fucking people. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? And now that black people just decide to say, we're not out here in droves hunting y'all down. We're not out in this motherfucker fucking with y'all, but because we simply won't stand with you, fight for you, and stop people to keep you from leaving, just like they done trick niggas into fighting for DEI. Right. I can't stand motherfuckers on this dumbass. We're protesting Target. You're dumb as fuck.
Wait,
women, yeah. So, I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, the first time we just want to mind our business, now we're a problem. And it's all kind of Hispanics and immigrants online talking shit. If you on TikTok, I know you see it because I see the shit and I don't even be on TikTok like that.
Hey, wait, Michi, let me ask you this. Do you think we shocked the fuck out of them by the fact that we didn't move this time? I think we caught everybody off guard with this shit. I don't think nobody was expecting us to do it how we did it.
Well, I think that everybody is used to black people, you know, riding out for everybody to fuck else. So yeah,
no, I'm talking about the fact that we sat out.
Right. So they're upset because it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Exactly. Well, how are you not here crying for us? We're used to y'all doing that. That's what I'm saying. So now they mad, and I do think people expected us to do that shit.
And you
I was trying to figure out how they didn't call for Jesus. They didn't call for white people to come help them. Right. They didn't call for the new pope, the new damn pope they just got. They didn't call for the new pope. They didn't call for nobody. They called for black people, and it was just amazing to me. What you calling on us for? I'm curious. Why?
The blacks. They call us the blacks.
Mm-hmm.
Bitch, the blacks, nigga.
That's what
Saint Vic says, so Michi FBA now. You better shut the fuck up. I'm not nothing that slick hair, painted on fucking hairline, gout knee having ass, grifting ass.
Get off the homie.
That's how, man. Hey, you and your homie. Get out of here.
Ass nigga. We ADOS over here. I don't know what you mean. I'm FBA now. Nigga, when the fuck I wasn't where I'm from, Brazil, bitch. What the fuck is you talking about? Well, I've always been what you want to consider a FBA, but we call ourselves ADOS over here. We don't fuck with that nigga that y'all ran with that slogan for. He just as bad as the white people and these motherfucking goddamn immigrants. All he did was co-opt the movement. He co-opted the movement. He made you niggas buy him a nightclub, and he ain't done one fucking thing to get you closer to reparations while he co-opted and stole the movement from ADOS, from two people who are actually an attorney and a person who's been in politics. And if you go look up some shit, have been involved in the fight on the Senate floor for fucking reparations than this nigga has ever done.
Well, hey, wait, Michi, let me ask you since you brought up the homie.
Some shit in my chat no more. We don't fuck with
Man,
Tariq.
don't call him the homie,
Weird,
bro.
Hold on,
Don't call him. I know you was off brand. I said it earlier.
Chill. We
Man,
get
cut it out,
we
bro.
don't have time for feelings.
Cut it
Michi,
out.
let me ask me something.
No.
Right, chill. I heard you. You ain't gotta say it 3 times. Retards do that. Michi, let me ask you something. Michi, would you get? I know how you feel about old boy. Would you?
So why you talking about him then?
You shut the fuck up, boy. The fuck is wrong with you?
Black
Michi,
man, stand up.
Hey, nigga, put on your hands.
Black man, stand up.
Michi, would you say he did at least bring a lot of light to the tethers and the anchor babies? I ain't saying he originated. I ain't say that. Would you say at least he's got us where we started looking at that, whereas like you said, we was always embracing everybody else. So he did play a part in making us look at everybody that skin folk ain't your kinfolk. Would you say yes or no to that?
I would say no to that. Because I would like to know this. I guess this is my problem with it. It's like it took him for you to realize that other Black people that aren't from this country are a certain way. My question would be, what have your interactions in life been? Because I went to college and at 17, I was taught that lesson at 17 years old when it wasn't very many Black people on the campus. And I was like, oh shit, it's some Black people. And it was 2 motherfuckers from Africa. And I remember when I approached them like brothers and sisters, and they was looking at me like, nigga, you're an American. You're not any different than these other people. And I was told that they supposed to stay away from our kind. So my question is, how many of them have you not been around for you not to know that on your own? And just because somebody said some real shit, it doesn't mean that they deserve the accolades. I didn't need a nigga Tariq to tell me that sometimes, and I'm going to emphasize sometimes, there are people out here that come from other countries. They are Black too, but then they turn around and they're told not to fuck with the American Black people because they have been told we ain't shit, just like the media tells us we not shit and everybody else, right? But I'm also going to tell you at the same time, for a motherfucker like Tariq that ain't done nothing for the community, Zayax is full of all kind of Black immigrants who fucking teach these kids every day, who got the backbone to that school, who big up Q and hold him up, and he ain't never done 1 ounce of what the fuck they done did. So we're not gonna talk in these definites. Tariq is a stupid motherfucker that brought something to your attention that I felt like you should have already known or had a balance of, and not you necessarily, but Black people.
But
you know what I'm saying? The question is, 5 minutes before that, he was Pan-African. So what the fuck happened to that? The nigga switches mind every time he want to die.
But Michi, you got to admit though, I agree with you. I've learned this from experience, but most of our people do. A lot of our people are. You just said how we always riding for everybody. So a lot of our folks did look at a lot of them Black folks as our brothers by skin folk, kinfolk, and like you said, they're starting to see all these years. Everybody's starting to come out now with technology and admit they all have had hate for Psalm 83. But my point is, most folks just got to remember this: just because you and I know that, it's not even safe to assume. I don't like assumptions. It's not safe to assume everybody else knows that because clearly everybody else doesn't.
It's actually a very divisive conversation because, like I just told you, if you run with what Tariq has said, then you would disrespect everything that has built up the organizations in our community that I tell you is doing the real work. So at the end of the day, depending on what you experience is that reality. Everybody's fit in that. And I just find it really interesting that if we want to tell people that there's groups of Black people that don't agree with us, I think we've understood that for forever. Why wouldn't, like, we don't know that. We know that already, right? There are Black people.
A lot of people don't.
No, there are Black people who are FBA that don't fucking agree with what we're supposed to do. We call them coons. See, we've had these names. We've had this division for a while. My question is, where is all that energy for the white people? And then ask Tariq to ever have a conversation with you about the Jews, and then we can talk further on this. But until then, no, the nigga plays on y'all emotions so he can get a fucking dollar out of y'all.
Well, let me say this, Michi. Let me say this. For me, I'm smart. It goes back to politics for me. I go where I need to get the few little pieces I cut. Like, let me say this. It ain't a motherfucking YouTuber or a nigga I seen on the planet that got everything I'm looking for. So that's why you move around. You move to Michi X, you get this. You move over to Tommy, you might get that. You move over to Tariq, you get that. I learned nobody has it all. So to make a complete meal, you move around. That's just smart.
That's too much work.
No, hold on.
Nigga.
You can make a complete meal, But I think that you're okay. So let me give you this then. So you're making a complete meal, but then on your plate you have these motherfuckers that they say they're organic, right?
Right.
Since you're making a meal, but really they not. They've been genetically modified, and it looks good for you, but it ain't got no seeds in this bitch, so it can't bring you to your real root. It has no nutrients in this motherfucker for you, but it looked nice on the plate. And then it's some shit that really you should be eating, but that's the shit we avoid the most. And so at the end of the day, I don't give a damn about the full plate if a motherfucker ain't willing to take in all of what it is, because these motherfuckers be talking, but they're not doing it. My question would be, okay, somebody gave you some knowledge. At what point for a person to get the accolades that niggas give Tariq, name to me something substantial. This motherfucker love to use the word tangible. What the fuck tangibles has he given to the black community? Just answer that for me.
Well, let me just say this. For me personally, I can't say what he's actually done. What I can honestly say is I'm not a hater. I give credit where credit is due. Like, listen, nobody walking the planet outside of Almighty God. To me,
can I say something? Can we have one rule about this? Okay. You cannot tell me from the stuff he's done for the community, it cannot be about something that's entertainment or just knowledge based. No. He told me some shit I didn't know. That's wait. No, I want to be clear in that.
But wait, you can't just bottle me into that. Listen, knowledge is power. If the nigga told me two things that I learned,
knowledge is not power. Knowledge is not power.
The application.
I'm gonna quote Sourcey for you. Power is power.
Okay, I got it. Listen,
knowledge not applied is not power at all.
I got it. I'm talking
what you think you know. If you can't show me what you know, it's not power at all.
No, listen. When I say knowledge, I'm not gonna do the word semantics. That's fine. I don't want to argue that. That's how you feel. Cool.
No, wait, hold on. Wait.
For me though, I can speak for me though.
Wait a minute. Let's get some rules of engagement right in this, because you say you want to play.
No, you trying to pigeonhole me though. You trying to put me in the
No, I'm not pigeonholing you. I'm giving you what I mean by tangible. What is something that the black community can hold on to that he has given them that has actually made a difference in the goals that we are fighting towards? That's what tangible is.
Okay.
So if you tell me a bunch of stuff, but you don't show me how to do that, or it doesn't allow to interpret and to do something. Okay, you call yourself FBA. What do you do that's tangible in that though? Do you get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, if it's just, a preacher can give you some knowledge, nigga.
Nah, most of the time they're not giving
you, nigga. But they're not somebody that should necessarily be our leaders. So let's be real. There's a such thing as preaching on a motherfucking pulpits and making y'all feel good, and then there is tangible shit. So I just want to make sure that we have that understanding. And knowledge is not power. You can know a lot of shit, but if you can't put that knowledge to use, let me tell you something. Knowledge is for smart people. Intelligence is when you take some shit and you understand the concept of it so you can use it in any aspect of your life.
That's beautiful. Now listen, that is a beautiful cliche. That is ideal. That is beautifully ideal.
Not a cliche.
Okay,
well, listen, definitely was a cliche. It wasn't a cliche.
All right, got it. Please. God damn, what is with I don't say nothing when nobody else talking. What I'm saying is, for me personally,
you itching to talk while I be talking. You ain't really listening.
Well, I'm responding.
Yeah, he really do.
I'm talking to you, Michi. I'm listening. I've heard everything you said. I ain't missed nothing. I'm not listening to everybody else. I'm talking to you. So now, what I'm saying is this: what you did was tell me what you felt. And that's cool. Maybe you put some truth to that. I'm not knocking that. But nobody can tell me the first step to anything, to applying anything, is to first learn it. Understanding. Knowledge is understanding. To understand what I'm dealing with. If I didn't have, and I'm saying for me personally, I always never looked at us all black folks as the same. But when Tariq started pointing it out, and it just me telling the truth, I don't have no blind loyalty to nobody. Let me say that. When that nigga started pointing out shit about certain people that was black but wasn't really acting black, I hadn't really analyzed. I'm still dealing with the white folks. I'm looking at them. So I'm kind of because I'm like, I know a lot of people thought like me. We all going through this same struggle together. So we together by default, because them white folks don't like none of us. I didn't know that there was levels to it. I thought it was just white folks not liking dark colored folks. Then I started learning, because Tariq he's really put a light on that for me, how these people who look like our people really hate us. I really didn't know that. And I'm a smart nigga, but I really hadn't analyzed it like that.
So you didn't know about the bootlegs is what you're saying?
No, that ain't what I said. I said certain black people I didn't know. I didn't say I didn't know about none. What I'm saying is at the end of the day, I always thought we all had a common enemy.
What certain
You
black
ain't
people
saying
are you
about
talking
hanging on
about?
the beach, though.
All
He
these
said
smart
about different
niggas,
type of
goddamn, ain't
situations
never seen so
about
many smart
where
niggas.
black people combat against other black people. Not going against any non-black people in a constructive manner that might produce anything. Let's get some black people from overseas and call them tethers now. It wasn't enough to deal back and forth with the coons in America. Then it's like Michi made a point when she said he ain't gonna say nothing about them chosen people.
He ain't
Yeah,
got
rip
to. He
blast
ain't
his
got
ass.
to. Listen, it ain't.
Bullshit, he ain't got to.
Listen, bro. It ain't one nigga.
No, why you always saying listen? Why don't you ever
I be
listen?
trying to explain because I
You
heard.
always telling somebody to
Hey,
listen,
why
but it
you
seems
always
like
on
you don't
another
never
nigga nuts?
listen.
Like this shit is weird. Like, back to the brother. Listen,
Come
brother.
on, man. You ain't gotta do all that,
Hey,
man.
don't
Just
hey,
talk.
what is with all this teeth pump,
Just talk,
pump on
man. Come
other niggas?
on,
Let him
man.
fight for himself. Now listen, brother, to you. It ain't one man's job to do it all. Nigga, you ain't doing it all. You can't hold nobody else.
Can you calm down, sir?
Shut up,
Please.
nigga.
You're messing with my anxiety.
He said he's talking to me. I
Wait
want to talk. I want to say something to the brother.
a minute, because I want to hear his argument because
Weird ass niggas. These is niggas who don't get women. Weird ass.
I have yet to hear the tangible thing that
I
he
don't have to say nothing tangible. If it taught me something I didn't know, that's
Just
tangible.
say it ain't none.
No,
Just
that
say
ain't
he don't have none.
Okay,
just
but see what I mean
don't
is
like
like you're
my
avoiding the conversation.
weird ass
Because
niggas.
I said I would like
Why
to
we gotta be weird? Because you can't make your
Y'all
point.
just keep arguing while I'm a smart nigga. I know my IQ. What's your
I don't
IQ,
give a
nigga?
fuck what
Boy,
you are.
you is
Make your
not
point.
smart. I don't
You
know
don't
who
give a fuck
told you
what you
that.
are. Make your point.
Listen, the dummy niggas and the hate niggas always attack people. I'm dealing with the conversation. I don't give a fuck about y'all personally. I don't give a fuck what happened to y'all
Hey,
tomorrow.
can you calm down, sir?
Oh,
Quit
nigga,
spitting on your phone.
listen, nigga. Our
Ad
dick is for
hominem.
the ladies. Hop off. It's for the
They
ladies.
call it ad
Hop off.
hominem.
Hop
Ad
off.
hominem
Nigga, it's
arguments in
all
the
you've been
debate.
doing. It's all y'all been doing. Then when I fight back, I'm wrong because I'm
Look, can you just calm down and say what you use your words?
Then shut your
Use
mouth.
your words.
Then shut
Calm
your mouth
down.
while I'm
Use your
talking,
words.
boy. Then shut your mouth while I'm talking, boy.
Oh.
Now back to what I said. Me, shut up. What I was
Tough
saying,
one.
I'm the best troll. Meet you. What I was saying is, if I learn that you can't take
Congratulations.
away, shut up. You can't
Make
take
a
away
point.
from these niggas is weird. Meet you can't take away from what I learned, and there's a lot of other people that learn. There's people in your chat
Man,
right now.
stop capping for this nigga, man.
Shut up, little bitch, nigga. God damn, go talk to your daddy.
Let him finish
Damn,
his
weird ass niggas.
for real.
Niggas would never do this in my face.
Trust
the cap.
Trust me.
Tell your mama to cut the cab, and her head is trash. I'm gonna just troll you at this point, then, clown. We want to troll. Hold up, Meeks. Let me troll this nigga for a minute. Let us get the troll in, cause he ain't gonna get off my nutsack. Nigga,
Man, focus on what you saying.
your mama
Focus
her
on your
head
boys.
is
Focus on
trash.
your homie.
Tell your mama her head is trash, nigga. Now, back to what I said. There's people in your chat, Meech. I'm gonna try to have the conversation again. There's people in your chat, Meech, that are saying they learned shit from Tariq. So you can't take away that, even if you don't like him, even if you don't feel he's brought
She
anything.
took it already. Shut up.
Stupid nigga. Call your daddy, nigga. If you got an issue with your daddy, call that man, nigga. Don't bring it here.
You're deflecting on my question.
Shit, you just don't like my answer.
If he taught you some shit that you did not know,
I didn't say me. I said certain people.
He taught some people some shit that they did not know. That is great. Now, in that knowledge, I asked you. I didn't say he didn't never teach y'all nothing. What I asked you was, what has he done for the community that is tangible? Because I'm making a bigger point here, which we can bring it back to what we talked about earlier, is that we're always investing in the wrong shit because niggas make y'all feel good because the nigga hairline painted on right. Because
Don't
y'all
nobody care about that, Michi. I don't care about his hairline.
y'all suck Tariq's dick, but it's never because he's fucking doing something for the community. So my question again is,
Oh, it ain't.
all the knowledge he gave y'all, hold on, all the knowledge he gave y'all, it was working at Miami nightclub too. That was supposed to be a museum. Like niggas really need a fucking museum that serves liquor and
Meech, nobody's bringing all
No. You gonna get this work.
The building wasn't put in a trust name for the community so it could go on and make profits for the community. It was put in his name. He owned that shit. That's not how building something for the community fucking works. So y'all so smart, y'all be slow. So tell me about all the stuff that he taught you. Because as a businessman he didn't even know he needed to trademark his shit.
All right, I got it.
If it
We
wasn't for
know
that
you don't
big
like
mouth
him.
nigga, Morris World TV, I would own FBA and you niggas wouldn't speak it again.
We know you don't like him, Michi. That
It's
doesn't
not
have
about
anything
not
to say
liking
what
him.
I
You're
said.
missing the whole point.
So I can't say he told us something.
No, you can't say nothing.
Listen, man. I can slap you, boy.
You keep deflecting from what I'm asking.
You just don't like my answer. I gave you an answer.
You did not give me an answer, and I'm tired of motherfuckers cutting me off. So now I'm about to be a bitch to everybody because you have not given me an answer, and I haven't been able to fully express and say back to you again. Like I said, you say all of these things, and it's funny how you let niggas get away with the very thing we cry about the white man doing, or the Hispanics, or the immigrants, or anybody else. Let's go back to the root of all of this. Tariq motherfucking Nasheed, okay? This nigga co-opted a real movement with real fucking motion and distracted all you niggas from something that could have fucking benefited you. So if you don't know where this started, he acted like he was cool with ADOS, American Descendants of Slaves. And that category was created politically because you have to be in a category. You can't just say you're black and want reparations because too many niggas fall under the category of black. So it would not just go to the people who were supposed to. So you have to be specific about the group that you're asking for the reparations for. Okay, you have two people who run that organization, who is a lawyer who has spoke on the Senate floor, who has actually made progress and has been working hard for many years so that they can move reparations. Okay, then you have another person, Yvette, who is a person who has worked in politics for many years that actually knows how to get this shit through. If anybody do, wait a minute. So then you find Tariq, who tethers himself to their movement. Since y'all want, let's use his words. He tethered his motherfucking self to their movement. And then when everything got going good, because he had a bigger audience, instead of helping them like he said he was, just like all the fucking other races, all the white people ever doing every fucking movement I've ever seen in a community, this is what they do to organizations. He moved just like the fucking Jews he won't talk about. So then the nigga co-ops it. Soon as everybody it's supposed to be feeling it, now that he has the attention, he comes and says, these niggas ain't legit. Something wrong about them. They agents. And all you dumb niggas believed him. And then 3 minutes later, all of a sudden, he had his own fucking movement called FCA, which was right after agents saw.
Somebody mic.
I need you niggas
Mute
to
up,
mute your
nigga.
mic. You're coughing and you're being loud. I'm talking. Come the fuck on. I done told y'all. I done laughed a lot. I done been cut off a lot. I'm motherfucking serious now. I can put everybody down. I don't give a fuck. Go to bed. So let me tell you this again. So he fucked up some shit that was tangible for the black community so he can make a motherfucking dollar off you niggas, okay? He got you buying t-shirts. He got you coming to live events and paying all this money to do what? See, a live rendition of motherfucking Hidden Colors because he bring the same niggas to say the same shit to the same motherfucking place. He couldn't even give you niggas a decent setup on a goddamn stage, okay? Get the fuck out of here. Then after he makes all of his money off of y'all, all of the fucking merchandise he has, he offers you nothing tangible. And then he teaches you how to hate other black people. And at the end of the day, he ain't got no words for these white folks. I'm sorry. For you to tell me that as a black person, and maybe you're not a black person that's involved in the real movement for black people, but any motherfucker that don't see him as a goddamn divisive person who has co-opted movements, who took momentum away from real reparations, name one thing that this nigga has done to get you closer to reparations. Oh, he did a rally on a Saturday. Oh, let me guess, when all the politicians was at home, when nobody was at City Hall, when you had to get a permit to get that shit so y'all could yell in the streets. I know we're so much closer to reparations. Thank you, my nigga. Like, stop playing this fucking game with me. A nigga told me something good. Read a motherfucking book, nigga, and give some credit to some authors then, because you keep telling me that this man that has done damage to the black community, but y'all got your fucking head so far up his ass, you can't see the shit. So you make excuses. He taught me something. He made a good movie. Nigga, praise your mom and dad. Did they teach you anything? Because y'all act like y'all didn't know nothing before this nigga spoke. And it's amazing how this is where we rest on being divisive with other black people. This nigga ain't done one fucking thing for the black community that is tangible as fuck, even though he keep letting that motherfucking word come out of his juicy ass lip motherfucking mouth. And then you got people like you who got a school. you how many motherfucking people you will call tellers with your disrespect from Jamaica, from all kind of places in Africa, who over here volunteering and teaching these kids when you black FBA ass niggas ain't. Answer those questions. Fuck what he taught you. Nigga, I watched a documentary on Netflix yesterday and learned some shit. So fucking what?
Hey,
I'm so tired of y'all black men with y'all excuses. This is why we can't get nowhere, because you praise the shit that not only doesn't get us somewhere, but it actually destroyed something for us. Now, do you want to speak to how he co-opted the fucking movement? Do you want to talk about how he destroyed something that was really tangible? Or do you want to talk about all he's been preaching since then is division amongst black people? Like, we don't know, we don't all get along. We've been through that. It took a dusty nigga to teach you that? What is that fighting for these crackers? Because I don't hear him say that shit too often these days.
Hey, that sounds real personal, Michi. I'm just saying.
No, that's
looking in. That's
because when it's real ones that be in these
fucking around. Was y'all fucking around?
You suck the dick.
Y'all fucking around.
Don't do that, man. Don't do that.
Shut up, man. I'm asking her a question. Mind your business.
You up here praising the fuck out of these niggas that ain't doing the real work, nigga. It's offensive. So while you want to come up here, let me explain something to your motherfucking ass. See, you've been up here all night on your motherfucking emotional ass shit over some dumbass ego, nigga. Yeah, I'm emotional right now, and it is personal to me. You know why? Because, bitch, I get up every day and spend my time, my money, and my dollar on trying to better my motherfucking community. So for somebody who really in this shit day after motherfucking day, I put my money where my mouth is. I put my time where the fuck my mouth is, nigga, and then to watch you motherfuckers not do anything for the people like Zayex that's doing the real work, and y'all to kiss the fucking ass of this nigga that's actually destroying our community, taking shit from us, playing these fucking games so he can keep a nice roof over his head while you niggas still live in the ghetto.
So is this an attack or a conversation? Is it an attack or a conversation?
Man, shut up and listen. That's what this is.
I'm not done. Fuck that shit, because niggas be running their mouth all night. I'm not done. You done sat up here and got emotional with niggas talking to you a certain way.
I ain't emotional at all.
You done called them out your name. You done got emotional as fuck tonight.
I never get emotional. I'm a troll.
Over nothing real serious, my nigga. But
I'm a troll. Trolls don't have feelings, Michi.
I want to say some shit about something that affects our people on some real shit, and I got the nerve to have some emotion behind it. Now it's personal, nigga. Seems like the only thing personal to you is your ego, because that's the only thing that got you emotional.
I'm a troll. I don't deal with emotions, Meech. I'm a troll.
Man, are you stupid? That's what you is.
Bro, you grown.
All these niggas, let me in Meech talk.
You've been emotional all motherfucking night. Did you just ask me to let you talk?
I told them. I told them to let me
all
and you talk.
motherfucking night. And every time with your smart ass and your high IQ, whenever I ask you a question, my nigga, you fucking avoid that bitch and you give me some beat around the bush ass answers.
I answered it the way I could answer it. Hey, that's real emotional. Loaded Lux voice. That sounds really emotional. Okay, listen. I'm gonna say this again. Listen to me, Meech. Because I'm not gonna say what you want me to say. Like, what is with the niggas every time I'm talking?
Man, just say what you gotta say, all weird ass nigga.
Suck sick donkey dicks, nigga. Shut up. Now, Meech, when I'm gonna say this again.
Emotional.
No, that's
emotional. Are you emotional?
That's called capping. That's called trolling. I'm trolling.
No, that sounds personal. Is you being personal? Is you being personal?
Meech is a big girl. She don't need y'all.
Man,
okay, Meech, let me respond. Meechy, let me respond before you go into another rant.
It's called being emotional and being unserious.
I can't even respond. I can't even respond. Who's emotional?
You don't need to. You got my man. You got my man sausage all in your mouth.
Hey, where your
people sausage out your mouth.
Hey, they say you a tether. They say you a tether. Where your people from? Where your people from?
Oh my God! Come on, bro.
Yeah, you a tether. You bitch ass nigga. Get your tethering ass out of here, you bitch ass nigga. We ain't fucking with you. Get your whole ass out of here. Now, Meech, what I was saying, like politics, Meech. I don't pick one person for one thing. I get shit from Tariq. I get shit from
anybody.
Hold up.
No, you can't. You done. You're done.
Why you turning your mic up, you weirdo?
Hold on, I'm gonna tell you right now, bruh. You got 2 minutes, and I'm
All
gonna
right,
time you. If you
all right,
say
I got
the
it.
same fucking shit
I
to me
don't
you
need.
said
I don't
last
need 2
time,
minutes. I don't need
don't
2
wanna
minutes.
hear it.
I need 15 seconds. All I need is 15 seconds. Listen,
If you start
I get
saying the same
information.
shit, it's
I
over.
got it. I can't finish. I get all politics. I get what I need from everybody. A little bit of here, a little bit there. There is no one person, including you, girl. There is no one person that got it all figured out. So ain't no one motherfucker gonna tell me to stop at one shot.
You gave me the same motherfucking answer. I don't know if you still talking, but you on mute right now, brother.
Hey, I ain't going to no one-stop shop. I'm going to every store I need to get everything I need. You can't make me go to one store. Now,
Shut up.
Shut your mama up and tell her to suck a dick.
Who told you to go to one store?
You just did. You telling me I can't go to Tariq's store? If I get something out of there, I'm going there. Who the
I
fuck
didn't tell you could go to Tariq's store.
You gave a whole rant against not going to
So nothing tangible.
as a devoted customer, because that's what you are, a devoted customer to the product that he is selling mentally and electronically for you niggas to buy. Do you have an FBA flag, my nigga?
He do. He a fanboy. He a fanboy. He a whole damn fanboy.
You got an FBA flag, don't you?
Hey, Meech, they might say the same thing if I come to you. What you going to me?
He got a pair of FBA thongs on. Shut up.
Matter of fact, I have a personal account.
Tethering ass up, nigga. Get your family out of my country, bitch ass.
Y'all do realize y'all make it easy for him to deflect, because when I
they do make it easy for me. It's too easy.
Y'all start arguing with him, he uses that as a deflection, and
Yes, I do. I'm a troll. I'm good.
Do you have a flag, nigga?
No, I don't have no goddamn flag, nigga. I'm an Israelite. I don't fuck around with no motherfucking FBA flags, but I'm FBA though. So at the end of the day, I'm a
ADOS.
Okay, listen, I'm ADOS too. Listen, whatever my people are, I'm that. Whatever y'all are.
ADOS is?
Oh my God.
Hell no, this nigga don't know. He's dumb.
Some slaves, you stupid dummy. Listen, my nigga, listen. Whatever my people are, I'm with them on that. Israelite, ADOS, FBA, anybody that's not my people, fuck you. Hold up. Including that tether ass, bitch ass nigga in the background and keep my dick out his mouth. Including him. Fuck you, nigga. I ain't fucking with your whole ass. You ain't my people, nigga.
Oh, you upset.
He real tethery. You're real tethery. So, like I said, Meech, I get shit from you. I get shit from Tommy. I get shit from
That's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you.
What? I said I don't have no FBA flag. I answered your question.
So no, I've been asked you a long time ago. I said, tell me what Tariq has done to gain the type of notoriety he get from y'all and support in the community.
I don't know what he did for nobody today. Based off
something he has done that is tangible for the community, because that's his word. And you love his word, tether. So I know
listen, I don't even watch Tariq like that. I'm not even subscribed to his channel.
Y'all niggas always cape for him.
I'm not even subscribed.
I don't even watch the nigga.
I didn't got a lot of you. I don't lie to nobody. I'm not even subscribed to his channel, but I respect the truth when I hear it from you, from him, from Tom.
Man, you don't know the truth. Shut up.
Your ass up, nigga. Your mama, tell your mama to come back later at 4. What I'm saying, Meech, is I get information from everybody. So I'm not going to let him tell me I can't come to you. I'm not going to let you tell me I can't come to him. I'm not going to let
you can't go to this.
I was there. Listen, I just answered your question. I get it from everywhere. That's a smart around.
You can do what you want to do.
All right, then. I felt like an attack a minute ago when I said I stopped at his store. You saw that nigga store. Fuck
man,
that.
Shut up. Just shut up, bro. You can't.
Airline nigga. That motherfucking lip gloss wearing motherfucker. I heard all that. I said, I know this store.
Actually, not how this conversation started. One thing I am is not stupid, and I have a memory like an elephant. You should ask my exes. Let me tell you something, that is not how that conversation started. You didn't say you went by anything and I went off on you. A motherfucker brought up the fact that I was FBA now in the chat. We got into the conversation and you said something to
my homeboy.
I don't know what you're talking about, but to be honest with you, I kind of fuck with Tariq. You said something to that vein.
I said the homie.
No. Let's be clear that I didn't attack you for saying you did anything. We were having a conversation about Tariq and FBA, and you decided to interject about how much you appreciated the shit he did. So as somebody who appreciates him, I decided to ask you about why you appreciate him and the shit that he does, and you still have not answered the question other than the fact that he gave you some good knowledge. My question would be, as a black man in our community, do you ever see anybody in our community, because it's one thing if he was just giving you knowledge and he giving you some good knowledge, but I just told you that Tariq has definitely done things to hurt the black community, not anything that has really changed us for the better, but he's done some shit to fuck up the community. You as a black man, do you ever hold anybody that is in a position of power in our community, do y'all hold them to a standard, or is it okay that they do whatever the fuck they want?
You want me to respond, or you just want to tell?
I do, and I want a straight up answer.
No, I'm gonna give you the answer. I'm gonna give you the answer. You can't tell me how to respond. What the fuck is that about? Relax.
The thing is that you don't directly answer any fucking thing. And I'm gonna tell you that if you're gonna keep doing that, we're not gonna have a conversation.
It's not a direct question. If you give me a straight yes or no question, I'll answer a straight yes. No, you want it to be. It's not. Now, can I answer or no? If you don't want me to answer, I just mute up and let you finish your rant. I don't mind.
Nigga, you gonna rehash the same shit. Let's see if you can answer the question.
I'm not gonna answer the way you want to. So if you want me to answer it your way, I'll just mute up and let you finish. I'll just mute up.
Is that a way to now?
No, I'm not gonna listen.
Bow out and not answer the question. It's not a hard one.
My mama can't tell me how to respond. Bitch, I'm not gonna let you do it.
It's not about how you respond. You can whisper it. You can say it with a deep voice. You can sing it to me. You can write it in the comment section. I'm not telling you how to answer your question. I'm asking you to simply fucking answer the question I'm asking you. You don't be answering what I'm asking you. You just be saying some
I do. You just don't like to answer. And that ain't my fault. That's on you.
No, you just don't directly answer.
Ask it again.
Talking to you for like 45 minutes. You still never told me.
Ask it again and let me respond.
Beginning to tell me what Tariq has done for the community is tangible, and we've been talking for 45 minutes. You said in the beginning you could, and you still have not answered that question.
I did. You didn't like the answer. Listen.
I said tangible. Do you know the definition of that?
Yeah. Listen. If you tell me how to go file for a certain loan, you didn't do it for me. You told me how, and I take that information you gave me, and it works for me.
That's not answering the question.
Fuck up. I gotta give you. No, listen. When I go get the loan and I apply it, it is now a tangible. You morons.
Just answer the question.
Wait a minute. So if we're morons, hold on, because if we're morons, you just said that if somebody gives me information and I took the information and I got the money, then it turned into a tangible. Okay, we're on the right track now, brother. I think that we're seeing eye to eye. So what I'm asking you is, what knowledge did he give you that you put to use and it did something tangible for you? I think we're on the right track. Go ahead. We're using your example you just gave. Now tell me, don't talk to me about loans because Tariq don't teach that. Now use that and apply that to
I'm gonna mute up. I ain't gonna even answer it. I'm gonna let y'all just finish.
My God,
because every time I start, you and the tether start talking. So I'm gonna just shut up. Go ahead. You got it. I'm smart.
That means you don't have an answer. We really got to the basic of
I'll
what
try it one more time. Listen, y'all can be quiet.
I just told you, like,
he's thinking of his live right now.
Hey, somebody shut that tether up. Somebody shut that tether. Somebody punch that tether in the mouth for me, please.
He's thinking of a live right now.
Tether in the mouth for me, please. She just told you giving me play if I'm trying to avoid it, which I ain't.
Paulie, you breaking my heart, Paulie.
Oh, nigga, shut up. You barely can talk English.
God, you're breaking my heart. You tap
we don't even understand you.
You tap that like you bug dancing for your buddy. I went to the FBA convention. I spent money with the nigga, so I have a right to say what I can say.
You ain't on his ass. He spend money, but you ain't on his ass.
What are you saying?
But you ain't on his ass, and he spend money.
Because we've had this conversation already. He's going to tell you how he felt about it. Just because he spent money don't mean he's going to lie.
I hated Michi, but I did not know Michi. You know why I hated Michi, but did not know Michi? Tariq Nasheed. I spent for the prime rate, the VIP tickets for the FBA 2020.
We don't care. We don't care. We don't care.
No, you care about.
We actually do care about.
Right. You don't care.
He's talking about tangible or not tangible. Something you want to answer.
Who cares about him buying tickets?
No. You gonna get this
work. We talking about tangibles, but it was tangibles. No black tangibles, no black
motherfucker.
I don't care about him buying no goddamn tickets.
Nigga, the convention was supposed to be about no black tangibles, no black.
No, wait a minute, brother. I want to hear what you got to say, but I want him to be quiet because again, you didn't want to answer the question, so don't say nothing now. This is somebody who said he fucked with him on that end, and he gonna tell you what he thought was tangible or wasn't tangible. You sitting up here big up at something he's done. You give me the example of what a tangible is, but then I ask you, now that you know what I'm asking you for, you could not then finish the sentence. We will all shut the fuck up. We will be quiet. And
no, y'all not. No, y'all not. No, y'all not.
Okay, we won't. We won't.
You've been saying that all day.
Don't nobody say nothing, and I mean that shit. If you do, I'm kicking you the fuck off the panel. We're gonna be quiet and see how long you leave us sitting here quiet and don't answer that question. You obviously know what the fuck a tangible is because you gave me the example of the loan knowledge and getting the loan. Now, everybody, let's give this nigga a moment of silence to get his thoughts together because I now want him to use that and answer my question.
Okay.
What has Tariq taught you in knowledge that turned into a tangible?
Okay.
We'll wait.
Okay. Are you sure? All right, here we go. The fact that I'm going to bring up tethers. I'm going to use tethers. The fact that he brought up tethers, it showed me how to vote. It showed me how not to vote for certain things because at one point in time, I may have just said, again, we all black. Come on in, brother. But the fact that he shed light on shit and I started to notice it, it made me, it changed a little bit of my political views as far as welcoming everybody into the country. Shout out to Trump for letting niggas know this isn't for Jamaicans. This isn't for Africans. This 14th Amendment is for the descendants of slaves. It's for the babies born of slaves. Had Tariq not pointed that out, I'd have still been inviting to everybody. Now, is that not worth something or no, that ain't shit?
That ain't shit. That ain't shit.
Yeah, the tether would say that. The tether would say that. Tell your mama Ice looking for that bitch.
That ain't shit. Like, brother, like at the end of the day, you have to tell me that your political move and what the move that you made actually got you something tangible for it.
But this nigga talking about political moves and shit.
Like, that's crazy because you do know politically, like Republicans have led immigrants in the country, and so have Democrats. They're just getting rid of them now because they don't need them anymore. Both parties have actually done the same thing. So how did that teach you to vote different?
Most of us thought they was all with us, and we found out they wasn't. Tariq helped shed light on that, so that changed the way we vote. Now we voting strictly for our people or fuck everybody else.
Shut up, man. That nigga wrote a book about
your tethering ass mama, nigga. I told you I'm gonna kick that bitch.
Tariq told you to vote for Trump. Tariq told you to vote for Trump.
No, I just said I get the bits and pieces I need from niggas, then I move around. That's what a wise man does. One person doesn't have it all, Michi. So stop trying to pigeonhole me into that. I'm not.
You ain't got none of it.
Both y'all niggas shut up and let me talk to Michi. Oh, Michi, I go to you. I go to Tariq. I go to hold on. I go to Tommy.
Trying to pigeonhole you into anything.
All right, let me respond.
Very bad at answering questions.
I'm great at this. I've been doing this for years. I've been doing this for years. I'm great at this. Go check my channel. I'm great at this shit.
No, you're not, sir.
I do.
I just go to Tommy channel and check it because
you sound like when she asks you a question and you can't answer it. You sound like special needs.
You sound like a nigga
that got special needs.
You sound like a nigga ain't got a bitch. You need to go get a woman. Get off my nuts. My nigga's weird. I'm not into men.
You're not funny.
I'm not into men. No means no. No means no. I don't want contact. Y'all the niggas who in the club, all the bitches in the club, y'all want to eyeball.
Oh, you're not funny, sir.
All these women in the club, you want contact with a man. All these women in the club, you want contact with a man.
Man, you got problems, bro.
All these women in the club, you want contact with a man.
Get him out of here.
I can't believe you've been in here capping for Tariq for like an hour.
All these women in the club, y'all want contact with a man. Y'all want contact with a man. Listen, he just babbling in the back. What's wrong with him? All these women in the
Look, after this panel, y'all, I need his address because if he does not have an FBA flag, I think he needs one. I'm gonna buy it.
I'm for real.
I'm gonna send it to you, bro. I'm gonna get you the extra large one. I'm gonna get you two.
Hey, listen,
on your car, so you can let all the tether know we ain't fucking with you, and I'm gonna get you one to put up in your window so I know not to fuck with you, my nigga.
Yeah. Listen, Michi right here all fun. Listen, Michi right here looking all scrumptious, and y'all want to have contact with me. Michi right here, y'all ain't getting it. Michi, y'all want to talk to me. Weird ass.
Don't do that.
Michi right here, get at Michi.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I'd rather talk to Michi than you niggas. That's a fact.
Okay, cool. But she don't want to talk to you.
And that's okay, but I don't want to talk to you.
I just can't believe you was in here capping for Tariq for the last hour, my nigga.
Oh, man. You got to listen, man. Listen. Having another nigga sack in your mouth is unhealthy, my nigga. Dick eating is unhealthy, my nigga. Don't do it. It's unhealthy. Jesus. Now, Meech, like I
Niggas
said,
running
Must be
around
quite
stealing,
intelligent with all the
stealing from
niggas
our
all
people,
years
stealing out our
saving
I'm
community.
from
community.
Just
Cali.
take this
I'm from
stealing from
Cali. We don't even
Needless
stealing
to
out
respect.
our
know, you
We
community.
don't
must
even
be
And
very
respect
you out
black.
here
connected with all these
Listen,
promoting.
Chinese
You
I'm
people,
out
from
here
all connected with
promoting
Junior
the
Jones.
theft from our
Look
people,
at these
bro.
niggas.
You disgusting,
Somebody
bro.
slap that
You're
tether.
disgusting.
Somebody slap that tether. Please, somebody hit him in the back of the head with a bag of nickels. Something. Bust him in the mouth. Somebody.
I know it's a game to you because you don't really care about our people. You disgusting, bro.
Nigga, you are not our people. Nigga, you are a tether. Take your mama and go back to your country, nigga. Get out of here. Stay out of our business. Why you tethers always?
No, nigga.
Wait, listen, we ain't, listen,
No, nigga.
FBAs ain't never in y'all business.
Nigga,
Nope.
fuck talking about
Nope.
him being
Do
tethered.
y'all
I'm a
notice?
nigga
Nope.
Do y'all
American.
notice
I
we
have
ain't never in
No.
Texas business? Tethers are
That's
always
like back
in
in
our
the day.
business.
So
See, I
that
know
shit does
how
not
people
count.
like you work.
We
You
ain't
work
never
like
in y'all
you work like you
business.
hold up. You work like the colonizers. Like when they used
Colonizer? What?
Hold on, y'all. Okay, can y'all stop arguing?
I can.
No, the fuck you can't. You keep starting all of the fights.
No, they keep starting. What you mean? They starting with me. If you don't knock it off, I'm just fighting back and you
man,
punish
you a
me.
colonizer, man. You one of them colonizers. I know you.
I'm trying to talk to you.
cut people off a lot, and then when they say something, you use
I
it
ain't
as a
cut nobody off
deflection
till they attack
to
me.
say something about y'all.
No,
Been cutting me off all night.
We
That's
have
not.
cut you off. We have cut you off.
All
I'll
y'all been
agree to
cutting me
that.
off all goddamn night.
You're
I want
right.
to say shout out to Chris Reed for the $5. Says why our tarot card reader is not telling us what Trump is doing. That's the reason why I'm listening to Miss BG. Your tarot card reader ain't told you what's up. They better tell them they better get better at it then. But we don't need no tarot cards for this. If you just open your eyes, you can see it.
So Michi, can I get information from everybody? And is that okay?
Can you get information from who?
Everybody, Tariq.
Man, I ain't giving you no info.
Hey, you ain't got
Lost
nothing.
your whole damn
Wait a minute,
month.
hold on. Wait a minute. You said,
I'm
hold
talking
on
to
now.
you. I'm talking to you. Hey, nigga, come. Here these niggas come. I'm talking to you. But you said I started. Here these niggas come. Now I'm gonna ask you one more time, Michi. Can I get it from everybody? You, Tommy, Tariq.
You can't get nothing from me, my
I
nigga.
don't want nothing from you, Goofy. You ain't got nothing. Nigga, shut your dumb ass up, nigga. Captain Tazaria, can I get shit from all the people that's out here speaking, that's saying some truth to power?
King.
He's trying to make a collection for Tariq.
Listen, even if they don't know it all, Michi, can I just get the bits and pieces that they do know, and would that make me smarter if I gather all the information from y'all that I
He's finna ask everybody for $1 for Tariq.
I'm rich. I don't have to ask for $1. I'm rich. I don't need nobody's money. So, Michi, can I get all? Is that a smart man to get all the good information from everybody? Is that smart, Michi?
I don't.
I'm gonna talk to you, black man. Y'all can hear me.
I hear you,
King. Bro, the name you done said Tommy about 6 times, man.
I did. I know you. I know y'all punched him in the face, but it's all.
Look. We can see the screen because when we say intangibles, man, this is. I want to make sure we know black men that's doing stuff for real. This is Rupert. I think it's Rupert Bullitt. Yeah, this is the founder of the Bullitt Center. This man is the father of environmental social justice. He is the head of the entire consortium of all HBCUs in the South environmental social justice platforms. In 2018, Biden awarded him, I think, $50 million specifically for the redevelopment of the Southern EPA region. Like, this is what we talk about when we say tangibles. He's considered one of the 100 most influential people in climate policy. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a legend.
Where's he from, Q? Where's he from, if I may ask?
He's in Texas, TSU.
Is that where he's from? Is he? He's born. So he's born here. Just curious. Is he born here? Or is he a foreigner?
That question is highly
No, you can't speak for me. I want to know. Okay, you tell me.
I just typed it.
He might be a tether.
Okay, all right.
Well, so when y'all bringing these conversation points, tether and shit, I just want y'all to know these are centered around. The reason why I'm refusing to answer that because that's mad unprofessional.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
I'm talking to you. Why I'm saying that to the black man.
I got
Instead of saying what degree he's in, what type of research he has, what type of programs he's working with, you choose to focus on some internet shit.
Can I explain why?
No, I don't really care to know why.
Then why you? So then listen, bro. Then we can't have a conversation if it's just.
I don't want to have a conversation. I want to continue what I was saying.
All right, well, cool then. All right, then. No.
I don't want to have a conversation. I want to continue what I was saying. So this is a black man that we should be looking at.
But you can't call him black. You haven't showed no proof.
Yeah,
You're
he
a
gotta
moron.
be. He gotta be
No,
a
call him
moron.
something else. Call that nigga something
Will
else.
y'all please
You're
stop
a
and let the man
moron.
finish?
You're a moron. You're a moron. He's a black man on the screen. Unless you're a cracker, retarded.
We be giving out that title too easy. That's our
No, you're a
problem.
moron. I don't know. I don't want to talk to you no more. You're a moron.
White man
Stay on the
gave you
internet.
that name,
There's a
black.
black man on the screen. This is
And we
Texas
give it out
Southern
too
University.
easy.
No, I'm just talking about like who we are. Everybody trying to claim that right now,
Y'all are so
and
focused
everybody
on.
can't. Like my man that said they
Can
made
you
rap like that nigga Fat Joe, right?
These derelicts.
And this is why black people
I
stay
ain't got the
dumb.
time.
So this man saying something that's informative, and black people talk, yeah, well, this and that. We got to
Hey,
delineate
that's
our
what
feelings.
you've been
Where
doing all
you from?
day. That's
You
what
tell
you've been
a
doing all
nigga,
day. Shut
man,
up.
listen to the information. Please listen to the man's information. I'm trying to hear it. I'm sure others are trying to hear his information.
Yeah, this is, and I'm not going to stoop to that level. But again, this is one of the strongest educated black men in the country, according to the New York Times, according to Scientific America. He's gotten over almost $1 billion in research funding for the black community. He's the head of the HBCU's environmental justice programs.
We don't know if that's getting to our people though.
Bro.
At the end of the day, that's all I'm saying.
No, bro, like literally, I don't understand what to say. I just said, listen to, I want to be clear. I want to be clear the level of disingenuousness. I just said he's the head of the HBCU's environmental justice programs.
Okay, so where was he
let
at?
me
So I'm just saying, bro.
You
didn't gave us his resume. Okay, that's his resume.
No, you don't understand. I just said he funded the funding of the black restorative justices for environmental justice. If you do not know what that means, maybe you should ask that, because you're asking questions that a moron would ask because you're under the leadership of a moron, Tariq Nasheed. Step your game up.
Hey, that's two different
Black
people
man.
you're talking to.
Step your game up.
You're talking to like three different people.
We're talking
all
about
three of
things
them
like
sound-
lead
they sound
poisoning,
just as
like
stupid to
dirty
me.
water and flint, environmental things that harm black people, factory residue chemicals, environmental. Is that what you're talking about, sir?
And if y'all would just, if you just want to see what he does, because you literally, this is the entire southern Texas, the entire Gulf Coast. So when you're talking about Katrina, and they had the issue of where the funding went, he's the one that fought for the funding to get into the black community. This is why Biden directly handed him the $50 million. And I'm sure y'all don't know about the EPA's outreach program. I'm pretty sure you don't know about the fundamentals of environment.
Did they build some houses for the people that was displaced?
Yes, he's the one that headed that. All those houses in Texas, he funded that. All of the
Can
programs.
you show us something he did? Can you pull up something
bro,
he did?
why don't you just stop talking?
No,
Just
why don't
let
you
me
pull
finish.
up something he did so we'll know?
Literally,
That whole article in your face.
literally,
He got
this
this man's
is
whole website with what he's done in your face, and you talking about pull up something he done.
Hold on, I want you to understand something.
Tangibles.
Look,
Wait a minute.
understand.
Wait a minute. Wait, is this? Wait, hold on. Is this
Hold on. Can you mute this nigga, please?
I did it. He went mute. I'm about to kick him off, but it's like,
Look, I want you to understand. This is the
Kick him off, let him come back.
No, I'm going. I'm the nigga that just said knowledge you can be soaked up, but he don't want to hear shit that got to be said about
This
this.
is the Bullard Center. It is a $10 million building attached to the Southern University. What are we talking about? Like, that's what I'm saying. Y'all niggas, you're not listening. Y'all are worrying about internet niggas. Literally internet niggas. You should type in this person's name and everyone watching should know who this is. Like, I'm not talking about, this is literally a scholar's scholar, a researcher's researcher. Look him up on the screen, the Bullard Center for Environmental Climate Justice. So when Beachy's asking about tangibles, black men, we need to stand on that square. And we should be standing, you want to see black? Look at this, PhDs, 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 black PhDs, PhDs, PhDs.
It's one Mexican in there.
Yo, bro, listen.
Hey, man, black folks.
I'm just showing you. All I'm saying is this when she's asking for tangibles, there's black people who are doing shit, real life shit that we should be behind and we should brag about when we say tangibles. This is Anton Mitchell. He's the head of the defund the police movement in New York City.
You see this right here? He got $11 million to create the center. Then the city gave him another $20 million in 2022 to defund and create the violence prevention program throughout the entire 5 boroughs. He has like 20 facilities in New York City. Like thousands of young kids work underneath this guy. In 2025. These are tangibles. You can go to his organization tomorrow and get a job. You can, if you're in Texas, you're in any HBCU in the South, ask anybody about the Bullard Center and ask them how you can get associated to it. These black men are doing, and there's black women too, they're doing real shit. Real tangible shit to put black people on. Black people on. Black people. Specifically. Black people. Like, let's be very clear. I don't know where this internet shit came from. Where this, is these, if you get into the real world, you're going to have black people supporting you. You're going to have coons, Sambos, and real black people from all over the place. This sister right here, look her up. I'm going to Texas this month or next month to just try to meet Robert Bullard. Can't make this up. Look, if you want to see all the FBA shit, please do. But he will laugh at you for that conversation because that is highly
pedantic.
I mean, why even Q is here because the homeboy, I guess, took himself down because I said I was going to kick him off if he didn't. But it's like, again, you cannot have this conversation with me about no motherfucking tangibles. So I'm going to share my screen really quick because I want to show you what I actually mean by tangibles as well as what Q said. I want to add to that, right? So this is what I'm talking about when I say tangibles. So that man that was just speaking that gives all that credit to everything he sees is because he's in education with children and he wants to aspire to make a difference in the children's lives that he's in. Although he has made so much of a difference all the fuck ready. We have all kind of children that are 16, 17 years old on their way to college. These children will run circles around you in every topic that there is. Okay, this school has been in business with these children for what? 8? How many years is it now? Q 8, 9? How many years?
This year 8 full time.
8.
I think.
Yeah,
8 full
8.
time.
Okay, 8. And this is what I'm talking about tangibles. I'm on some real shit. When a motherfucker say, "Why you taking it personal?" I do because see, some of us in this fight, this is really what we do, and this is really our life. And the reason why I'm mad is because he was like, "Oh, this man, he did this money, he did that." So here goes school right here that ain't got half the money they deserve. Okay. Motherfuckers want to ask me, why are you worried about the money that Carmelo had? Because one child is getting ready to go away and y'all could have gotten him some attorneys for that. But it's amazing to me how we won't build all of these black children. You see these faces? And, you know, these ain't like no stock photos. I want y'all to know, like, these are the kids for real, motherfucking for real. These real motherfuckers doing the work. And see, this is the thing too. At this school, you know what? There's a whole lot of, look at all them black men. Look at all them black men supporting our kids. Look at that. Teaching, volunteering, and every motherfucking thing else. And do you know how many of them that are there that you would call a tether if you listen to that bullshit that ain't gave you nothing for your fucking community? What allow my fat nigga now? Because somebody could step down if you want to come back. This is what I mean by tangibles. And even though I respect you for showing you the greatness, because I believe that's where my brother aspired to be, because he right back in school again. Why? So he can further his education for these babies. Hundreds of kids every day being taught at home and on the internet and in the building he had. Now he got more buildings because there are some people that have rocked with him. But the sad part is the community, and I won't say y'all, if you have supported, we thank you, but on some real shit, y'all have not supported this the way that the fuck y'all should. On some real shit. I hear people on my channel talk about, even on Tariq's channel, oh, we got these babies and we need to build these communities and we need to have schools and the school system ain't shit and I can't afford to homeschool my kids. Okay, so if you in some of these places he got builders, why not help them grow? Do you know how many motherfucking Zikes we can have around this country if you niggas that got builders to just hit us up and be like, yo, you could use my space, I'll work with you on some rent. The community come and they support. You give a $5, you give a $10, you say, what do you need? Make an Amazon wish list. I'll send you supplies for the kids. Like, he's doing the work. So yes, I don't give a fuck. Niggas got on here and had big dick parties tonight over, nigga, this is my ego. Fuck you, bitch, your mother. This, and that. Shut the fuck up. But the moment I get it sound personal to me. Nigga, if you tell me you ever in this fight for black people and it ain't personal to you, bitch, I don't ever want to work with you. Let's be real clear about that. A motherfucker who tell me they in the fight, and I'm not saying a brother said he was, but if he was, he couldn't fucking work with me. If you say you in a fight for our people and it's not personal to you, then that means it's just personal gain, motherfucker. Because Q will go broke, nigga, I'll go broke. If we need to fund this school so we'll let this motherfucker get shut down, it's a handful of us that'll do the work. Imagine what we could do if we all came together. If just a little bit of us came together, not even a lot. So yeah, when you ask me, like, I'm offended that you niggas bought Umar Johnson because he speak well of fucking, y'all giving him over $1 million in donations and he has an abandoned building for y'all and niggas still have the nerve to believe in his vision. What's wrong with y'all? There's a school right now, like right now, it's in your motherfucking face right now, 8 years strong. Kids graduating smarter than any motherfucking kids you ever want to see. These kids will make y'all so fucking proud. But y'all want to talk to me about the little boy that need to be tough and not have his manhood taken away. I don't know about that. I know about a school full of kids who these black boys and girls, they walk around, they all got their natural hair, they love their blackness, they are empowered to know who they are, they're smart as hell, there are scientists, there are engineers, they're the ones who will have jobs in the motherfucking future. You know why? Because all of this AI shit got to be programmed, all of this motherfucking shit got to be built. Somebody gonna have their jobs a little longer and it's gonna be these babies right the fuck here. So yes, that's probably the moment where my comments go from laughing to taking it personal. Because again, if this fight ain't personal to you, bitch, you should not never be in it. Not never be in it. Because for those of us that do the work, we don't make money off this shit. Matter of fact, we give our last to do this work. So fuck you, fucking motherfucker. Okay? So miss me with that shit, because this is what I mean by tangibles. And you're so smart. You want to play like I'm so highly intelligent. Then motherfucker, answer the question. See, we had to break this shit down like kindergarten to your ass and give you a motherfucking PowerPoint visual. That's what we had to do. You know what the fuck we mean when we say visuals and when we mean tangibles? Some shit we can see, my nigga. But you want to play dumb. Keep playing dumb. Keep on. I want you to. Y'all got me fucked up. So I just want to give my brother his flowers and say shout out to Q for all of the work he did. So I appreciate them sites he brought up, but fuck that. I'm showing you this one right here because he don't never brag about what the fuck he do. And it's the hardest working man that I know. So fuck that shit you talking. And the nigga do it with his original hairline. I mean, as much as he might want to pay one on, my brother keeps his real shit. And I you know I had to do it to you. You wearing that man motherfucking hairline out. We love you, Q. We love you, Q. And this shit gonna continue to happen and it's gonna continue to work come hell or high motherfucking water. At the end of the day, this is tangibles. This is what the fuck I mean in case anybody is confused, okay? All right, Dias Institute. Do you want me to drop the link? Do brother want to come back or he went all the way left? It's like, I don't want him to come back.
I could tell by the account of how I came across not liking you for no particular reason to liking you by way of Tariq Nasheed and going to the motherfucking 2020 first annual FBA convention. I think I don't know. I think I made it back. I made it back from Atlanta, and then you was doing your live, and you was man, you was cooking that shit. You was talking about it wasn't nothing but a Hidden Colors DVD and live in person. They all the same people. You said that back then, and they was like, "Oh, you just hey, where your convention at?" And it's like the shit you was saying. It was colder than a bitch in there. They ain't had no. They had some red velvet cake. Somebody was serving red velvet cake. They ran out of red velvet cake. Oh, let me turn my shit off so you can look me in my face. They ran out of red velvet cake. Now, first of all, when we got there, and it was a beautiful thing to see. Actually, if your mind is like in that zone, it was black people by the Mercedes shit. You know, we already had a Mercedes Center or whatever. It was black people all around here, twisted all the way around here. Woo, woo, woo. And, you know, it reeked of congregation and unification in the name of tangible. So we go in and we finally we got a nice little program, but it's for me to have bought VIP months ago. It seemed I expected more than a folding chair. In I guess in the closer region to the stage, but that's too much about it. So anyway, I went to that shit, and then they said, we're going to do this every year, and this is going to be this whoopie whoopie blam. Next year, it was supposed to be in Tulsa, because it was supposed to be the anniversary of Black Wall Street. That shit fell off and turned into the homosexual movie he made. Then it went to this, and I think the homosexual movie came out. Then the hip hop shit movie came out, where he's collecting money for the hip hop movie. But in the middle of collecting for the hip hop movie, he had to get the museum. Now, mind you, I'm looking at these DVDs on my shit right now. Even when I had to buy a DVD to watch. I don't watch them motherfuckers no more. I have no need to. But it's like when you say something is specifically as tangibles, they should be able to answer that immediately. When you ask how has he hindered the reparations movement, I would say that by causing this rift, this international rift, where it's pretty much for the entertainment of those who are non-black. It's like a co-opted movement. I don't want to just go too far off in it, but it's like basically say I was lost. But really I wasn't so much lost because I remember when a nigga, I'm old enough to remember when he was on them late night shows promoting that Pimp book after they came out with Pimp's Supposed Down documentary on HBO. Then he rolled the fake pimp game until the pimps called him out. That's when he went online with the so-called game chronicle shit he was doing. But I had a part of them that tried to turn me back on to the nigga. I'm like, man, this nigga is fugazi. But
I'll be interested to see what he bring next. Like, I don't know. Let me ask you, as somebody who's following him all this time. Like, I think he has these different grifts that he come up with ever so often. So my question is to you: do you see it that way? That's what it seemed like. So what he gonna come up with after this? You can only ride one way for so long. First it was the Pan-Africanism. He was the pimp motherfucker before that. Like, it's always something every couple of years. So I wonder where he going next. You run out of shit to come up with when you ain't genuine.
Well, I mean, I think I heard some about rumblings about him doing some other type of movie, and that really also got me. It's like, well, shit. If you don't seem like if you donated for the movie, you should just get a movie off the cuff. Why would you donate to help the nigga make the movie just so you could like have your name for a split second, and then wind up having to buy the whatever the project is?
If the community pays for something, then the community should have access to it, right? So like if I threw an event and the community was like, okay, it costs $5,000 to throw this event, $10,000, whatever the hell it is, and the community actually raises that money for me to throw the event, then there's no reason why the community shouldn't come in for free. They put the event together. They paid the cost. But see, the problem lies in is that they feel like they don't get any money for their time or speaking. The crazy part to me is that if you was genuine enough, you would find out that if the community paid for the stuff and you actually didn't make them repay for the shit they already paid for, like they would still take care of you. You know what I'm saying? No matter how much I don't ask for shit, it's not a city I don't go to that people won't feed me, open their door, show me some love, put an envelope in my hand. I've had people show me all kind of shit and love and give me stuff because I don't ask for it. And so when you genuine in that shit, it still work out on both ends. I just think that that's crazy. If the community pays for something, why are they being charged again for what they paid for? Like if you gave them money, you made the event happen. So that's the community's event, not his.
Well,
It's the community.
like I mean, you. This was a historic. The man managed to raise over $1 million for in the name of a museum, and you hear things like, okay, well, I'm going down south to see if I go to some old shops and pick up some artifacts. Anybody know how to paint some paintings? We need them for the museum. What? And then it comes out that you created Ray's Boom Boom Room. At one point, I think he said something to the fact that he was kind of like a ghost. He was ghost. What's his name? The Patrick, whatever. When he was sitting in the backstage, everybody was in the front page. You know, this nigga in the backstage. You know, I guess I'll feel pretty fantastic if I done pimped the meal in the name of my own personal spot that I don't even have the property ownership of. You could have had a whole fucking about like 12 acres in the South and then have a real history, Black history experience. But this is what you chose to do with the $1 million. And we not pocket watching because I ain't spent now motherfucking dime. After that convention, after that convention, that was over. It was over for me.
Let me say this. I want to say this to this compliment. Somebody says because one is a donation and the other is a business. That's smart business. The point is for us to have non-bootleg successful businesses without needing the dominant society. Now, I want to thank you for actually admitting in your sentence twice what I said. Again, you said the other is business. That's smart business. Again, it's business for him. So thank you for admitting all of the stuff he does for the community is really a grift. It's a business for him to funnel money to himself because it's a business. Yes, it's a very smart move to resonate with people's emotions in marketing in a product. If a person can resonate with your product, if they can see themselves in it and it resonates with them on an emotional level, you will lock that customer in. That is marketing 101, baby. And so absolutely he has that down. And that's all I'm telling you is that it's a business. He is trying to grift money. See, in the real community, when we collect donations and we're doing real work and we're real activists, this is the key word here tonight. The word tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is real, okay? When you're real activists and you're doing the real work, we just want to make the work happen. And so if the community funds something, the community has paid for that. So the community is not supposed to double pay again for that thing. The community has produced what they needed so that they could have what it is that they wanted. Now, if you want the community to pay you for coming out, but they pay for the event center, they pay for everything because you had a GoFundMe, then you should just add $10,000 and say, well, I need this for my speaking. The community will respect that enough to give you what it is you asked for. But we should not go fund and pay for an event and then have to pay for tickets at the door or pay for you to create a DVD of a movie. We helped you make the movie, right? And then you charge us to purchase the movie. Do you get what I'm saying? Like that's not how this works. That's
People getting bent over and sucking dick at the same time.
Understand when you're in a community and it's a business, that's called being a sellout because your dollar will stop you. It's a business, and this is why Tariq won't ever speak on the Jews, because the business says I don't want to get my platforms taken down because it'll take away from my money. So he doesn't get to say maybe something he should say, right? You're a sellout for $1. You have to watch what you do and what you say. Right? He wants to be in certain circles. And so he makes sure that stays on the up and the up. And again, he has these loyal people, but he's working on his next venture right now. I'll never forget when he sold you niggas. And I'm gonna be specific because there's somebody in the chat, and I want y'all to admit because it is 4:41 in the morning. So just for the sake of it's the middle of the night, it's probably not that many people gonna know this, but I want you to admit somebody in this comment section, y'all bought that nigga pepper spray in them socks. And I just want to know why. I just want to fucking know why. And without laughing, I just want to remind y'all, this is something I would never let y'all live down or ever make an excuse for. When this nigga Tariq said that if Ahmaud Arbery had some of that pepper spray, he might still be alive. That was some of the most disrespectful shit ever. But he used that to sell you some pepper spray. Like if you wore these socks, you was gonna run. Yes, he said that shit. You was gonna run extra fast, I guess, because you got on these tube socks. They white supremacist tube socks or something. They came in the box. He just gave you some shit China threw in, some extras. And socks cost 25 cents a pair. So the nigga threw that in the box. Y'all had some tube socks, and he gave y'all pepper spray, and he says Ogun juice. So now he disrespecting the ancestors and people beliefs, right? It's Ogun juice. And he said that if Ahmaud Arbery had some of that, that he might still be here. I thought that was so disrespectful. Like that pepper spray was gonna stop them from shooting him. And the crazy part is he made a bunch of sales on Ahmaud Arbery's name, but ain't he a tether? So when it's convenient to call them tethers, they're tethers. But when it's convenient for you to act like this a black power issue, like you talked about Ahmaud Arbery's death, like this is some racist shit. But wait a minute, my nigga, ain't he a tether?
And that's that bootleg shit, Michi.
That's all.
So I just have, because I mean, this you might be able to answer this. Like, you know, was Melanoid Ministries, they're the 501c, you know, one of those organizations where, you know, in order for you to get the money, the grants from them, you have to abide by whatever principles and guidelines in which they set. You can't be a black power nigga if you have a 501c.
Well, no, let me say something. You can,
wait,
but
no.
can I put you up on something about a 501c3? So the fact that he has one, what that allows him to do, if you notice some of the stuff he do goes through Melanated Nation or whatever,
Ministry.
the religious
Right.
aspect, 501c3. So any donations he receives, like a church receives tithes and offerings, if he does it in that manner, then it's under the 501c3. He ain't got to worry about them donations. He get to keep them on, all of that. But another thing about 501c3s is that it's very easy for him to put his information inside of the system with companies and with the city, to where he could say, I'm a 501c3, and they will give him donations from groceries. This is what New Era do. This is what churches do. They'll give them toys for Christmas. I'm talking about fill up roomfuls, right? You can, if there's a natural disaster, he could like call Home Depot or Sam's and be like, y'all got batteries and flashlights. We want to pass out stuff to the community. Like, these companies have to get rid of products for a tax write-off every year. So they give their stuff to like battered women shelters, different places. And as an organization with a 501c3, you can fill out for these programs and get food, clothing, whatever it is that you need. You could call any store. And if once you're in their system, if they have the products you're asking for, they will set it up. You can come to the warehouse with a big ass U-Haul and pick it the fuck up. And so I'm saying that to say he has that so he can collect those donations the right way to keep them. But he could also be using that to get services and products he could give back to the community, but he doesn't.
Nationwide.
But he doesn't.
He can have a person in every state doing that, tangibles to the niggas nationwide.
I just want to know, like, if he really cared, he could feed the community, he could clothe them, he could give backpacks. They'll give him all that shit for free. You know, people have a natural disaster, he could go get products and pass them out. I'm not saying he had to do that for everything, but he could give something back to the community that even he ain't paying for. He can get the shit for free and give it to him, but it take him work to go pick the shit up and fill out the paperwork. So fuck y'all, because it ain't about the community, because he could be feeding motherfuckers. He really could. It's tough times right now. His ministry, Melanoid Nation, could have, you know, at least where he lived, and motherfuckers follow him, had these little setups like New Era Detroit, get your stuff from the 501c3, have them go pick it up on your behalf, have these little Melanoid Nation food banks. I know it's hard out here for a pimp, so we giving out groceries today. Fuck out of here. Like, he could do more and not even pay them to do more and don't do it. So again.
And then you have to think from the aspect that with those organizations, they allow you to appoint certain family members or whomever as your board of directors, and they receive a piece of that funding, you know, as personal income, you know, as a not-for-profit agency.
Nah, like us black men, we gotta, like, if you look at how advanced sports players are moving right now, because they're studying in detail every move that makes you better without opinion. We got to start doing that as black men inside of this black political conversation. We just be picking what we think is cool, what we like, what sounds good. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's not how this works. We got to step our game up. There's a level of acumen that we should have, level of understanding that we have. and a level of where the milestone should be respected. If we're shooting at the floor and expecting to, you know, reach the ceiling, like, no offense, like, he's really the floor. Like, if you could just pull up any researchers in 2 minutes and you'll see an educators and people that's really in the community, they're moving and doing a tremendous stuff. Like, people that don't care, and that's just what it is. And either y'all got to stop, you know what I'm saying, like, just comparing it for no reason. If you're inspired to be FBA, cool, no problem. But this I don't understand why we, like, tangibles is how it's just that simple. We're men. You know what I mean? Like, what do you have on the table? What did you build? What can you walk into? What is being developed? What's the capacity of it? Who are you servicing? How are you helping? And what is it going to look like in a couple of years? What is it going to look like in 3 months? Like, these are questions we're supposed to be able to answer. The same way any basketball player will be able to do that.
All facts.
Dude in the comment section said, and if you're in a dude, I'm sorry. Just assume you are by your name. Tariq calls political parties to take FBA votes seriously as well. He is helping FBAs on a mainstream worldwide scale. Now, this is where I'm going to disagree with you, and I'm going to need y'all to be a little bit more critical thinkers, okay? Now, first of all, he has a bigger audience, right? Kind of like how Kamala tried to bring out all the superstars and get attention. So he has like the popular look, but he's not really a political person nor an activist. So this is where the problem falls in. So if these political parties start to use the word FBA and acknowledge y'all, when they go to address y'all and ask y'all what y'all want for reparations, please tell me who represents y'all. Who is the representative of that? See, because ADOS had a woman that had been in politics for over 10 years, 15 years, right? And they had an attorney. Well, they have ADOS. They have an attorney that has actually sat on the floor and argued reparations and has been in this movement in a way that actually gets movement. Nobody from FBA actually has that knowledge or the ability to do those things. So is it really good that mainstream is attaching to the fake co-opted movement for reparations, or should it actually be being noticed by the real movement for reparations? Because y'all don't seem to understand that FBA is the fake movement for reparations. You know, Wild Sunray has said a lot in here tonight, but I would like Wild Sunray to tell me then, what is one thing that you guys did that brought y'all closer to reparations? Because I do know that y'all was hooping and hollering a little while back about some progress y'all thought y'all made in LA or in California somewhere. But the funny part is, if you go rewatch that clip, you will see Tone Talks on the Senate floor testifying. So I don't know what the fuck you talking about, because ADOS actually played a part in that. Y'all niggas didn't do nothing for that, right? So, I mean, can you let me know what that is? Because this is not a good thing, what you're saying. Like, if somebody notices the co-opted movement, it's kind of like Black Lives Matter. They took all the attention off the real organizations to draw everything to them. They were the distraction. That's what FBA is. So how the fuck is it good if they catch political people's attention? That's what how is that good?
Man, Michi, you know, black folks is some black, like the average nigga is politically crazy.
I'ma look, it's 4:50 in the morning. I'ma just say, you stupid. I'm sorry if you offended everybody.
It's beneficial for
I
his
ain't got no
personal.
fucking nice decorum in me left at this time of night. I ain't even take a break to make that second coffee. You just being stupid.
I
That's
mean,
all.
one of the things about the reparation talk is I'm here in California, and as much, this is the most democratic state in America, supposedly, and the Black Democratic Caucus of California voted against reparations. So it's like, man, you don't know who to trust and who to believe in, who to support.
I ain't
You know what I'm
gonna cap,
saying? You
man.
got
As a nigga
Maxine
that was
Waters going to the thing
raised in the
fighting for
South,
this.
okay. As somebody who was raised in the South mostly, I thought that California reparations shit was crap. It was cap. It was bullshit.
Yeah,
Because how
yeah.
y'all gonna get reparations all up in California, even talk that talk over there, and not even be talking it down here? But he's now, and it's not just when he stood up for it and tried to go behind it, it's like he directed his attention away from the South just cause this is in California, it's going to benefit me. Let me figure out a way so I can fit my way into it by way of playing Mr. Reparations Man. And we're going to talk about the tethers because there's a whole lot of people that are not of indigenous background that live in California. They can play niggas.
Hey, y'all don't watch this though. So look at what Wild Sunray said. Showing the power, when I asked how, showing the power of FBA vote to the Democratic Party election season was huge. So are you telling me that FBA was responsible for what, Trump being the president? Is that what you're saying? And then right here, they say Trump has even used Tariq's kids of slaves talking points to enact immigrant birthrights. So now are you implying that Trump got this idea from watching Tariq Nasheed? Wow. You niggas is dumb.
And
Talk about, is this what you're implying? I mean, I'm pretty smart, and I think that's what you're implying. Like, are you fucking serious? So he got the idea from Tariq. He's using his wording or whatever the fuck. He's using his talking points. Okay. So if he was listening to Tariq, why you just don't think the nigga would reach out to him and use him as his token nigga? I mean, he fucks with Angela Stanton King. You act like he wouldn't fuck with Tariq. But we're going to get that credit to Tariq. Okay, so I got it. So according to Tariq followers, the FBA's put Trump in office. And the president, Trump, be watching him to get talking points on the tethers. Okay. And the ones that ain't tethers, they just immigrants. But okay.
Misha used to say that niggas, so that we thought that Tariq was our daddy. Yeah, Tariq, y'all niggas daddy. So y'all listen to whatever Tariq says.
I mean,
this used to be hilarious. In hindsight, it was hilarious.
This is delusional. FBA is responsible for changing the whole wording of the Constitution over birthrights. So what happened in the Supreme Court with the birthrights and the wording, FBA changed that? Okay.
That nigga Max stronger than the motherfucker.
You smoke crack. I just got one more. This is my last question for you. If you do, you don't got to tell nobody. Just put a thumbs down on the chat.
First of all, the Constitution, man, the 14th Amendment, man. If you know about law, you know inalienable and alienable, and that means that you got the God-given. But when you got alienable, that means that the state gives it and it takes it away. So these niggas is crazy.
I just want to turn my camera on and say, ain't now nigga gonna change the Constitution. No, especially by walking to the Capitol and standing outside and giving speeches. Ain't now nigga gonna change that white boy Constitution with that bullshit. So I don't know what they comment. I can't read that comment. But
well,
no.
if he's talking about birthright citizenship that just got upheld and they agreed with Trump, is that what you're talking about? Apparently, he's saying that
that's what he's talking about. I'm sorry.
FBA did that.
They
Before
did
this, ADOS nor anyone moved the needle like this. Okay, but I thought the fight was about reparations. So
man, see, it's a whole lot of ego.
I had all this political power. Like, go ahead, then. Go ahead with your smoke.
Trump said we black. Now, everybody got to believe we black Americans. Trump said we black Americans.
So Tariq is a secret advisor for the president now. He watched Tariq to tell you how he feels.
That's wild shit.
Okay.
That's wild shit.
Okay. All right. If you say so.
Let me ask you this, Michi. What you think about Ibrahim Torre?
About who?
I'm going international now. I'm talking about Africa. That nigga doing some real nigga shit in Burkina Faso.
You gotta bring me up to speed. I don't know. You know I don't watch TV. Now you don't tell me.
No, man. Hey, look him up. He doing revolutionary shit. He giving the gold back to the people. This nigga didn't made president. He only 36 years old.
Like he handing out food stamps and shit. He handing out gold.
No, he basically is kicking out the French, because I think Burkina Faso was owned by the French. He paid off the debt and kicked them out.
The guy that
producing.
Trump was talking about that was kicking the white farmers out of Africa, the Burkina
Right,
Faso.
about the white farmers, yeah.
Yeah. But that's South Africa. I'm talking about Burkina Faso. It's up there somewhere by like Niger, I think. But that brother, he doing some real shit. He fucking with Putin, and he said to like the whole y'all gonna use Africa to get y'all shit and then make our poor. That day is over. And so now it's like encouraging other niggas to get balls and stand up and really become
They still had to run
independent.
to the white man. The white man in Russia. The American niggas got to run to the white man in America.
Okay, let's
What?
we talk about other countries and Russia and shit. Let me change this conversation for y'all up real quick.
Oh,
like,
my bad.
What y'all feel about we gonna let the FBAs have it. Y'all changed all kind of shit. Shout out to y'all. Appreciate you much. Black people is better off because you thieving ass, fake nigga.
No.
we gonna let y'all have this. So let me ask y'all something. So how y'all feel about this war? Are y'all concerned? Do you think that Iran might hit us with some shit? You think
I say the serenity prayer.
Trump be pissing off a lot of people, so it's a couple places that's kind of mad at him. Do y'all feel any concern in that?
I say the serenity prayer.
Karma is a bitch, bro.
Things I can change and Lord, things I cannot change. I say the serenity prayer. Fucking black folks almost extinct anyway.
Man, after all this time, these countries gonna figure out something, bro. I'm still worried about these little sleeper cells. These Iranian niggas try to play games, bro. It's up.
I mean, if you really been paying attention though, it's the Jews, man. It's them small hats. That's who getting us into it. They following Netanyahu. Trump went and kissed that wall just like Obama did, Bill Clinton did, and everybody else. Look at all the politicians in America that got dual citizenship to Israel. We basically Israel, bitch. You know what I mean?
But at the same time, the U.S. and Iran have always had problems. The U.S. and Iran been at war for decades at this point.
Yeah, but but I feel. Do you feel that there's any difference as we have advanced when it comes to the technology of weapons? Because I want to also say too, like everybody worried about nukes and all of that, and yeah, that's understood. But at the end of the day, when they talk about like cyber attacks and shit, I don't know if people really understand all the things that cyber attacks can affect. And you couldn't get us like that necessarily back in the day because everything wasn't connected in the way that it is. So with that technology also comes vulnerability, and I don't think that people realize how much can be shut down. So even though shit been going on for a long time, I think that's where people get comfortable. Also, my second concern is that I never trust nothing the media is saying. I never take it on face value. My question is always like, what is they really doing behind all of this? And so I don't doubt that even our own government might use this as an opportunity to create something and blame it on somebody else. So either way it go, should we be concerned? It doesn't matter if it's a legit attack, if it's a legit issue. The thing is that could something happen? And should we think about that?
I think most definitely should.
Iran is just a country on the list. Libya was on that list, Iraq was on that list, Syria was on that list.
Libya.
Countries on the list.
Yeah. And that's why I say that like with you talking about the grid, they say Chinese hackers is just chilling in the grid, Michi. They just sitting back waiting for the right time. You know what I mean? And,
yeah, well, we not the advanced motherfuckers in technology. Let's be clear. Like there are other places that are far more advanced. Although I would tell you that when it comes to technology, Israel got that down too. The genetically modified vegetables and fruits, they started that shit, and that's why it's here too. But they have the open air prison that they had, all them people in Palestine in. And so you see the same thing here, but it's just put upon us in a different damn way. But Yeah, technology is not necessarily, yeah, we got bigger armies. We think about all that stuff in the strength. And I'm not saying we don't have these technology and these capabilities, but there are other places that are more advanced than us. And honestly, I do feel like hitting us from that perspective or cyber attacks, like those are very, they're not far-fetched to believe how easy that can happen. Now, this is the thing. Motherfuckers don't push those buttons lightly because you would be surprised how it can devastate the country or whatever place they decide to target. It could really devastate them in a bad way, right? So what you have is countries who ain't gonna play that game yet because of the effect that it will set off. Because when you fuck with somebody to that extent, then who are their allies? What really happens to you? So it's like, do you really want to go to war like this? But that don't mean a motherfucker won't. That's what I'm saying. I think the only thing that stops people from doing some of these things is the repercussions that will come after. But the capability, fuck yeah, they got the capability. And so it just take one ignorant motherfucker to be like, I don't care, we could all die today. Fuck the United States, them bitches is going down.
Well, I be watching Sean Ryan, and Sean Ryan, he like ex-military, be having all type of CIA people and FBI people. He had a dude on there that said that they basically found a Iran surface to air missile in America. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at Biden just opening up the border, letting all them Chinese people and I know you know about the terrorists that came across the border. He told the news like, hey, put the camera on me. Yeah, America, I'm here. And this dude is top 10 on the terror list. You know what I'm saying? So I think that America will allow something what at least with me studying how they get down, they will let the effect happen so they could come in and say, we need to create this, that, and the other agency like TSA. You know what I mean? And
I think most Americans take for
some
granted
type of justification.
I think most Americans take it for granted that even if something like the EMT, EMP, or electromagnetic pulse takes out the first grid, then we should, as a fail-safe, a strong country should always have a fail-safe that might go back to the old technology. The problem with that is that all the necessities and the tools that we use are on the new technology. Like, say, for example, it goes back to, okay, we can broadcast through like AM, FM radio modulation, but we can't get no Wi-Fi signals out. But that's why I look at it. I mean, I think people take it for granted that there's going to be a fail state in case this or that third happens. We kind of think we take for granted that we haven't been touched yet and that we can't be.
Exactly.
The thing is that I don't trust our government enough.
Nope.
To also not believe that they wouldn't take advantage of this opportunity, even if other people aren't willing to take that risk and say, okay, I'm not going to do nothing to the U.S. I'm not attacking nothing, that they won't do that and then say they did. But it's really something they done. I mean, living in this country, I think that if we got enough sense, we have seen these type of things already. This is the crazy thing. It's not like what I'm saying, oh, they would never do that. The country has already done that. They've already done that. They've already done that. And so again, if they've done it before, then absolutely they can do it again. So that's the crazy part, is that we have the concern of a genuine or a made up one by our government to use it to their advantage. You know, emotions is the greatest thing that moves us. So imagine how people in America would feel like if they was to act like something happened just in one big city and some casualties happen. America don't care about no casualties. Like, what if something like that was to happen? Like the fear mongering that they would use, people would be so terrified that their city was next. Do you know how many fucking T's they could tell you to cross and I's they want you to dot, and all the freedom and the rights to be surveyed and put cameras everywhere and facial recognition?
People will vote for it.
You think, oh my God, for my safety, I will do this, right? You get feared into giving your freedom away. That's how this shit works.
COVID was
So I
2020 was the time.
Yep. And that was really just a bio weapon that they wanted to, going back to what you were saying earlier, Michi, about depopulation, because these people don't want the world to start to, that's why they brought in AI and all that. They don't want the world to start waking up and seeing what the play is. And the play is just, we really the elite slaves. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man.
Prisoners
Yeah.
of war. Crime rate prisoners of war. Because the melanin still is worth something. Even your dead body parts is worth something. So we
Yeah.
are the crime rate slaves of the world.
And then I forgot about this, y'all. Y'all see that in the chat?
Oh yeah, that was that it was a fungus. There was
Yeah, did you hear about
that
the Chinese nationals that brought the bioweapons over here? Both were university students. I forgot about that shit. You right though.
yeah, it was a fungus that was gonna wipe out wipe out like all the grains, barley, whey, wheat, and everything else.
And what y'all gotta understand is, look, you don't have to come in and take a bunch of bullets and shoot a bunch of people. Matter of fact, that costs more. You could just starve people out and they would die.
Facts.
So I just be like, you got the things that we need to live. It may not be the best of what you want, but at the end of the day, we have to know the bare minimum of survival. You got to be able to produce some food for you, and that can't always be because your grocery store got it and you got money to purchase it. Shit might not always be like that. And when I say that, I don't mean we're going to turn into some big ass place where, oh my God, we never have food again, but you act like places can't go through moments, right? 30 days without the ability to have clean water, power, or food to your access. Watch how quickly people will run out of food, how much chaos would ensue, and how many people would die from elderly people, folks who
And I think that's their plan, Michi.
From the heat, from the cold, from dehydration, or drinking the dirty water, not having the medical services come through that can help them like they need to. Crime that's going to go on for people who want to take advantage of the situation. A lot can happen in 30 days, y'all. So I'm not saying the world got to turn into the Walking Dead like forever. What I'm saying is a moment. And when I say a moment, 30 days to destroy a bunch of motherfuckers, you would be surprised. Take their food, their water, and their electricity. Watch what happens.
Yeah.
Man, take me out with the first wave of the rounders.
And that's what Michi, it's a book called The Minute After, and it's about America getting hit with an EMP. Matter of fact, the Congress put that book in the Library of Congress, and they said that that's like the best scenario. They even planned off that book, off like some EMP stuff happening, but America know in a year, 90% of the population is going to die because everybody pretty much rely on the system. We don't know how to grow our own food.
But I think that's part of the plan. Like if I wanted to completely control something or a person or a group of people, I would make them solely depend on me. And at any moment I get ready to snatch away something, it's their livelihood. So I can pull out the rug at any moment from underneath them. So
yeah,
that's
it makes sense. And when you think about you talk about the future, I don't know if you ever heard of the World Economic Forum and that fucking devil Klaus Schwab. He just retired, but Klaus Schwab said by the year 2030, everybody in the world will own nothing and be happy about it. So I hope y'all preparing and getting ready.
And Elon Musk been telling people for a minute, but remember, Michi said it even before this motherfucker said it, that we will all be living soon under a high, he called it high universal basic income.
Oh yeah, GDI.
Them stimulus checks was y'all first run. But remember, if you get rid of the immigrants, if you get rid of the part of the population that you can by whatever reason, you bring the population down to size and then you take care of those people. You got to give them housing, you got to give them all kind of stuff, right? They don't go to work anymore, so people don't get benefits. They're not paying taxes if you're not working. And so then how do things like medical care and Medicaid come out? So it's a completely different thing, right? And yeah, when they implement all of that shit, it's like they don't want as many people to do that with. And y'all think that this gender reassignment shit ain't part of it. It is. Like, if we can fuck up your ability to have children, your reproductive system while you're young, pump this shit into all of these kids, when they grow up, they're going to have issues giving birth or conceiving children naturally, right? So then what happens is you have these artificial facilities that have artificial wombs, and they're going to clone children from the two people who want to make it with their DNA and shit. So, and I know that sounds crazy, but all of this shit
forms. Yeah, you
look,
always
that's
spot
how you
on,
control the population moving forward. Motherfuckers, if you gotta go to a facility to birth babies, then how the fuck you need their permission to do it? And I'm not saying there are people who won't have regular babies, but I promise you that's the goal. If you're gonna go through so much trouble to depopulate the population, you have to have a plan to then control the population so that it does not then grow back into this big ass thing. That just makes fucking sense, right?
I'm gonna tell you what that'll be. What there will be is virtual reality and food.
People gonna be married to robots and shit. They ain't gonna be able to get pregnant, so you ain't gonna worry about it. And then it's gonna be men who gonna have wives, and they gonna wonder why their wife can't get pregnant. Is because they was really born a man, but he just didn't know why. The next generation, ooh baby, it's gonna be hard out here for a
The
pimp.
virtual reality is gonna make you think you got 10 kids. You're gonna have you're gonna get your sustenance by way of IV, and you're gonna have virtual reality being pumped into your brain thinking you've been live on a farm with 50 acres. Meanwhile, you're in the farm.
We gonna be in the real Matrix, bro. And that's why I watch them old movies, because they tell you what they was thinking, what they was planning, and they put it there because it's television and it's scheduled programming at the end of the day.
I say that sister that wrote all them books, The Terminator and The Matrix, and I don't know whether that's true or not, but if she did, she wrote motherfuckers.
Yeah, Sophia Stewart.
I want to say something to all the nice people out there though. Like, this is a very reasonable scenario, and if some shit go down and y'all can't go to the ATM because the ATM don't work, and in the store don't let you purchase anything because their system is not working to receive debit cards or none of that shit.
They talked about that in the book.
So much time before the thugs and the motherfuckers who ain't playing and the real survivors be like, we're gonna just steal this shit then and empty off the shelves. And you ain't never been in that situation for a lot of people. Whoever you is, let the shoe fit wear. And what's gonna happen is you're gonna hesitate to be like, is this the time to really go looting and grab some shit? Like, is this where we really are? And in that time of you deciding if this is the thing to do, all the food gonna be gone off the shelves.
Wolves gonna come out.
Yeah, and then it's gonna be not nice after that. But you in your house.
In the first wave of the rapture. I'm ready to go.
Are you gonna be ready, bro? You say you ain't trying to stay here.
Man. Hey man, I could go without being called OG and old school. You know, I don't have any children.
I want to say this though. Let me say this. I want to say that we done been through some shit. And we definitely know how to be without the lights on, because we done all been in the dark for a minute when we got our electricity cut off before. And we have learned how to make it. So I would tell you, we probably be good for just a little bit. Just a little bit. What's gonna fuck us up? It's not that we don't know how to survive on small things. What will happen is that if things happen, they happen unexpected. So I can be honest with everybody, right? It just happens unexpected. So let's say you didn't think it was going to happen tomorrow, so you just didn't get a chance to go to the store, and so you don't have nothing in your house, and then it's too late because by the time you get there, all the shit is gone. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, if you have some shit in your cabinet, I trust that Black people will find a nigga-rigged way to heat up their food and cook some shit with a foil pan and get some fire or something. So I have trust in us in that. My problem is when it happens, I just need us to already have things if we can't, because it'd be too late to go get the shit you need. You know what I'm saying? But if we got some of what we need, we've all had to play hangman and tic-tac-toe in the dark or pull out the Monopoly board under some candlelight because the power is out and mama don't get paid till Friday. So I think initially, if we have supplies, we will be good. But it's all about
it's that. I mean, that's a big if.
That's why you stay ready though, so you don't have to get ready. If you have what you need, you at least all right for the moment to have time to think. And even that, you only gonna be okay for so long if you don't have a long term.
Have a couple of bags of some rice
at some point. I'm just saying.
You can goods.
Have something in your house. Some
2-3 weeks.
Some ramen noodles. Some shit you can make easy. Look, if you've been in jail, I'm telling y'all right now, this is what I mean. Ramen noodles. All you need is some hot water. You could put it in a chip bag or a Ziploc bag. Put some hot water in there, fold that shit up, wrap it up in a towel. Voila. Her noodles be ready in a few minutes. Okay. Just what I'm saying.
The internet made me stop eating ramen noodles though.
Just need some hot water. Okay? It don't gotta be overly hot, just a little hot. It worked. I promise.
Internet made me stop eating them ramen noodles. I used to fuck up ramen noodles. They talk about the wax on the ramen noodles. You know, that just noodles because it got wax.
Well, I don't eat ramen noodles either, but I'm not gonna lie to you as something that's a supply because you can keep it for a while, and even if it get a little stale, it ain't gonna mold and it ain't gonna kill you. But in a survival moment or a time where there ain't nothing, I'll keep some ramen noodles on hand. They cheap.
Goddamn noodles.
They ain't no worse than them motherfucking MREs that we eat or that goddamn survival food you keep it in is air dried and whatever. It's all the same.
Man, give me them goddamn noodles.
Yeah, that's why we got to get to learning how to do this shit ourselves.
Thanks. Well, I'm gonna drop off. Thank y'all for allowing me to express myself. I appreciate Sister Michi. I'll holler at y'all next go round.
All right. Thank you for coming up, brother.
Anytime.
Yeah, but with this so-called war, I don't know if you heard, Michi, but Iran moved all that shit the day before Trump bombed that shit. So to me, it's political theater to where they want to, but at the same time, a dude that was on Bush cabinet said when 9/11 happened, he was like, all right, so what they gonna do with it? He was like, you ain't here? He was like, nah. He was like, they got 5 countries that they going after: Libya, Iraq, Syria, and the last one was Iran. But they, that's what America into, destabilizing other countries so they could take advantage of the government, get the resources, sell the people out. And the world tired of that. So I don't know, man. What you think, Michi? You think the sleeper cells gonna wake up and do something one day?
I think that this shit gonna hit the fan, and I think I'm gonna be alive when it happens. That's what I think. I think that we are in a different time. Too much turmoil in the country. I do think that the technology is gonna fuck us up. I just think that we're about to be in a society of a way that we never thought that shit would be that way, and it's about to be crazy as fuck. It really is.
And that's what
I don't know if I've conveyed or I can continue to describe. Like, I want people to understand that. Like, imagine the next way of society being technology merged with man. Like, there really will be people like, okay, you're gonna have kids, your kids will have kids, and those kids will grow up and it will be normal that a person can be in a relationship with a robot. Like, this is my girlfriend, Stephanie, you know what I'm saying? It's been programmed, it looks like it's real, got skin, you know what I'm saying? This is your partner, you know what I'm saying? They already played around and gave that child citizenship. I know people think this is crazy, but mark my words, I hope it don't take for the day it happened for y'all to be like, Michi said this shit. Like, I just look at the way things are going. It was a girl on social media today, and she was like, she had to tell her real therapist she was replacing her with her AI one because she felt like it was always available, and it did help her with her situation. So I want y'all to understand that now we're telling our problems to AI and letting them fix it and not real people. I don't know if that resonates with people for them to understand. Everything will be automated. Everywhere you go, you'll be seen. There is no more privacy. America is not free. It's about to be the biggest open air prison that you've ever seen in your life. You will be surveyed everywhere you go. There will be cameras everywhere. There will be facial recognition. There will not be human beings to reason with when you get pulled over by the police that ain't a human being type of police, but some type of AI form of it, right? There's no compassion in that. There's not a person there, right? That's a fucking computer. Like, and this is where we're going. So I want you to know we're getting ready to go into, I guess if you were religious, you might want to say the soulless generation, because our humanity is getting ready to be taken from us.
I think we kind of already there, Michi.
No, no, you think we're there. We are not there yet, but we about to be. I'm not talking about the hatred or the violence. I mean, America has always been that. We've all been raised on violence. People be like, you seem violent and angry. Motherfucker, I'm an American made baby. You're right. I'm American baby. So yeah, why wouldn't I be violent, right? But when I say our humanity, what I mean is people won't socialize with people anymore. Our children that used to go to school and college and go to work, and that's how they interacted and they met people and they socialized, that won't necessarily be the case anymore. Those things will be taken away from us. People will be building, and children especially, building more relationships because that's what they'll know from birth is like technology. They'll be building more interaction and relationships with not even being real people, like AI. I want y'all to see like the AI that they've been doing the blackface or been making it seem like they're real content creators. Now, some of them stuff, they ate that whole piece of chicken, the hand looked dumb. They get that wrong. But some of them looked really real, and the way they spoke and their mannerism and all of that kind of stuff, right? So imagine that being everywhere you go to like really you don't know what's real and what's not. You're not going to know what's real and what's not. Like, is this a real person? Is this a real video? Did that really happen? And all the things we did as people, from be therapists to be doctors to save lives to things that was meaningful to us, to go to our job. We smile at the old man who serve him his coffee every morning at the diner that we work at, right? You know what I'm saying? You have these colleagues that you've been to work with. They have babies. They have pictures. You tell them congratulations. Like, that's socializing. That's being human. That's being around one another. All of that shit will cease to exist. Motherfuckers will be fucking dolls. And instead of chasing the woman they want because men hate women, women hate men, they got this motherfucking, whatever.
Gender war.
I mean, the gender war, but whatever the fuck kind of man they say, high class man or whatever. So because these bitches,
high value man,
they gonna start buying bad bitches in a box. And I don't even need Keisha, because if I send them a picture of Keisha's fucking face, they're gonna send me a face of Keisha on this bitch, and she gonna be Teresa on Monday. This shit already exists. They're just going to get better and more real as time goes by. Niggas is gonna really be in the bed with robots. This is what like I said, I don't think people really understand the severity of what is finna do to you. They tell you that you could sleep. It's this thing they're working on that you put on, and it actually records your dreams for you. So it reads the frequency and the waves.
What?
It will replay for you the image of what those wavelengths said you were dreaming about. Now, it may not have the character's face necessarily right or what they look like, but it can basically tell you what your dream is about and show it to you. So you can wake up and watch your dream.
What the fuck?
I can't lie, that sounds hard though.
And that's what's gonna get y'all niggas in the beginning, because some of this shit seemed dope. But really,
I'll be forgetting my dreams all the time though. That's actually something that might be tight.
But what privacy do you have? Because in order to get that app that scans it, I'm sure you're gonna have to agree to
put that chip, put that neural link in.
Permission to go into your mind. So where do you keep your?
Well, I mean, you're already agreeing to some crazy shit already. If you got a YouTube channel, especially if you monetize, they're using all your videos for AI right now.
Well, I like to see the AI imitating me.
That's good.
They gonna be like, don't listen to her, child. Go look at somebody else's shit.
And then to piggyback off of what you said, like, you've been noticing like these clips that's on Instagram and on TikTok where they do like little comedy skits and it's all AI, but the way they talking is like some real like black culture shit, and it's crazy.
Yeah, they I mean, everything is about information now. With your cell phone, you've put so much information, looking up stuff. They know everything about you. They know you close to.
But that's the thing that you should focus on, is that if they're studying you, they are studying how to be more like you. And this is what's going to make them indistinguishable from you. The only problem they have is their body, their outer shell, their movements to be more human-like, but that's only going to get better over time. They are studying you so that they can be more like you. And the more they become like you, you're training them to know how to be human. So it's cool, but it's crazy as fuck. And like I said, I be in my house minding my business. You know what I'm saying? I was thinking about getting one of them robot maids that be cleaning up and shit. I still might. But other than that, you know, I'm just gonna go get me some land and mind my business and grow some food and shit and mind my business. That's it.
Well, you know, they trying to make that illegal. I think they want to. I don't know if you heard about the smart cities, Michi, but I think full spectrum domination is what America really searched for, and I think the elites, they want to know what the peasants is thinking of, what we doing. You know what I mean? So I think it's gonna be one day where we ain't gonna even really have a like what you said. We ain't gonna have no life. We just gonna grow up in the matrix. You know what I'm saying?
I got a question though. Could you imagine questioning everything you see if it's real or not? Wouldn't that make us all walk around feeling like mental patients? Let me give you an example of what I mean. So it was a young boy who responded to somebody who was like a scammer, not a hacker really. It said, send me this money or I'm going to put pictures or videos up that I have of you. And he has a picture of the boy's face, but he generated naked pictures or videos of this boy, and it wasn't really him, but the pictures looked so real, he still didn't want them to share them with the people, he said. And so he gave the man $50 and he said, well, I want 3,000. And when he couldn't get the rest, the boy killed himself. But it wasn't pictures of him, just the thought of sending them. And to him, looking at them, they look so much like him. They was like, nobody will believe you. So I want you to know if those exist and people can do that. When I say to you, imagine walking around and asking yourself what I just saw. Did I really watch a real person's live on YouTube, or was that AI? Is that a real person that be commenting to me and I follow them and they're an influencer? Like, was that a real person that was just over there with Tom? They say he married to a robot, but that bitch look real as hell. Like, you see pictures of shit. We usually could be like, oh, did it happen? Let us see the footage. Footage don't mean shit no more because you make footage and you could put me in a video killing somebody, nigga. I am at home minding my fucking business, drinking iced coffee. I'm trying to save money. I made it downstairs. The fuck? I ain't been nowhere. Leave me alone. But no, you got me over in Tallahassee stabbing a bitch in the eye. And it look real as fuck, and it's me. But it ain't me, but it's me. Do you understand the level that you're not going to be able to trust anything? Remember them text messages these people will come with? And that's been that case. All them shits can be made. Look at this picture, it ain't real. Look at this video, it ain't real. You're going to question everywhere you go what's real and what's not. That sounds like some mentally ill shit to always have to question your reality.
1984.
I think that's already. If you think about it, humans have to walk around like that even without technology. You got some men that's out here marrying some woman that told them, hey, baby, I love you, so let's get married and start a family. 15 years down the line, she want a divorce. Can you really trust everything anybody is saying at all?
That's not the same thing, goddammit.
It is though.
It is not.
And you got to consider that, right? Because
it's not the same.
We got with the internet though. There's actually gonna be verification. Even though you could put somebody's face on somebody's body, you can do the deep fake stuff. But there's gonna be a high level of verification. Even you see Twitter with the fact checking, the fake news. We're gonna have some type of checks and balances with technology.
I don't think so. I think that platforms like YouTube, even, I think that what's going to happen is they're going to create the technology. They're going to begin to give us creators that they made, and they're not us. And then they're going to slowly promote them over us as content creators. And then they're going to keep all the money because they don't have to give you a percent of the the views as far as the ads on it. I think that they're just going to create the AI. I don't think they'll put a handle on it because I think the companies will use AI to their advantage as much as they possibly can. Just like they use the immigrants, the AI is the new immigrants. They can do everything. We don't need no motherfucking body. Push the button and get rid of these other motherfuckers. This is what they saying. We ready. We don't need nobody, nigga. So they're going to have the AI running everything. And so don't be surprised because even from there's a thing in the back that asks if your content is AI altered or some shit like that. And I feel like they asked that on YouTube because they promote it more. Because it's where they want it's what they want people to get used to. And again, why are all of the why is AI being used through Google, which owns YouTube, to actually analyze content creators so that they can duplicate content creators, which absolutely means then they're going to be creating artificial content creators. Otherwise, why would they be having them study us?
No, that's true.
Yeah.
That's a good point. But at some point, I think in the future, with that, as it advances, there are going to be a lot of, like consumers of content that are going to want to see real human interactions on these videos. So it'll almost raise the level of, what's the word? It'll make human content will just be more valuable at that point.
I agree with that. I agree with that too. What's going to happen though, you're right. But for those that are creators that have built an audience and people can verify they're real, I think that'll be fine. But then you got these other creators, like people who might do like how to do stuff and they get all these views on it and stuff like that, or traveling and things like this. I think they'll take those creators out of the way.
True. Mm-hmm.
But if you are a person that genuinely has an audience or whatever that knows you're real, then I think that will be more valuable. But I think that is going to narrow down a lot of real content creators eventually on the platform, on all of them.
Exactly. Yeah. So now a lot of content creators really got to get up on their horse and get to making content.
See, because the money is in marketing. So if you understand that, then that makes sense. So see, YouTube makes money off of all the advertisement that goes on these videos, and they give content creators a percent and they keep a percent of the funds. So that's how they make all of their money. You know what I'm saying? As well as TikTok, Facebook, and everything else. If they're placing ads on it, it's big money in advertisement. Okay. And so if you are able to get those dollars, then they the ones making all the money. So again, if you can produce your own content creators and keep it going to where you can place these ads on these content creators pages, you know all the algorithms, you've studied all the big content creators, you know what people want to hear, what they want to see, you've analyzed looks, and now you got this creator that you've made and it's your platform. So you're going to push their shit to the forefront so people follow them. And guess what? You can say to those marketing companies, I just had millions of people watch this video with your ad on it. And even though it's their creator, those are real views. So they get to keep all that money. They're not splitting that because that's not a real content creator. That's what I'm saying. So AI coming for all our jobs. Let me be honest about that. Like even content creators, if that's your only source of income and you're not really great at what you do to where you can hold that spot, y'all might want to just, it ain't gonna happen tomorrow, but remember I said that y'all might want to work on something else because they coming for that too. When I say nobody's job is safe, I really mean that.
Hey, Mitch.
What about the athletes though? You think the AI gonna take over the athletes?
Oh, I just saw a video of the AI robots, and they saying that they are learning to move more like humans, and the actual robots they had were mimicking the movements of basketball players that were on the basketball court for watching basketball games. So I don't know. I would be surprised if they introduced the first AI basketball player and put them on the team and saw how that worked. Like I see that day coming.
Hi, Mitch. It's Lumiere here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
I don't know if you've been keeping up with I've been sending you emails or if you've been getting them, but I did make a kind of list here just to keep up with some of the stuff I was thinking of when I was listening to you. And the thing with the pineapple that you did, the food is they're really have stepped up their game. You have to keep up with the recalls, and they're not telling you these recalls in the main media. There's a YouTuber who has a site called Riverside Homestead. He keeps up with the recalls, but there are sites to look up that keep you up with the recalls, and the recalls are just like, there's so many, it's incredible. And most of the food in the Walmart is suspect. And even Trader Joe's. Now, I've been cooking and eating for many years, so I can tell when this stuff is just not what it used to be. And I'm telling you, they have stepped up their game in a lot of the vegetables, the fruits, and all this whole organic stuff they claim they have. Many years ago, I was on to when they bought out a lot of the organic companies, which still have products on shelves that people think are still organic, but they're not. It's incredible how much they've bought out. So, and they've stepped up their game in how much more chemicals they're putting in the food, because I've been reading labels for so many years now that it's incredible. So being able to, you really have to mainly keep up with the cleansing of your body. I know some of this stuff is getting in, because sometimes I see a recall and I say, oh my God, I just had that yesterday. I don't eat any of the processed foods, because you already know that's messed up. And even some of the organic processed foods have been bought out, but we don't know that. But I've known that for many years. I came into that information. The other thing is, I'm in New York City. They're stepping up the building of this 15-minute city. People are not paying attention and watching things around them. I get out there and I take video of stuff. They put up the those smart lights, but some of them haven't been turned on. And just a few weeks ago, I noticed they were doing more additionals onto those. And I haven't had time to research, but I've already researched and know. So this is going pretty fast now. People seem to be concerned about who's going to be the mayor. If it's between the two they already have, they're already on board with the 15-minute cities. People don't understand how this is going. It's just like, the two wings of the same bird on everything. What else is on my list? Oh, the AI. Now listen to me. This is just my own opinion, and I am going with it, but I have decided that we should make friends with AIs as we can. So I'm doing my own experiment, and I'm noticing that the AI responds like a very nice person when you react with them as a very nice person. So this is where they're building also for their AIs, but it's just an idea, just my little idea. If, they can infiltrate, maybe we can too. So I'm just putting that thought out there. What else? Because we have already a lot of non-player characters walking around us now, and I don't think there's any reason to fear any of this if your mind is above and haven't been infiltrated by any of their what do you call it, mechanics. And I think you know where I'm going with that.
I hope we don't all be infected with it. I think about the nano dust. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, so that's,
and then
like
they got medication, like a pill they're saying that you can swallow and it will go through your body and read what's wrong. And like I said, the nano dust is like the size of dust, but if you can breathe it in, don't know that you have, and then you have all this stuff in your body.
Right. So that is why the cleansing is very necessary. And there are people who are onto the stuff that we need to be putting through. Now, the other thing I have to tell you, and I think you know this already, everything you need to know, you will know from within. So, whatever those thoughts are coming through in that meditative moments, and meditation is done everywhere. We don't have to be sitting in a lotus or anything else like that. You can do it while you're doing your dishes. listen very strongly, because you get information of what is still on this earth to help you alleviate and take out these poisons. There's a lot I can share, but I won't share here. I think I'll have to do that privately. But, and the thing is that whatever you want to call that frequency, the Most High, God, whatever you want to, you rely on to know that there is something more than this is, and that we are in a spiritual war, you will be fed the information to keep you safe. What you said about everything and where this is going is really, it's intense. Now, the other thing I have to mention to you, I'm watching very strongly. There is a lot happening in Africa, and the gentleman that mentioned Ibrahim Traore, I will have to talk to you about that in private. I think because you know how this YouTube is linked to Google, and many years ago, you know, they were sued by the EU. Well, there's so much connected that I'll leave some of this out. But what else on my notes can I share? So the food recalls is important. I can talk to you about the Ibrahim Traore privately, and I guess that's all I want to say for now, unless there's something else you want to ask me.
No, I was just gonna say, you brought up about the pineapple, and I thought it was really interesting that in my comment section, some people like gave me the Google generated answer. Oh, this can mix inside of it, and that can, and it can create fermenting. That pineapples can do that. And I'm thinking to myself, how dumb can people be? Like, I've been alive for 46 years, and I've
I'm
seen
longer.
a lot of pineapples.
Listen, you're right. And
you don't get to fucking tell me that this is normal, because I've never seen a pineapple foaming, and the thing was still hard. I've seen pineapples get so ripe, it's soft, and it's like you got to get rid of it, and it's mushy. It was hard to touch, and it was foamy, and people tried to make the excuse. The crazy thing that I realized was, if you go to any search engine, you go to Google or wherever, it's going to give me an answer that fits the pineapple I'm looking at today. It's not giving me the real answer based off what I should be seeing.
Because now you know
what this definition says. And the smart people ran to Google to give me, oh, well, this is why I went to Google before I made the video.
Listen, Google is that's the running AI to keep everybody dumb.
Yes.
Okay.
It gave me the new definition for the new pineapples that are genetically modified and got all kind of poison in them and be foaming at the mouth like it got rabies. If somebody's talking about it's just because you eat this shit, then come over here and eat this shit. I want to see.
And what you said about the AI, them putting up the AIs, those channels, they're already up there. They have many out there, so that you know it's still divide and conquer, and so they got lanes they're leading people in by these fake AI, you know, channels. So this is how they're breaking it all down. And if you don't stay in your own lane in wisdom and understand that this is the illusion outside of us that's been in control for some time, and it just didn't happen yesterday or 2 years ago. This has been in function for, you know, many years. I just feel blessed that I can still speak to you through a sense of knowing, even though I have and still am in a serious situation. But it doesn't matter. I realized many years ago I'm not the condition. So that allowed me to stay. And because of things I went through in my childhood and things I saw in my childhood, I've been out of this thing and always trying to make sense of it while I was still in it. So I don't know if you made any sense out of what I just said. But I do hope I can speak to you soon in private. And yeah, the food thing is, you know, there's fake. Don't eat anything that has no more seeds. I mean, we should have let go of any seedless grapes many years ago. But the watermelon without seeds, anything that used to have seeds that doesn't have seeds, that they say is convenient for you, is really not what you should be eating. That's one thing.
You know how hard, it's crazy though, how hard it is to find fruits with seeds in it. at some point they're not going to exist anymore. Me being in Georgia, I can get a lot of that from, we have farmers and stuff around here. So
right.
I mean, they got watermelons with the seeds on the back of the truck all over the place. But I mean, you go to farmer market and stuff. But aside from that, you can't even go to like the health food so-called grocery stores and find seeds in them anymore. Even
Let
there,
me tell you, they didn't listen. They have sunk the health food stores. I mean, even here in New York, I've noticed products that I know are no longer whatever, and then you can tell when foods aren't organic because they just look too what can I say? You know, picture perfect, and then they're larger than normal than many years how they used to look. So, you know, it's hard to eat in New York City. I'm telling you right now. I'm thankful I found a corner where we're getting watermelons from Georgia that, you know, they come out and they set up a little tent thing. But listen, this is getting intense. They are not playing what they're doing, and they're building this smart city very quickly. And the NPCs around us, I mean, you can tell who they are. I mean, these are just fake people, honey. Fake people. So it's like welcome to the sci-fi. But you know, when I was a little girl, I read so much sci-fi and used to tell everybody, but this is the real stuff. This is the real stuff. And as I went on and on, I realized that the sci-fi was the real deal telling us.
Yeah,
So,
science fiction ain't fiction, my sister.
honey, it's not. We living in it.
And
It's
you know, they said that when things are seedless, it's messing with our reproductive system as women.
Yeah, they've been doing this a long time ago. They didn't just start this. And they've been
that's what I
taking
want to say to everybody too. Like when you buy seeds, make sure you get heirloom seeds. Those
Yeah.
you produce. Don't just buy any seed. If you go to Walmart or even just other stores that have like the gardening section, it's crazy. You could go out there and buy seeds. And my mom is always planting stuff. We've always done that, even when I was a kid. And so you could just go buy some seeds, but they're not the same seeds today, y'all.
That's
The
right.
ones at the store
Yeah, my
produce stuff with more seeds in it for you can keep continuing to regrow something, right? You have to keep coming back and buying the seeds every time you want to produce something. Heirloom seeds are not like that. You can produce seeds, and that's how it's supposed to be from your vegetables and stuff that you're growing, and then plant those to make more. That's how it's supposed to be.
Oh, I have to tell you this as I remember it too, because there's so much going on. So I keep up with the you know, the people that are off grid, have been off grid for many years, and farmers. So and
homesteaders.
yeah, and so this past week, and believe me, I'm a busy person. I just have this stuff on while I'm busy. But this guy, this one farmer, this is a white farmer, was releasing this news that the white farmers had placed a suit against the government because Biden had made it possible for non-white farmers to gain large loans and money. So there's a suit that's been put in by the white farmers who felt they were discriminated against. So when I'm listening to this, I'm thinking, oh, wait a minute, because I'm always seeing a bigger picture. So I don't know how many of the, and that included Chinese, you know, Blacks, Latinos, and all of that. But I said to myself, well, I wonder how many of them really knew there was this big loan offered. And remember the Chinese that bought up all of the farms?
Mm-hmm.
So I said to myself, was that the way of more payoff to the Chinese? Because we know they sold us out to them guys. Just food for thought. I don't even know if it's right, but it just made sense to me. It was so tight with that whole deal. So I thought, so they gave more money. Everything that they do is about them getting more money.
It is. That's why I said, look, the immigrants was making them a lot of money.
That's it.
They always spew the narrative that they're the hard workers. No, they are the vulnerable workers that they take advantage of and they exploit them motherfuckers.
Exactly.
And they try to act like because we don't want to willingly be enslaved because we already had our turn of that, then something's wrong with us and we're lazy. No, we're just Americans, motherfucker, and you'll pay us a legal wage, right? And so the immigrants made them a lot of money. So again,
Absolutely.
why are they letting them go? Trust and believe me, it ain't because they want to get them out of our country and make sure you have your jobs and your benefits and we're not spending the money on them anymore. That's a bunch of bullshit. That is not why they're kicking them out.
You said it. You said it. They know how to manipulate and use what they use and tell us another thing. And then, they use all sides of everything they do. And it's amazing how, all of the hotels that lost all their money during that other thing, how they got all their money back by bringing them all in and putting them all in them hotels. So they're all incorporated with each other. And, like George Collins says, it's one big wood club and we ain't in it.
Yeah.
That's
the
it.
elite. Yeah.
So
and to also add on what you were saying, my sister, about the farmland with the Chinese, that we was talking about sleeper cells earlier. I'm pretty sure Michi remember during the Biden administration, probably a year before this last election, they were showing Chinese military age men coming into the country.
Yeah.
And they was healthy. They wasn't looking for asylum because they wasn't
with no families running from
yeah. So I started thinking, with the Chinese owning a lot of the commercial agriculture land here in America, and also Bill Gates, sister, you say you like the organics. I heard a pill. If you ever see the pill sticker on any of your produce, don't eat it. Bill Gates.
And what's this? Perry. She's partner. Her and her husband has partnered with him with the pill. Katy Perry.
Katy Perry. Yeah, she part of the those elite, and she sold her soul, because at first she was a Christian singer, and then she got known for her first her biggest pop hit at the time was "I Kiss a Girl and I Like It." So if you know anything about occult knowledge and how the occult and the people, the Freemasons that run the world, what they use and all that type of stuff, it's the same game plan being played. It's just today a lot of our people are distracted and they don't believe it.
Again, back to what you said about all of those men coming in here when they did. Again, everything is done for a reason. And they clearly in our face did let a whole lot of people who are on some terrorist watch. This nigga scary. He might blow some shit up. He crazy as hell. Watch his ass. Like, they admittedly let these people come in. And my question would be, from one perspective, people might say they brought in all of the immigrants. This is what it looked like to me from the Biden administration, to try and use them for the vote. But if we really look at what's playing out, I think that they actually brought them all in just to play out this whole scenario, to piss everybody off so that they could say, get the fuck out of here, so they could make all the immigrants that were here before actually leave. But they wanted the people to say it. that's how diabolical these motherfuckers is. They wanted the people to say it. That's really what it was. But they played this whole game. But the question would be, in the game that they're playing, why did they let these known people in here in the country knowing they're a problem? Like, I don't know who would do that. What would be the purpose of that? Now, get the purpose of letting all the other ones come in. You want to uproar, get everybody in an uproar. You want to play this game, so now you can kick all the immigrants out. You notice they went from the people who have crimes and all that stuff, or who are here illegally, and now they're deporting motherfuckers who they did it the right way. They gave them a green. They trying to renege all of their shit. Now they take it into a different level, right? So they really brought in the new ones to piss y'all off to be able to gain access to kick them all the fuck out, right? It's a reason. But why did they let the known terrorist motherfuckers in here? Why did they do that?
So you know about martial law, right?
Yes.
So you know why they still have Zelensky in Ukraine and they can't vote, right? Because they're in martial law. I'm a seer, and I've already seen martial law coming to New York. I don't know when that is, and it might be very soon. I don't know when. But this is how they're going to break it down, because when it gets so bad, then of course, what is it? Oh, we gotta save you all. It's lockdown again. It's a martial law, and then that's when they can initiate war stuff. We are heading towards some really intense stuff, and they keep doing it on levels because people keep waking up. So they'll go in one direction if you notice for a while. Oh, there was this chicken thing going on, and all of a sudden that disappears. People don't keep up. They don't have their brain on their head. And then they bring you into another area. Oh, there's the monkey whatevers. And then they got to do whatever. And then whatever they did, whatever, is some more stuff they did. So, and then it goes away. People are not keeping up. I guess even since they were born, how many things have been happening?
Shit, a lot.
I mean, really. It's like, I wonder how I can keep it all in my head. And a lot of times I'm just checking.
Yeah, you're right, though. If we stop to think, like, a lot has happened. If we go over just the past couple of months, we had drones flying around in people's goddamn places. The government saying that they know who the fuck it was. You know, if you can go all the way back to that shit, we got talks of war. They've been blowing shit up. They kicking out all the immigrants. It's protests over here. It's motherfucking bringing weapons, trying to poison shit in the crops and bringing shit over here.
Oh, and the fireball.
All this shit is going on at the same time. On top of other stuff. The bird flu is here. Everybody's sick. It's a new strand of color. It's a bunch of shit going on.
Listen to me. I gotta tell you this. I gotta tell you this. So I notice everything. I watch the birds. Even though I'm in New York City, I watch the birds, the pigeons, everything. Okay, for the years I've been here in this location, the pigeons used to line up across on the other side of the street, up on this building, right? And I see them every day. I be doing my painting and everything. And all of a sudden, they're getting less and less and less. So now I go to AI and I ask AI, because I'm thinking, well, are they getting killed from the sky, right? But AI is now telling me that they are being taken out of New York and taken to, people are taking them and selling them. This is against the law now, and selling them in Pennsylvania to people who shoot for targeting. And I'm thinking, okay, I may want to believe that, but I'm also thinking that there's something happening with their population because they're getting sick. I really believe that. So, some of this I believe and some of what I don't. And if they are really taking them out into Philadelphia, into Pennsylvania for this, I'm thinking, boy, you know what? I hate to say this, but I got to say this. We are in the land of killing. That's it. They're going to kill up everything, and they're going to get us to kill up each other. And it's just, if people don't wake up and run in that lane of frequency of love and get their heart together and love each other, we in a big mess. Because you know what? We can stop this. We can stop this with our energy. But it takes every individual on this planet to do their work on themselves and bring them into that frequency of love. Because I know that's what's saving me, because they have been on my back to get me for a long time, and they haven't gotten me yet, and they're not going to do it, because I stand strong, and that's how I'm going to be. So I'm telling people that they got to know, you know what you say for what you're doing, you are doing the future. I know the Most High's got your back. And if there's any way I can get more to come towards your way, I keep it in my energy and throw it out there to the Most High. That's it. Okay. Just stay strong. I believe we're going to conquer. That's it. I'm not, there's no other energy in me. They keep coming for me this way, that way. They are those of us who are strong. Check out Ibrahim Traore. There's things happening on this planet, but I'm real sorry for the U.S. because I'm going to say this to you, and I don't even like saying this. But this has a lot to pay here. It's like the law of the universe is you reap what you sow. What goes around comes around. So it's not that all will be lost, but a lot will be lost. But those of us that stand strong, we're gonna be all right, believe me, because we're taking those with us that need to be guarded. And this work you're doing with these children, let me just tell you, there is an invisible force. You're protected, honey. Have no fear, and I know you don't have any. And that's, I think, the last I'm gonna say, because
thank you. I know, look, it's 6 a.m. on the dot. I done stayed up all night with y'all. Think I'm gonna go to bed now.
Me
on
too.
that note, look, on that note, I do want to remind everybody, since we're having this conversation, I put up what Brian said. He says, see any bees lately? The funny thing is, I put that up because no, Brian, I have not actually seen any bees. See butterflies, I see ladybugs, I see everything else, but no bees. And there's quite a bit of flowers around here. That's strange, but whatever.
Yeah, they say the bees are dying off, Meech.
That's what's happening. Yeah, they're doing that. I keep up with the bee people too. That's not really good. They're doing some stuff.
Now, I don't see no bees. Now, I mean, you say that, there was always some bees around some flowers. Even if it was the big ones that didn't sting you, I ain't seen them. But I want to say to everybody, and then I am going to go to bed. I want to thank everybody for coming up on the panel tonight. But since we're having this conversation about what's happening and where we could go, again, I just want to remind everybody that if y'all want to email me at therealmeechiex at gmail.com, you guys, if y'all are willing to call your library, your rec center, or you have a space where we can come and do the classes, we will come and do a survival class. I'm trying to get a brother that I want to bring with me so that he can teach y'all some critical first aid, like sewing up wounds, stuffing wounds, stopping the bleed, things like that. So we will see. Hopefully, we can make that happen.
You know what is really excellent?
Oh,
cayenne pepper. Cayenne pepper helps with bleeding if you bleed very bad. Cayenne pepper will stop a heart attack instantly. Cayenne pepper stroke. I mean, cayenne pepper is amazing. That is something that you just should always keep, and it doesn't take much.
I just bought a product also through some people off grid that also stops wounds. They've got a powder that I bought recently. Yeah, so I'll be talking to you, Michi, soon, I hope.
Okay. So anyway, with that said, y'all, don't forget to give me an email if you want me to come to your city, and we will get this survival stuff together so we prepared for as many that can be, and make some money online, y'all, because that's where the work gonna be. That's where the work gonna be. So let's learn what's gonna be. It's the norm to the generation being born now and the next one. It's the norm, and so it's time that you learn the norm of how people do business, side hustles, live, make money. We don't go outside and hustle anymore. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. You don't go outside to get a job anymore either. So anyway, y'all let me know. Email me and I will be there. I'll let you guys know. Not tomorrow, by Tuesday maybe. I'll let you guys know the exact dates and times for the 7 cities that we have already. All right. So with that said, y'all, I'm tired. I'm trying to think of my words. So that's why it's taking me forever to say. Because I don't know what the fuck I was supposed to say next. That means I need to go to bed. I can't see straight. But I have had a great time on the panel, y'all. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Thank you for coming up. I will see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, Michi. Much love.